It hasn't been a long time since the last defeat of the Skullcrusher army. The material exchanged in the regional channel is not much. Among them, there are 112 beast teeth stones and 33 blood stones. And among these 33 blood stones, 27 were obtained from the Blood Clan tomb the day before yesterday. As for the more useful troll stones and dragon crystals, not even one has been obtained. Luckily, Fang Hao's combat style relies on quantity rather than quality. As long as there are enough people, we can overwhelm them. First, recruit Skeleton Giant Bats. Skeleton Giant Bat. Wriggling Spine 3, Bloodstone 1. Set the recruitment number to 33. Recruit. 100 times amplification triggered, recruiting 3,333 Skeleton Giant Bats. Light flashes, and 3,000 Skeleton Giant Bats appear. Go outside and stand by, Fang Hao ordered. The 3,000 Skeleton Giant Bats flapped their wings and flew outside. After recruiting the Skeleton Giant Bats, continue with the recruitment of Skeleton Minotaurs. The Skeleton Minotaur with the charge ability is an excellent unit for breaking through, useful for both offensive and ramming enemy formations. Skeleton Minotaur. Wriggling Spine 4, Death Trace 1, Beast Teeth Stone 1. Set the number directly to 112. Select Recruit. 100 times amplification triggered, recruiting 11,312 Skeleton Minotaurs. Have all the newly recruited Skeleton Minotaurs go out and stand by. The Minotaurs start moving out. The recruitment of the two types of troops just now has consumed a total of 547 wriggling spines. There are 115,235 wriggling spines left in the warehouse. 90% of these wriggling spines were obtained from the extermination of over 300,000 orc armies last time, and the rest were scattered from killing bandits, mountain bandits, outpost points, and wiping out fire wolf mercenaries yesterday. Gathered up bit by bit. Next, Fang Hao continues his trip to the barracks for recruitment. He plans to use all these wriggling spines and leave nothing out, to avoid any loopholes that may occur and create danger. Skeleton Warrior. Wriggling Spine 2. Set the recruitment number at 15,000. 100 times amplification triggered, recruiting 1,515,000 Skeleton Warriors. The moment the amplified number appears, Fang Hao gets startled. 1,000,000 in number, could the territory accommodate it? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lights all over the sky, masses of Skeleton Warriors are summoned. Not only filling up the territory, but also on rooftops and city walls around, they pile up there like a stack of arhats. Everyone, head outside to stand by. Crash. With the skeletons moving, the arhat-like stack effect disappears and the skeletons fall apart, knocking bones against each other. They didn't stack too high. Otherwise, the ones that fell might have broken their bones. Bring Angia and the Blood Hunter here, Fang Hao tells the rabbit maid, who is frightened and hiding behind the door nearby. The maid's legs are trembling, but she still goes to find Angia and the Blood Hunter. In no time, Blood Hunter and Angia come over. Master. Yes, the Bloodthroat and Skullcrusher tribes will attack in the next couple of days. I'm recruiting troops, you two assist in evacuation. Understood, Master. Following this, Fang Hao began to continue recruiting troops, but he would not recruit them all at once, but in batches of 1,000 at a time. The two of them were in command, arranging for them to be stationed outside the city. All of the wriggling spines were being used up. Skeleton Pike Holder. Wriggling Spine 2, recruitment amount 15,000, after a hundredfold increase, 1,515,000 were recruited. Skeleton Archer. Wriggling Spine 2, recruitment amount 10,000, after a hundredfold increase, 1,010,000 were recruited. Undead Mage. Wriggling Spine 3, recruitment amount 10,000, after a hundredfold increase, 1,010,000 were recruited. Skeleton Rider. Wriggling Spine 3, recruitment number 1,745, after a hundredfold increase, 176,245 were recruited. Fang Hao's recruitment order was still the old routine. Mainly infantry and ranged output, while the cavalry was recruited using the remaining wriggling spines. He still didn't have a hero who was a cavalryman. When the fighting started, He would hardly have the energy to command the cavalry with God's presence, he might even forget about the cavalry in his tension. So during recruitment, casual recruitment was carried out to ensure that there would be a cavalry unit available if it was really needed on the battlefield. Standing on the city wall, looking at the endless white bone army outside, he felt somewhat reassured. There were originally 700,000 troops in his territory, and 300,000 undead troops were stationed at Fireblade's place. With an additional 5 million newly recruited undead troops, even if they were continuously killing day and night, they could exhaust those ignorant living creatures to death. After the recruitment was complete, Fang Hao began making equipment for his troops directly outside the territory. There were definitely not enough white steel weapons. The most common equipment was still made up of black iron and iron equipment. A large number of equipment was manufactured and distributed. Once the equipment was dispatched, Fang Hao began the deployment of personnel. The main city needed to be deployed as well as he would be there. After discussing with Nelson and Bloodhunter, it was decided to leave 500,000 troops in the main city to prevent the enemy from launching an attack from the rear. It was decided to leave 100,000 skeleton warriors, 100,000 skeleton pike holders, 200,000 skeleton archers, 100,000 undead mages, and 2 bone dragons. Even if the enemy really carried out a flanking maneuver and successfully attacked the city, these undead soldiers could hold on until the allied cities and fortresses were reinforced. The bone dragons were prepared for more serious situations, to carry Fang Hao and his maids and flee. The remaining 5.2 million troops, with 3 million led by Nelson to the Bloody Fortress and 2.2 million to the city where Fireblade was stationed. After all, the troll side was a bit more dangerous, so the deployment of troops was slightly inclined. After all the arrangements were made, the 2 heroes led the overwhelming army and left. As Fang Hao watched the 2 parties leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. Doing this much was already his best ability. As for what would happen after this, that would depend on fate. He walked down the city wall, heading towards the Lord's mansion. Recruiting troops and distributing equipment had already kept him busy from noon until dusk. His stomach was already rumbling with hunger. Aira's dinner should be ready by now. However, at the door of the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao saw Little Yu, who was sitting at the entrance waiting. "Lord," Little Yu greeted slightly. Even though Little Yu is a spectral character, she doesn't look so much like a wandering spirit anymore, but rather like a human. Especially now that she was wearing human clothes and covered in leather armor. She looked exactly like a female swordsman. Little Yu, you're out pretty early today," said Fang Hao. "My lord, is there going to be a war? I saw you and Scholar Nelson deploying troops," Little Yu began. "Yes. The Skullcrusher tribe and the Trolls Bloodthroat tribe are planning to jointly launch an attack on our territory from both sides, so we need to make preparations in advance." Little Yu listened, and was silent for a moment. "Lord, I am willing to go to the fortress for you, to share your worries." Little Yu's words caused Fang Hao to frown. He didn't expect that Little Yu, with her homebody personality, would actually want to participate in this battle. The reason why Fang Hao didn't assign her a task is because she just became a hero yesterday and isn't very strong. The second reason is because of a series of tasks. Little Yu is an undead. If an undead dies, they completely disappear. There's no turning their corpse into an undead again. Little Yu is a hero that grows over time. After obtaining the Swords of Absolution, her upgrade rate increased. Once she collects all 12 weapons, she will at least become a purple hero. Fang Hao didn't really want her to take that risk. Fang Hao asked in confusion, why the sudden urge to join the fight? "Sir, I want to hone myself in battle, I want to go to the battlefield." Little Yu spoke seriously. "Why the rush? How about I assign you a task next time?" Fang Hao was still a bit worried. Just becoming a hero and wanting to enter a high-pressure scenario seemed too dangerous, like getting a driver's license and immediately wanting to drive on the highway. Moreover, Little Yu's skills lean more towards assassination, not having a major impact on the overall battle. "Sir, I can sneak around in the darkness, even if I'm not on the battlefield, I can also gather the enemy's information." Little Yu spoke again. It was clear that Little Yu was quite passionate about participating in this battle. All right, since you insist, you can go to the city where the Fireblade is stationed. They're dealing with the Skullcrusher tribe, you know them well. Fang Hao said after thinking for a bit. Little Yu had previously infiltrated the Skullcrusher tribe in the guise of a Null leader. It's safer there with the Fireblade. Thank you, sir. Little Yu gave her thanks and then turned to leave. Watching Little Yu's retreating figure, Fang Hao couldn't help but call out a reminder. Be careful, just learn from Fireblade, you don't have to get involved in the fighting. Got it, sir. Little Yu responded, then left. The next day, as the morning sun was just starting to shed light onto the earth, Fang Hao was already up. He first glanced at the sound transmitting shell at his bedside, which hadn't recorded any messages. It also proved that the two defense lines had not been attacked by the enemy. After a simple wash and breakfast, Fang Hao returned to his room to perform God's presence to check on the two territories. First, he arrived at the city where Fireblade was stationed. Soul fire rose in the eyes of a skeleton warrior, and in an instant, he was in the city where Fireblade was situated. A dense crowd of skeletons, standing in neat rows like a terracotta army, stretched as far as the eye could see. Fang Hao left the crowd of skeletons and went straight to the city lord's mansion. Both Fireblade and the Bronze Bull were present. Seeing the skeleton, whose eyes were illuminated by soul fire, they guessed Fang Hao's identity. City Lord. The two quickly rose to pay their respects. Telok, how are you managing the Manam market? Fang Hao asked as he took his seat. The Manam market had always been open to the public. This time, the Skullcrusher's attack may be an act of retaliation against the Manam market, so some defensive measures should be taken as soon as possible. Sir, the market has been closed, and the civilians of the Tauren clan have been relocated to the back of the battlefield. It's safe. The Bronze Bull replied. The Bronze Bull was more invested in the affairs of his own people. Upon receiving news of the Skullcrusher's second expedition, he immediately shut down the market and all the clan members were relocated to a safe area. Even if this battle was lost, there would still be time to retreat to a more distant place. Of course, after seeing the million-strong undead army mobilized last night, the Bronze Bull dismissed any doubts about failing. Instead, he started contemplating whether they should counterattack the Cold Wind Mountains after their victory and eliminate this threat once and for all. Fang Hao nodded, then continued, the Skullcrushers have teamed up with the Bloodthroat tribe, which might cause the battlefield to become fragmented. You two will be in charge here, with Fireblade leading the overall deployment. Fireblade will still be the one in charge of the battlefield. Even though the Bronze Bull was a purple hero and overall stronger. Loyalty was still something that Fang Hao valued. Fireblade was 100% loyal, absolutely loyal to Fang Hao and the territory. The Bronze Bull was also highly loyal, but not enough for Fang Hao to hand over the overall command to him. It wasn't that he was afraid the Bronze Bull would betray him, but the fact that racial factors could influence decisions. Fireblade would prioritize Fang Hao's safety and the territories first. But the Bronze Bull, when making decisions, would take into account the safety of his own race and whether the loss of the Tauren army would increase. Handing over the deployment to Fireblade would be more prudential. Yes, sir. The two responded. The three of them continued discussing defense and deployment, and what to do after victory. A bone dragon landed directly in the open area in front of the city lord's mansion. Zhang Bin, along with a few of his human followers, arrived looking a little spooked. Boss? Zhang Bin asked tentatively. Yes, Zhang Bin, this place will defend against the Orc army's attack, you'll stay. Fang Hao answered. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat instantly broke out on Zhang Bin. He had led the Iron Claw rats to dig traps yesterday, and had guessed that there was going to be a war. But today, he was sent directly to the front line, and his heart was immediately filled with anxiety. Boss, I can organize people to distribute flyers, but organizing an army. I'm not cut out for it. Zhang Bin spoke tremulously. Organizing battles and developing cities were fundamentally different. In city development, you could feel your way around, but in war, the slightest mistake could be fatal and there would be no opportunity for regret. Even if he didn't die on the battlefield, once Fang Hao returned, he would behead him. No need for you, just provide your attributes to the Legion, and learn a little bit yourself. The main command will be handled by Fireblade and Telok, said Fang Hao. All right then, okay. Zhang Bin swallowed hard, then greeted Fireblade and the Bronze Bull and gave them compliments. The most important role Zhang Bin serves here, apart from providing attributes, is the transmission of information. Once the battle begins, the sound transmitting shell won't be of much use. With Zhang Bin on site, he can convey detailed messages to Fang Hao through the channel. This allows for better adjustments. All right then, I'll also give you the skill scroll I have for the warrior to use, Fang Hao said, glancing at a perspiring Zhang Bin. Thanks boss, said Zhang Bin. Having made sure the situation here is accurate, Fang Hao dismissed God's presence. After reinvoking the power again, he reached the bloody fortress. After Fang Hao built the Tower of the Fallen in Pigmen Village, he was now able to easily inhabit any soldier's body in the fortress through his God's presence. Unlike the place where Fireblade was stationed, this place was extraordinarily busy. The undead warriors were hauling a large amount of timber, while orcs from different tribes were sharpening logs as thick as their arms and placing them in prepared traps. Fang Hao walked into the central command post of the fortress. Nelson and Blackthorn were assigning tasks to several orc clan leaders. Among the clan leaders was Petty, the pink pigman, dressed in leather armor. Lord, Nelson, Blackthorn, and Petty immediately saluted. The other clan leaders were somewhat stunned. Wasn't the man called the city lord a human yesterday? Why was this skeleton now being called the lord? Which one was their territory, and which one was the lord? Confused, they were forced to sign the slave contract. They had no idea where their territory was and where the main city was located. Is everything going well? Fang Hao asked. So far so good, the fortress rear can continuously mobilize a large amount of resources. We definitely have an advantage compared to the humans in the mountains. Blackthorn replied. Good, this kind of terrain gives us an advantage, that's a good thing, Fang Hao said. Blackthorn then introduced Fang Hao to the fortress's comprehensive arrangements. Sharp wooden stakes had been placed in the traps while big rocks and logs lay prepared on top of the mountain cliff at both sides, all set up by the bone dragon. Should the enemy pass by taking the strong attack, they would be threatened by all sorts of traps. Of course, these are not enough to ensure victory in this battle, it will mostly depend on the combat power of our troops. Blackthorn took Fang Hao on a tour around the fortress. After reminding him to notify him immediately if anything happens, Fang Hao dismissed his presence again. Sitting up on the bed, Fang Hao took a deep breath. With the arrangements having gotten to this stage, there should be no major problems. If the millions of troops can't stop the enemy's attack, then it's a disaster destined in his fate. When the time comes, he will escape with his heroes and Era and the others. Just as he took a sip of fruit wine from the table, the Book of Lords sounded with a private conversation alert. When he opened it, it was Dong Jiayu's message. Brother Hao, I've run into some trouble and would like to buy some equipment from you, the message read. What's wrong? What equipment do you need? Fang Hao replied. He had seen Dong Jiayu's capabilities before. Among the three of them, she had the highest combat power. So purchasing equipment signaled that she must have encountered some danger. Some nutjobs have besieged my city for a day now, Dong Jiayu said through gritted teeth. In the first random event, the nearby territories of the lords were displayed. Although the majority maintained their cool and no conflicts occurred. Every lord remembered the location of the nearby territories and was on guard and planning an assault. Dong Jiayu's territory was no exception. Many militia scouts had appeared around her territory recently. Soon, Dong Jiayu received messages from the nearby lords. There were 3 territories nearby, all of which had appeared during the last lords contest. The 3 of them communicated briefly, then met in the middle to discuss peaceful progression and combined exploration of nearby danger zones. Since it was their first meeting, they had a friendly conversation and reached a verbal agreement. Yesterday, a man named Zhou Chengming sent another invitation to meet and discuss resource exploitation. Dong Jiayu had doubts, but she didn't find anything suspicious. Halfway through the discussion, the two men revealed their true colors. They had set up an ambush intending to capture Dong Jiayu alive and take her back. Dong Jiayu was skillful, and with a strength potion, she managed to lead her soldiers out of their encirclement. The two men's army, on the other hand, has besieged her city. Now, Dong Jiayu's territory has completely entered a state of lockdown, unable to mine resources, and with only enough food left for 2 or 3 days. If this continues, even if the enemy doesn't attack the city, Dong Jiayu and her soldiers will starve to death. Zhou Chengming continued to send obscene messages in the chat, spouting about the survival of the fittest, waiting for Dong Jiayu to willingly climb into his bed for the greater good of the human race. That Zhou guy, he's crazy, isn't he? Fang Hao thought Zhou Chengming was out of his mind. If you like a young lady, just say it outright. No need to put on this pretentious tone with words of righteousness and say things you don't even believe yourself. Yeah, brother Hao, I'm counting on you now, Dong Jiayu said. What do you need? Asked Fang Hao. Long-ranged weapons, bows and arrows would be best. Alright, I'll put them up, you just accept them. Fang Hao directly crafted 202 high-speed hardwood shortbows, along with 2,000 arrows and posted them for designated trade. Holy, brother Hao, you actually have blue arrows. Dong Jiayu exclaimed. Fang Hao also instructed, hold the city first. I have some trouble here, once it's resolved, I'll arrange someone to rescue you. Alright, brother Hao. As for Dong Jiayu, Fang Hao wasn't stingy. If his own city fell, he would choose to turn to Dong Jiayu's territory for refuge, he trusted her. Even without considering the fall of the city, as a friend, he didn't want her to be in danger. However, his own area was about to face a war, he wouldn't have the leisure to travel a long way to support her. Luckily, defending the city shouldn't be a problem. Even if it comes under siege for several days, Fang Hao could provide food to hold out. After chatting with Dong Jiayu, Fang Hao closed the Book of Lords, stepped out of the Lord's mansion, and began to adjust the strength of his troops. Nightfall. The Skullcrusher army's encampment. Beast skin tents were erected high, and the army began to have dinner. All along the way, Skullcrusher adhered to their style, forcibly incorporating all the orc tribes they encountered into their ranks. Those who resisted or disobeyed were slaughtered without mercy. This strategy swelled the original number of 32,000 troops to 34,000. In the center of the camp was a huge beast skin tent. The tent was brightly lit and all the higher-ups of Skullcrusher were gathered there, awaiting the great Chief Shaw's battle plan for the following day. Any news from the Bloodthroat tribe? Asked Shaw solemnly. Great Chief, the Bloodthroats sent us a message. They have discovered the Undead's fortress and will assault it tomorrow. They are also requesting us to launch our attack at the same time. One of the orcs hastily responded, keen to avoid incurring Shaw's displeasure at such a crucial moment. Shaw unfolded the map drawn by the scouts, and 2 orc guards spread it out for all the high-level officers to see. Though the map was simple, it detailed the positions of the fortress and various checkpoints. Shaw turned his gaze to the crowd and said, share your thoughts, how should we tackle this? The enemy has approximately 400,000 troops. The figure of 400,000 was based on intel received 3 days ago. After the troop had crossed the Coldwind Mountain range, none of the dispatched scouts had returned alive, thus no new information was received. Of course, this wasn't a big concern. Over just 3 days, the enemy's forces wouldn't have changed significantly. Great Chief, we could use the Bloodthroat tribe to distract the Undead's army. Then we can launch our attack, which should reduce our losses. An orc suggested. Shaw didn't respond, but he agreed internally. Great Chief. Another orc stood up, walked to the map, and said, this is certainly a fortress. The enemy lord must be hiding in the city behind it. I am willing to lead the aerial squad and bypass them to kill him directly. Once he's dead, their entire defense will crumble. This orc was short, with large pointy ears, a big head, and green skin. He didn't look like an orc. The undead have bone dragons. Can your aerial squad handle them? Another orc asked. The short orc laughed confidently and said, Great Chief, the enemy's bone dragon will definitely be positioned at the main battlefield. As long as I follow this route to the rear, there's a high chance of success. The orcs began a heated discussion around this matter. Finally, Shaw nodded in approval. All right, you will lead the aerial troops. Attack their main city now. Shaw instructed. The short orc's face lit up and he instantly replied, yes, I will not fail your trust, Great Chief. I will bring you his head. You don't need to attend the rest of the meeting. Go dispatch your troops now. Yes. After paying his respects, the short orc slowly exited the tent. The candle fire flickered off to the side, and a shadow emerged from a corner, merging with the short orc's shadow, and left the orc tent together. The dwarf orc returned to his tent and started to put on his armor. The potential for success in tonight's surprise attack was quite high. As long as it could succeed tonight, or even just cause some chaos in the undead army, he would be greatly rewarded. When the time comes, who dares to look down upon me? Once I become a commander, you will be the first ones I'll send to their death. The dwarf orc grumbled while wearing his last piece of armor. Unbeknownst to him, his shadow was slithering, gradually shaping into a female human figure. The next moment, the shadow behind him covered his mouth, followed by a sharp pain at his neck. The dwarf orc's eyes filled with terror as he felt his neck being sliced open. He fought hard, pulling out his weapon and swung it behind him in an instant. Clang! However, his weapon only hit the ground beneath him. There wasn't a shadow of any person. A torrent of blood gushed from his throat. He clung to it, crying for help loudly. But his body was getting colder and stiffer until he finally collapsed in a pool of his own blood. 20 minutes later, the orc camp was thrown into chaos. The orc hero, who had just been dispatched for a surprise attack, had his throat slit open in his own tent. This was a really big deal. Shaw raged, commanding all the orcs to conduct a nighttime search to find the enemy who was hiding in their camp. However, the culprit had already left the scene and brought the news back. The city. The night was deep. At the sudden dripping sound by the bed, Fang Hao, who was having trouble sleeping, opened his eyes. Using the light from the nightstone, he saw that it was a message from Fireblade on the sound-transmitting shell. Was it possible that the orcs were launching an attack tonight? Thinking this, he immediately brought the shell closer to his ear to hear Fireblade's voice. Received news, Bloodthroat and Skullcrusher will launch an attack tomorrow. Skullcrusher might use flying troops to take a detour and attack the main city. The message was brief, but the information it conveyed was significant. Fang Hao lay in bed and, using God's presence, and in the next second, he was in the city where Fireblade was stationed. Upon entering the city lord's residence, he found that Little Yu was also there. Fireblade, give me a detailed account of the news. Fang Hao asked. Fireblade looked at Little Yu. My lord, the news came from Little Yu. Let her tell you. Without understanding, Fang Hao turned to look at Little Yu. My lord, tonight I infiltrated Skullcrusher's camp and heard Bloodthroat relay a message to Skullcrusher. They will be launching an attack on the fortress tomorrow, and Little Yu relayed all she had heard and seen to Fang Hao. Besides the surprise attack, she didn't find out much about their strategies. And as the leader of the flying troops was assassinated by Little Yu, the surprise attack might have been cancelled. Fang Hao nodded after listening to Little Yu's report. The orcs weren't completely brainless, at least they realized that the bone dragon was deployed in the main battlefield rather than the main city in the rear. Although this analysis and countermeasure might not be wrong, it didn't have any effect on Fang Hao. In the main city, there were 2 bone dragons and 500,000 undead soldiers, with 200,000 of them being archers. Even if they were to bypass them, they wouldn't be able to perform a decapitation strike. Of course, what Little Yu did was right. If the dwarf hero had any special abilities, it would be better to kill him early to avoid trouble later. Fireblade, you command here, and Little Yu, don't run around. Fang Hao instructed them. Yes, sir. They answered. Fang Hao deactivated his god's presence and sent this message to Bloody Fortress. Next day, early morning. Dawn just broke and Fang Hao received another message from the sound-transmitting shell. Pasted on his ear was Blackthorn's voice. "My lord, the troll army is launching an attack on the fortress." As expected, the attack was launched today. Fang Hao lay back in bed, activated his god's presence, and in the next second, he was in the bloody fortress. He went up to the city wall and looked northward to see a dense crowd of trolls, wielding all sorts of weapons and charging towards them. The ground was trembling, and the whole mountain pathway was filled with the strange roars of the trolls. "My lord, the battle is about to begin." Blackthorn came over. "Yes, you are to command." Fang Hao handed over the command to Blackthorn. All preparations were left to Blackthorn, for he might not be more experienced when it came to warfare. "As you command, my lord." Blackthorn walked to the top of the wall again, gauging the distance of the enemy's attack. The shaking beneath his feet was becoming more violent, and the trolls were getting closer to the fortress. "Archers ready," Blackthorn ordered. A side beastman immediately raised a banner with a bow and arrow painted on it. Later, hundreds of thousands of skeleton archers behind the wall aimed their arrows in the air. This wasn't because the skeleton archers could understand the banner, but because there were several beastmen standing among them. The beastmen relayed the corresponding orders based on the commands from the flag. This was also due to the vast numbers, for even with tens of thousands of people, you can relay commands through shouting or chain reactions. But for these endless troops, individuals were less feasible for command and instead, teams had to be utilized. Blackthorn watched as the enemy drew nearer. "Fire arrows." The flags changed, a red flag now appearing beside the bow and arrow one. "Fire arrows! Fire arrows! Fire arrows!" The orc below who was tasked with delivering orders shouted in unison. "Woo!" A whistling sound reminiscent of the wind sounded. Concentrated arrows shot towards the sky, flying over the fortress walls and cascading down like a dark cloud onto the trolls that were advancing. The troll army's equipment wasn't uniform, some were armed with shields, others simply brandished a war axe. Phew phew phew. In an instant, countless trolls were torn into porcupines and collapsed in masses. The trolls began raising their shields. Those without shields would carry the corpses of their fallen comrades, using them to block the next wave of arrows. Blackthorn observed the spectacle before him. "Fire arrows! Fire arrows! Fire arrows! Fire arrows!" Whoosh! The second round of arrows whistled out again, reducing the number of enemies with such concentrated range. The third round, the fourth round. The rain of arrows continued. Boom! Upon reaching a certain distance, the trolls began to retaliate. Despite still being some distance away, the trolls used their strength to throw their flying axes, war spears, and iron chains. A variety of chaotic weapons flew towards the men in the fortress, killing a large number of skeletons in an instant. With the skeletons, deaths. A gray mist rose from all soldier types. This was the effect of Fang Hao's military skill, Face of Death. Whenever a soldier under his command dies, all other soldiers would enter a state of combat frenzy, boosting their attack and defense by 1%, stacking up to 100 points at most. The number of those who just perished in that wave had surpassed 100. Notify the mountain, roll the stone. The flag changed once more, and figures emerged on the sides of the mountain holding axes, severing the ropes restraining the rolling boulders. Giant stones slid down the mountain, crushing all below into a pulp. The trolls braced themselves against one trap after another, continuing their relentless assault. Boom! Then, the troll leading the front plunged downwards as the ground underneath gave way. In the massive pit, sharpened wooden stakes perforated their bodies. But the obstinate vitality of the trolls maintained their lives, leaving them to emit continuous agonizing howls rather than dying immediately. The commander of the troll tribe had an exceptionally ugly look on his face. Since when had the undead clan started setting such cunning traps? On this path, they had encountered one trap after another. But trolls are not fools, they would not use their lives to fill up these traps in front. The boulders and log that had just rolled down were then put to use. With shields raised against the incessant rain of arrows from the sky, they directed the soldiers to throw the boulders and logs into the pit to level the path. The path cleared, the trolls proceeded to close in while being wary of the traps, launching their offensive. Having run out of axes, they picked up stones from the ground for a counterattack. With the strength of the trolls, the stones they threw were as dangerous as cannonballs. Blackthorn stood on the city walls, overseeing the fight below. Despite the continuous effect of the traps and extensive casualties of trolls within this mountain path, trolls remained in large numbers, stretching all the way back to the end of visibility. Bone Dragon. The flag changed again. The Blood Hunter, on the back of the Bone Dragon, soared high into the sky above the mountain path. Dragon Breath. The Bone Dragon made a steep dive, its gaping maw gathering white and black death energy. Roar. Tens of black rays of death light poured down onto the densely packed troll troops in the narrow path. Large groups of trolls writhed in agony as their flesh peeled off rapidly, revealing their white bones. Well done. The Blood Hunter gently patted the Bone Dragon in praise. Just as they were preparing for the second wave of Dragon Breath. Suddenly, whoosh, a giant crossbow bolt whizzed over, dragging a long metal chain. Boom. The bolt smashed through the Bone Dragon's ribcage, perforating its body. In the next second, the metal chain tautened abruptly, yanking the Bone Dragon downwards with tremendous force. Blood Hunter was taken aback. She turned to where the giant crossbow bolt had come from. Within the ranks of the trolls, tarpaulin was being lifted, revealing the massive crossbows beneath. On top of the crossbow beds, metal crossbow bolts as thick as arms were set. The trolls slammed their hammers on the levers, bang, bang, bang. The cross bowstrings sang out and the bolts flew towards the Bone Dragons like cannonballs. The Bone Dragons swiftly evaded, but two were still hit, the bolts shattering their bones and piercing their spines. The heavy chains grew tighter, dragging the two Bone Dragons towards the ground. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape the chains, crashing to the ground. As the Bone Dragons fell into the center of the troll army, they were attacked from all sides. The Bone Dragons swung their claws and breathed out dragon breath, taking swaths of trolls with them, but they still couldn't resist the onslaught. Under the besiegement of the trolls, they eventually turned into three massive skeletons. Retreat. Seeing the trolls load the crossbows again, Blood Hunter commanded the Bone Dragons to fall back for now and reassess the situation. On the fortress walls, the last scene caused Fang Hao to abruptly stand. The Bone Dragons were prized assets in Fang Hao's domain, losing one meant having one less. Now, two had fallen at once, it felt like his heart was bleeding. Glancing at the distant crossbow beds, he clenched his teeth in anger. Dragon Locking Crossbow Bed, Rank 8 Equipment. Damn it. This was indeed a weapon used for dealing with dragons. How did these bare-chested creatures come into possession of such a thing? At the rear of the Bloodthroat tribe. The Legion commander hurriedly headed towards the rear, approaching an exceptionally tall troll. It was the chieftain of the Bloodthroat tribe, Meatfist, Caius. Chieftain, the Bone Dragons have been driven back by the crossbow beds and our troops have reached the city walls, but our casualties are also severe, the Legion commander reported cautiously. Caius wore a gloomy expression, the skull he was tightly holding in his hand crushed into dust out of rage. He had initially thought the Bone Dragons would be their biggest obstacle, but he didn't expect the enemy's numbers to be so high. Although the fortress was obstructing his view, the density of the few rounds of arrow showers was enough to cause apprehension. How's Shaw doing on their end? Those damn things gave us false intel. There's no way there are only 300,000 or 400,000 undead. Caius said, grinding his teeth. Shaw told him there were only 300,000 or 400,000. Divided between two fronts, it should not pose much of a threat. The only threat was the undead's Bone Dragons. But now, the density of their arrows was far beyond just 400,000. If it weren't for the Legion already initiating an attack, he would have destroyed the Skullcrusher first before continuing to fight against these undead. There's still no news from Skullcrusher's side. If they stick to the agreement, they should have launched the attack by now, the Legion commander said. HMPH. Them. Caius sneered. Once this is over, I'll personally skin Shaw alive. Chieftain, what do we do next? The Legion commander asked tentatively. Caius stood up, stretched out his bones, and ordered coldly, inform the Bloodthroat army, prepare to attack with me. As you command, chieftain. The Legion commander receiving the order quickly relayed the message. The ragtag trolls, who only knew how to shout and yell, were just the ordinary tribes within the Bloodthirst mountain range. They were the vanguard of the cannon fodder or pioneers. Caius hadn't put much thought into the fortress ahead. The Undead's fortress wasn't much sturdier than the thin walls of the human clan. However, with more than half of the vanguard dead or injured without even getting to touch the walls, Caius was getting anxious. Even though the trolls were savage, they were still living beings. Failing on their very first step out of the Bloodthirst mountain range would greatly affect their morale. So, he planned to lead his own legion, the true warriors of the Bloodthroat tribe, to demolish the city walls, crushing the brittle skeletons beneath their feet. Soon, the warriors of the Bloodthroat army walked up. Bloodthroat army, prepare to attack with me. Destroy the undead city walls ahead. Caius commanded loudly. Yes, chieftain. Blow the war horn. The Legion commander took out the tribal horn and blew it directly. ... As the trolls approached the city wall, the mage corps led by Nelson began to launch their attack. Black magic missiles were thrown into the ranks of the trolls. The missiles exploded, causing even the most sturdy trolls to be affected by the blast. Their limbs were scattered everywhere, and the negative effects of magic quickly spread throughout the ranks. This made the morale of the raging charging trolls drop rapidly. By this time, the sun was directly overhead. The battle had been going on for about 5 or 6 hours. Many trolls had already fallen, their thick, red blood accumulated on the path, forming puddles of blood. Just then, a resounding horn sounded in the distance. Everyone paused. The war horn. It's been 5 or 6 hours, yet the war horn blew again. Around the corner of the mountain front, a well-equipped troll army was approaching in orderly fashion. These trolls were noticeably different from the ones before. They were fully covered in armor, and each one held a matching large machete in their hands. In the ranks, the sight of one exceptionally robust troll caught everyone's attention. Meatfist. Caius Orange Level 3 Hero. As expected, the chieftain of the trolls was an orange tier hero. Arrows. Fire. Blackthorn roared again. Another hail of arrows appeared, raining down on the advancing troll army. The rain of arrows poured into the troll army's formation. Even though these trolls were well equipped, they couldn't withstand such a dense rain of arrows. Many troll soldiers fell dead in their tracks. The troll army kept advancing quickly. This is when the merit of short to medium range firelock soldiers revealed itself. Under Petty's command, they continuously targeted and killed threatening opponents. Basically, when they aimed at a troll, tens of firelocks would fire simultaneously, instantly turning the targeted troll into a sieve. Orcs from behind then passed forward a firelock loaded with good bullets to replace the fired ones. As Petty located another target, all firelock soldiers fired in unison. 10 such teams, formed of orcs as target selectors and skeleton shooters, were aimed at the rapidly approaching Bloodthroat corps. Charge! Caius in the ranks screamed loudly. The troll army began to charge forward rapidly, impacting directly onto the city wall, shaking the earth and mountains. All remote troops began to attack the trolls under the city, and the magic defense tower released black lightnings. Throwing axes, war spears, arrows, magic missiles, they danced in the sky of the mountain path. They formed a big net, covering the entire battlefield. Make way! Caius roared. The trolls in front made way. Caius arrived under the city gate, stored energy, and punched out forcefully. Bang! With an explosive blast, the reinforced city gate splintered, creating a large hole. The entire connecting wall began to shake violently. Caius squinted and punched out a second time after gathering strength. Bang! With a loud rumble, the city gate shattered. A troll beside him rammed his body into it, knocking the entire city gate to the ground. The trolls roared with excitement and rushed towards the city gate. The moment all the trolls saw the endless white bone army behind the city gate, their cheers of joy ceased abruptly, replaced by silence and shock. What the hell? How could there be so many undead? Even killing all the people on this continent couldn't muster such a large white bone army. At this moment, bannermen on the city wall hoisted daggers and red banners. Attack! Roar! Instantly, the White Bone army sprang into action, like a rising tsunami, sweeping towards the troll army. Elsewhere, inside the Skullcrusher camp, Skullcrusher Shaw did not adhere to the plan agreed upon with Bloodthroat last night. Even by midday, he had not initiated an attack. Orcs are generally impulsive and reluctant to think, but that doesn't mean they're brainless. The more intense the battle at the trolls' end, the easier it is for them. Once the trolls suffer heavy casualties and their own troops are readily available, the previous division of interests will have to be renegotiated. Any news from the trolls? Asked Shaw. 3 hours ago, Bloodthroat sent a message asking about the battle situation, and there has been no message since, an orc immediately answered. It's about time. Notify everyone. All legions prepare to depart. Yes, Great Chief. The guards were about to relay the order when the sound of running footsteps came from outside the door. An orc charged in hastily, speaking before Shaw could ask, Great Chief, a scout has spotted the undead, they are approaching the camp. Shaw's eyebrows furrowed, before quickly relaxing, and he snorted coldly, those boneheads dare to come out, they really are a bunch of fools. The main force of the undead must have been deployed to the Blood Mountain range to withstand the trolls. If those boneheads stayed in the city and didn't come out, their siege would require quite some effort. Who would have thought that these brainless guys actually came out? How many are there on the other side? Shaw asked nonchalantly. According to the scout, there are about 200,000 to 300,000. Shaw's eyebrows furrowed again, so many. Did Bloodthroat also play tricks on him, not launching an attack this morning? Tramp, tramp, tramp. Just as Shaw was cursing Bloodthroat for his shamelessness in his heart, several footsteps sounded outside the door again. 3 guards walked in, knelt on one knee. Great Chief, an undead army has been spotted on the left side of the camp. Great Chief, an undead army has been spotted on the southern side. An undead army has been spotted at the rear. The 3 guards finished speaking and looked at each other in surprise. What's going on? We're surrounded by the undead. Shaw's face also darkened. How can there be so many undead troops? This wasn't as reported. Let's go out and take a look. Notify all legions to prepare for battle. Picking up his large hammer, Shaw led the way out of the camp. Upon climbing the simple defense wall of the camp, he saw a dense white bone army appearing all around. In a square formation, they were slowly closing in. Prepare for battle. What are you waiting for? Prepare for battle. Skullcrusher's heart trembled as he roared orders. Who the hell am I fighting against that there are so many undeads? The orc camp was instantly in chaos, hastily retreating to their own camp. Fireblade and Bronze Bull were advancing swiftly. A Tauren warrior ran over, whispering, the orc camp is gathering troops, the airborne cavalry has set out. Looking at their route, they seem to be bypassing the army to the city in the rear. Fireblade looked up to see hundreds of orc airborne units flying past the main force towards the city in the rear. The skeleton giant bats are to intercept all orc airborne units. None are allowed to get through to the rear alive. Roar rah. Tens of thousands of skeleton giant bats flew up from the team in groups, rushing towards the orc airborne units. These guys, clearly they're the attackers, but they want us to come to them. Zhong Bin commented from the side. This time as a messenger, he was stuffed in by Fang Hao. No need for him to join the fight, just get some exposure to large-scale battles, and report the situation on the battlefield to him in real time. Yeah, Fireblade answered, according to Little U's intelligence. Early this morning, Skullcrusher and Bloodthroat would launch simultaneous attacks. As soon as it was morning, Fireblade and Bronze Bull had deployed their troops waiting for Skullcrusher's attack. But they waited left and right. Several hours passed, and there was no sign of the enemy's troops. Fearing that Skullcrusher would make a detour to attack the main city, Fireblade assigned scouts to check the situation. Finally, they found out. These guys were still in the camp, yet to come out. Fireblade and Bronze Bull discussed it and changed their strategy directly. They encircled the place where the orcs were camping and started to shrink the encirclement. Once inside the encirclement, no Skullcrusher can escape. Lord Fireblade, we are now within bow and arrow range. Someone came to report again. Archers attack. Yes. Skeleton archers assumed a steady shooting position, drawing their bows and knocking arrows, covering the entire orc camp with their attack. Whoosh! Arrows whistled out, showering down across them in a dense rain. Faced with the orcs returning fire from a distance, arrows rattled as they fell. Fireblade continued to issue orders, accelerating the advance. The undead army rapidly shrank its encirclement. 300,000 orcs against 1,000,000 undead. This battle was a foregone conclusion. Fireblade blew his horn, the ranged soldiers ceased their attack, all melee units began to charge. They charged into Skullcrusher's camp from all sides. At the Blood Mountain range, the undead army charged towards the troll army like a raging tsunami. The trolls, being almost 4 meters tall, were covered by the dense undead soldiers who trampled and stacked on each other, exceeding the trolls in height. The whole field was filled with shouts and the sound of weapons clashing. On the cliff, with groups of skeleton giant bats, Bloodhunter remained unseen to the trolls. They descended the cliff, coming directly above the dragon-lock crossbows. It was these crossbows that made the bone dragons dare not approach, resulting in 2 casualties already. Kill them, dismantle these things. Bloodhunter pointed with his longsword, and all the skeleton giant bats, like swallows returning to their nest, charged towards the artillery troops. The trolls operating the siege weapons were assailed, but there were simply too many giant bats. The giant bats enveloped the trolls, and by the time they separated, the trolls had been reduced to scattered skeletons. Break the equipment. The Bloodhunter swung his longsword, shattering the contraption. They needed to eliminate all the siege weapons before the other trolls could provide support. Soon, the outraged roars of the trolls echoed around them, but by then, the Bloodhunter and his skeleton giant bats had already completed their task and began to retreat. The Bloodhunter returned to camp, remounted a dragon, and with the rest of the dragons, took back to the sky. They dove back into the depths of the Bloodthroat troll army from behind, spewing forth their deadly breath. Columns of dark energy swept through the troll ranks, swaths of trolls started dying, leaving behind fields of bone. Caius, his fist swinging, threw out punches that erupted in a fan of shockwaves. Swaths of undead transformed into shattered bones under the might of his fists, scattering around. Yet, countless more undead surged forward without rest. Even after slaughtering tens of thousands of them, the number of skeletons didn't seem to decrease. Meanwhile, his own Bloodthroat warriors were falling in droves under the assault of the undead and bone dragons. Seeing his warriors dying in front of him and facing the endless undead army, Caius knew he had failed. Faulty intelligence had led him to underestimate the undead force. Dispatching the encroaching undead with his fists, he roared, "Everyone, follow me and retreat, back to the Bloodfang Mountains." Having already been considering retreat, the trolls responded to the command of their chieftain with a chorus of angry shouts. They fended off the undead's onslaught while falling back towards the Bloodfang Mountains. The horde of the undead still pursued relentlessly in close heel, pushing, trampling, entangling with the trolls. Determined to trap them all. "My lord, the troll army has retreated. They have suffered significant losses in this battle." Blackthorn approached Fanghao to report. Pursue them appropriately, clean up the battlefield, and transport the troll corpses back to our territory for conversion, Fanghao instructed. They did not know the terrain and roads within the Bloodfang Mountains. The skeletons, if scattered, would be no match for the trolls, hence only a moderate pursuit was necessary. The overall layout of the battlefield was good. Many trolls were killed by traps and roadblocks before they could breach the walls. The most significant loss came from the deployment of the dragon-locking ballista. Fanghao had never expected that such a device could possess the power to pull dragons down from the sky. 2 of his bone dragons were lost. Bone dragons were unlike common soldiers. With no dragon crystals available, every loss was irreplaceable. Even the death of tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers did not hurt as much as the loss of those 2 bone dragons. Understood, my lord, Blackthorn nodded in acknowledgement. Next would be the repair of the city walls and gates, and summoning the skeleton army back. If Fanghao was present in person, he could use the Book of Lords to repair the buildings. However, as he was only in God's presence state, he could only rely on. He agreed and began organizing for the repair of the city walls, and also to call back the skeleton army that had gone to attack. The battle at the Bloodfang Mountains came to an end. Fang Hao deactivated his God's presence state and woke up in his room. By then, the sun had started to set. It was about 4 to 5 o'clock. The rumbling of his stomach triggered a wave of hunger. Era, prepare some food, Fang Hao called out as he opened the door. All right, the reply came from downstairs. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and contacted Zhang Bin. How's the situation on your end, Zhang Bin? Fang Hao asked. Zhang Bin replied promptly, Boss, the battle has ended. All orcs were killed in the fight, and we managed to capture a wounded orc hero. Hilda says she assassinated the flying squadron leader last night. Hilda was Little Yu. Since Zhang Bin was a transmigrator, he could see the names of the heroes, thus referring to her as Hilda. Once a melee starts, it makes survival almost impossible. Especially with the undead army, which only considers their order to kill enemies fulfilled when the enemies are completely dead. If it weren't for the injured orc not participating in the battle, he probably would have died under the skeletons' wild attacks by now. Is he seriously injured? Which rank of hero is he? Fang Hao asked. He's a level 5 green hero. His throat has been cut, making his voice a bit hoarse, but he seems to be alright according to his current state, Zhang Bin answered. Keep an eye on him. I'll swing by later. Alright, boss. After the battle, Zhang Bin was totally submissive to Fang Hao. Those surviving in the channel were all somewhat capable, but none of them had such a large army. While others were still flaunting their green equipment, Fang Hao had already begun large-scale conquests. He ended the chat. Fang Hao went downstairs to eat. The mealtime fell in between lunch and dinner. Master, did the battle go smoothly? Era, who was familiar with Fang Hao, dared to ask this question. It went smoothly. We've already won. The maids don't need to clean the undead area tonight. There will be corpses for conversion, so they won't get scared, Fang Hao replied casually while eating. People in this era were actually more resilient than he had imagined. Otherwise, it would have been hard for them to survive here. Alright, thank you, Master. Era smiled and expressed her gratitude on behalf of the maids. Being able to meet Fang Hao was indeed their good fortune. They were well fed and lived in a better environment than their previous villages. Where is Angia? Fang Hao asked. Probably practicing martial arts in the backyard. Shall I call her for you? Yes, have her get ready. She'll be going out with me shortly. Oh, okay. Era stood up and headed for the courtyard. Before long, Angia appeared, wiping her sweat before sitting down and joining the meal. How was the fight? No problem now, just come with me later. Fang Hao said. Sharing the news of victory with everyone would certainly put them at ease. It'd be better than them living on pins and needles. Yes, I can. The two finished their meals, rode the bone dragon, and headed straight to the city where Fireblade was stationed. On the way, they could see caravans filled with spoils of war and corpses, stretching like a long dragon, moving towards the main city. They soon arrived at Fireblade's city and landed in the city center. They walked straight into the city lord's grand hall. Fireblade, Bronze Bull, Little Yu, and Zhang Bin were all present. At the center knelt a short, green-skinned orc. Clipper, Kenji, green level 5 hero. Lord. Everyone stood up. Fang Hao sat down, but his gaze remained on the orc at the center. He asked curiously, you're an orc? If he hopped, he could probably reach Bronze Bull's waist. This size difference is way too big. I am an orc. Clipper's voice was dry and hoarse, probably due to Little Yu cutting his throat yesterday. But the orc's recovery ability is truly terrifying. Little Yu thought her strike was deadly, but not only did the other party not die, but he was also able to talk with them today. Why are you called Clipper? Cough. Lord, I used to have sticky fingers and took others' things, but I've since corrected this habit. Clipper replied. It seems Clipper's name should be related to thieves and robbers. Are there still any heroes in Skullcrusher tribe? Fang Hao asked bluntly. There was no resistance or bargaining as imagined. Clipper replied directly. Yes, Skullcrusher tribe's shaman. The rumor is that he is a hero, but I do not know what level he is on. Fang Hao frowned. There's actually another shaman. You told us so easily. Lord, there are a total of 212 large and small tribes in the Coldwind Mountain Range, all of which are oppressed by Sha with brute force. Calling us affiliated villages sounds more like we are Sha's slaves. Since Sha is dead, I naturally have nothing to hide. Clipper replied calmly. Clipper is a clever orc. He survived among the orcs and even became a hero. It certainly wasn't because of brute force. The undead in front of him wouldn't reason with him. If he was kept alive till now, then he must still have some use. You are quite clever. I want you to help me subjugate the Coldwind Mountain Range, are you willing? Fang Hao asked softly. Clipper's heart thumped, but he quickly calmed down and hurriedly said, Lord, I am the flight commander, familiar with all the terrain and village locations in the Coldwind Mountain Range. I am willing to help you subjugate it. Good, indeed a smart person. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and took out a green hero contract. Sign this, and you will be a part of this place. Clipper cut his finger directly and pressed it on the hero contract. A flash of light emerged from the contract and merged into Clipper's body. Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction. He liked dealing with people who understood the times. Although Clipper wasn't appealing to him, his attitude pleased him greatly. Fireblade, Telok, Lord, both rose to their feet. You two immediately reorganize the army. Let Clipper guide you to take over the Skullcrusher tribe, and subjugate the remaining 200+ orc villages as affiliated villages. Yes, Lord. Fireblade, Bronze Bull, and Clipper stepped out. They started reorganizing their troops. Skeleton Crusher Shaw's two large-scale military offensives had practically drained the Coldwind Mountain Range. Moreover, with the absolute numbers advantage held by the Undead army, they could easily seize control of the Coldwind Mountain Range. Boss, that Clipper guy, is he a goblin? Zhang Bin asked. No, I've seen goblins before, they are more spirited than him. So, is he a goblin? That's a possibility. Fang Hao quickly opened the attribute panel to check Clipper's characteristics. Clipper Kenji, Green Tier 5 Hero. Faction. Orc. Template. Green. Racial traits. Living creatures, Cunning, Fiend. Legion skills. Vanguard. Skills. Boulder Toss. Inherent skill. Intermediate Flight Mastery. Cunning, this unit enjoys employing tactics like setting traps and ambushing to achieve victory in combat. Fiend, this unit possesses fiendish bloodline. Vanguard, this unit leads flying troops, increasing their flight speed by 10%. Boulder Toss, tossing boulders from a higher position is a low-cost but efficient strategy. Description. Never show kindness to a fiendish orc, it will only cause them to underestimate you and provoke you at every chance. Damn, this hero is so useless. Among his heroes, this one has to be the most useless. Being able to throw stones made him a hero. Surely he must have pulled some strings during the trial examination. Boss, is he a goblin? Zhang Bin asked, quite interested in this green-skinned dude. No, he's said to be an orc who possesses a fiendish bloodline, Fang Hao replied. Even orcs have different bloodlines now. The one with the gaping mouth and tusks was said to carry a demonic bloodline, now here came one with a fiendish bloodline. Oh, that's less interesting. I thought he was a goblin. By the way, just stay here for a few days while Fireblade and his men attack the Coldwind Mountain Range. You will return when they are about done, Fang Hao instructed. All right, I'll follow your plan, boss, agreed a compliant Zhang Bin. Once done with his business here, Fang Hao left again with Angia and Little Yu, heading straight back to the main city. It was a dim night when two convoys carrying corpses and war prizes from the battlefields both successfully returned. All the corpses were thrown into the transformation pool for recycling. Aside from the mountainous heap of equipment loot, the most significant gain was 324,458 vertebrae. Death count from their own troops was being tallied, but it was still over 4 million combined with the newly gained vertebrae. Their army strength almost reached an unimaginably horrifying level. Lord Nelson approached, trailed by 2 orc heroes' bodies and 1 troll hero's body. Scholar Nelson, you've worked hard this time, Fang Hao commended him. It's my duty, Nelson replied. Fang Hao smiled faintly and glanced at the 3 corpses behind him, asking, "Are all these 3 heroes?" "Yes, my lord. I need to take these bodies back as soon as possible for dehydration and spells. Otherwise, they won't keep well in this season," Nelson explained. "Then I'll leave it to you, scholar." Nelson nodded slightly and ordered the skeletons to carry the 3 bodies into the Viscera Museum. Once all the affairs were taken care of, Fang Hao returned to the Lord's mansion. Perhaps because they had won the battles, the dinner was more lavish than usual, which caused the already non-hungry pair to eat more. Fang Hao patted his stomach and sighed. The world was truly boring, devoid of even a phone and thus, incapable of streaming videos. "What's wrong, Master?" Aira curiously asked when she heard the sigh. "Nothing. Just feeling a bit bored. It's all fighting and killing every day." "What was Master's life like before? Tell Aira about it." Aira sat nearby, propping up her petite head. "It was a life fit for a king. Not bragging, but there was a square thing this big where you could see people singing and dancing, even play games inside." Fang Hao described some modern things that were fairly novel. Considering it as a story for Aira. Singing and dancing. Aira can do it too. Aira can sing for Master. Aira excitedly said. Aira can sing and dance. Of course. Aira blushed and added, "It's just a hobby, nothing too amazing, but if Master wants to watch, Aira can perform for you." "Sure." Aira blushed even more, closed the main door of the Lord's mansion, then began to grace on the dance floor with her singing in the center of the hall. Black and white maid outfit, a pair of upright bunny ears, her bare pale feet tapping the rhythm, swaying in dance. Aira picked up the pace as she danced, forgetting that she was performing for Fang Hao. Her movements fluttered like butterflies, yet her body was as flexible as a snake, presenting a wholly graceful and lithe form. Once the song ended, Aira was flushed and perspiring. With a swift twirl, she came to Fang Hao's side and fell into his arms. "Did Master enjoy the performance?" A sweet scent wafted into Fang Hao's nostrils. "It's beautiful." "Then come listen to Aira sing in Master's room at night." Aira's rosy small tongue lightly grazed Fang Hao's earlobe. Damn it. Aira's small gesture made something stir in Fang Hao's heart. "Considering the time, why don't you come sing to me in my room the whole night?" Fang Hao held onto Aira's small hand, and headed towards the bedroom on the 3rd floor. The next morning, Fang Hao woke from his sleep. He first invoked God's presence, checking on the bloody fortress and Zhongbin. With nothing wrong, and the development there proceeding smoothly, he removed God's presence and went down to wash up. Ding! Suddenly, a private chat prompt appeared on the Book of Lords. "Brother Hao, are you there?" It was from Dong Jiayu. Fang Hao suddenly remembered that Dong Jiayu was still under siege from 2 lords. "Yes, how's the situation over there?" Fang Hao asked. "Brother Hao, those 2 bastards have amassed over 1,000 men and started attacking my territory. My soldiers' loyalty is dropping rapidly, and I'm afraid I can't hold out much longer." Dong Jiayu seemed urgent. She was a grown woman, and she knew full well what would happen if she fell into those 2 men's hands. She had passed numerous tests and survived countless risks. She simply refused to be killed by these 2 good-for-nothings. She had no one to rely on but to put her last hopes on Fang Hao. "All right, don't panic. I'll give you a blank map. Record your territory's location on it, then give it to me. I'll arrange for someone to rescue you." Upon saying that, Fang Hao placed a blank map right onto the designated trade slot. She quickly exchanged something randomly for the blank map, marked down her location, and traded it back. Fang Hao added the map to the main map, and Dong Jiayu's territory was displayed. It was quite a distance from his own. "Take this, it can cause a lot of damage, but be aware of the range. This is a stainless steel fire gun, don't end up hurting yourself." Fang Hao also put the fire gun, along with some bullets and gunpowder, onto the designated trading slot. "Okay, thank you, Brother Hao." After Dong Jiayu said that, she went quiet. Fang Hao stepped out of the Lord's mansion. "Go bring Blood Hunter here." Before long, Blood Hunter landed beside Fang Hao. "Blood Hunter, this is the map. Go to this territory and rescue a human woman named Dong Jiayu." The enemy is a group of over 1,000 human soldiers. Kill them all. Leave no survivors. Fang Hao took out another new blank map and copied the route onto it. Blood Hunter took the map. Understood, my lord. Should I bring this Dong Jiayu back? No need. She's in danger now. Just gather your men and set off immediately. Yes, my lord. Blood Hunter took 3 bone dragons, each loaded with skeleton trolls, then soared towards Dong Jiayu's territory. As Blood Hunter left, Fang Hao immediately sends a message to Dong Jiayu. I have already sent someone out there. It's an undead hero. All you need to do now is stall time until my people arrive. Okay, brother Hao, how long will that be approximately? Around 2 hours. Okay. I'll try, Dong Jiayu said. The situation Dong Jiayu is facing is certainly not uncommon. In a world filled with dangers and free of legal constraints, a young and beautiful woman is likely to attract a lot of men's attention. By the same token, there are those who don't care about these things and seek a powerful ally based on their appearance. Obviously, Dong Jiayu is not that type. Faced with the siege of the 2 venture outside, all she can do now is wait for the rescue from Fang Hao. After ending the chat with Dong Jiayu, the sound of a horse's hooves come from not too far away. A great sword infantry dismounts from his horse and quickly makes his way over. Sir, storekeeper Little White has informed me that the shop has opened for business. The great sword infantry quickly marches forward in salute. In fact, it had already opened yesterday. However, when he rode in, the whole city was closed and the city walls were filled with skeleton archers and undead mages. It seemed as if a war was imminent. Though the undead did not attack him, they didn't allow him to enter the city either. He shouted outside the door for a while, and seeing that no one responded and the situation seemed a bit dangerous, he returned to Cruel City. It wasn't until the city gate opened today that he came to inform Fang Hao. Oh yes, yesterday was the opening day of the shop, Fang Hao only just remembered. He was still considering running some events or anything to attract customers when the shop opened. However, the matter slipped his mind due to the attack from orcs and trolls. Alright, how many customers do we have? Fang Hao asked again. Not many people showed up yesterday, but today, the store owner lowered the price of drinks considerably and has attracted some customers, the great sword infantry answered. Alright, I understand. You can go back now. I will go to Cruel City later. Yes, sir. With that, the great sword infantry mounted his horse and left. After breakfast, Fang Hao and Angia set off for Cruel City. There hasn't been much change in Cruel City in the 2 days since they last visited. Storing the giant lizard outside the city gate, the two proceeded to enter the city directly. The tavern that had been closed by the undead had reopened as they were in the process of tidying up. Upon arriving at their own shop, the sign bearing the words, "Lifting Hot Pot," stood out particularly conspicuously. The number of customers in the shop is far more than what the great sword infantry described. Everyone's faces were dripping with sweat as they scooped food into their mouths while wiping the sweat from their brows. They were still not used to chopsticks, generally picking up slices of meat and vegetables from the hot pot with their chopsticks and then putting them in their mouths. Master. Little White stood behind the counter, swinging his fluffy tail and greeted Fang Hao with a smile as he entered. There are quite a few people, Fang Hao said. Yes, there weren't many guests yesterday, so we lowered the price of our drinks. But the aroma from Era's hot pot base has attracted most of our guests. You can smell the fragrance from our shop all the way down the street. Little White answered with a beaming smile. In this era, food is quite scarce and the delicacies are non-existent. Ordinary households, meals would consist of bread with a bit of salt. Now with the arrival of hot pot, it would certainly be welcomed. Moreover, since hot pot is a new thing, it would be challenging for other shops to imitate their recipe. Fang Hao can make money from hot pot for a long time. You've done well, Fang Hao complimented. Thank you, Master. Little White's face lit up with joy, his tail wagging excitedly. Okay, carry on with your work. I'm going to the tavern opposite to set up a reward, said Fang Hao. Yes, Master. After bidding farewell to Little White, Fang Hao walked out of the shop. He went straight to the tavern and pushed the door open. It was morning and the tavern hadn't opened for business yet. The proprietress's eyes landed on Fang Hao as she glared at him, yet there was a hint of flirtation in her eyes. Young man, you're not playing fair. Selling your wine so cheaply, have I done something to upset you? She complained with an undertone of fire. She did like Fang Hao, always sharing news with him. But she didn't expect this guy to become an ingrate and take advantage of her. By setting the prices of the drinks in his shop so low, her own place lost all its customers. She wondered if her shop, which she had been running for so long, would end up closing down. Fang Hao, standing nearby, said, "It's your own fault for not helping me. You're just being unreasonable." The landlady gnashed her teeth in anger. Seeing the landlady was about to chase him out, Fang Hao quickly said, "Just a few days of promotion, and the only drinks I'm offering are light fruit wines. Your regulars wouldn't be interested." "Really? We're so well acquainted, would I rob you of your business? However, for the next couple of days, your crowd might dwindle a bit. After all, people are tempted by cheap drinks," Fang Hao explained. His actions would definitely affect the pub, but the influence would not be significant. The automatically brewed alcohol from the brewing barrels tasted more like fruit wine. It appealed to everyone, but not to the type of people who sought to get completely drunk. "Humph, at least you have a bit of conscience." Fang Hao sat down at the bar and the landlady brought over a pint of beer. "By the way, what are you cooking over there? It smells so good," the landlady asked curiously. You could smell the delicious aroma from inside the pub. The bartenders themselves were swallowing their saliva as they worked. "Hot pot. You should try it sometime. It's delicious." "Humph. We're close, but you're not seriously going to charge me, are you?" the landlady said, flicking her long hair. "I'll give you a friendly discount. TCH. After chatting for a short while, Fang Hao turned his attention back to the notice board. There was nothing on it. No new single-page maps, no bounties. Why is there nothing on here? Fang Hao pointed at the notice board. What could there be? The pub had been closed up to this day and just reopened because the Fire Wolf mercenary group was caught. If they hadn't been, who knows when the pub would have been able to reopen. The landlady gave Fang Hao a serious look. "Did you catch the Fire Wolves?" "Huh, I'm not capable of that. Didn't they say the city lord caught them?" Fang Hao said. The landlady leaned forward, whispering, "Bullshit. If he could have caught them, he would have avenged his son by now. You mentioned the Fire Wolves to me before, it must have been you." Fang Hao shrugged. "It wasn't me, no point speculating. Humph, I'm good at reading people. Your excuses won't work." Not wanting to continue this discussion, Fang Hao took out 5 gold coins. "Could you post the bounty from last time for me again? Here's the money for 25 days. "Sure." The landlady took the money and rewrote the bounty for the Swords of Absolution. Each valid piece of information would receive a reward of 100 gold coins. After the information was posted, Fang Hao, still hopeful, asked again, "Is there really no map or story that I could use for an adventure? I've been waiting to go on one." "No, can't you, as a rich young master, just enjoy your life? Instead, you're constantly looking for trouble. You've been reading too many knights' novels. Dong Jiayu's territory. Thanks to the exploration of the ancient tomb, Dong Jiayu's territory was flourishing. The city walls were at level 4 and she was accumulating materials for level 5. But while her development was good, the wideness of the city was her weakness. The siege set up by Zhou Chengming last time killed many of her soldiers, leaving less than 100 in her hands now. This small number of soldiers was simply unable to defend such a wide city wall perimeter. The enemies scattered, easily invading the city and engaging in a war within it. Facing an enemy force 10 times her own, Dong Jiayu, despite her skills, could only lead her troops in a gradual retreat, finally making a last stand in the Lord's mansion. Outside the Lord's mansion, the enemy troops didn't launch an attack, instead, they surrounded the mansion. The soldiers cleared a path and 2 lords walked through. "Brother Zhou, remember our agreement. The woman is yours once we capture this place, but everything else in the territory is mine. We'll still be allies then," said a tall, slightly dark-skinned man. The brother Zhou he was referring to was Zhou Chengming, the man Dong Jiayu had previously mentioned. He was a middle-aged man of average height, showing signs of a receding hairline. Hey, little bro, don't worry. All I want is that little lady. I've been pent up for a while now, said Zhou Chengming, grabbing at his crotch as he spoke. The two men chatted in front of the Lord's mansion. Their obscene words filled the air, causing Dong Jiayu's face to darken with anger. Brother Zhou, keep giving the order to attack. The sooner we take this down, the happier you'll be, the tall, skinny man said. What he was after was the city. It was hard to imagine that a young girl could manage to upgrade her territory to such a level. No, what if she commits suicide or disfigures herself? Then the city would be yours and I'd get nothing. Zhou Chengming immediately waved his hand, stopping the skinny man who was about to issue the attack order. What do you suggest then? The man asked, frowning. Let me try talking to her. Don't rush, Zhou Chengming said. With that, he took a few steps forward and said to the closed doors and windows of the Lord's mansion, Miss Dong, why put yourself in this position? We're all just trying to survive. If you join me in managing a city, we'd share the pressure. I would truly care for you. Zhou Chengming stood out front, loudly expressing what he believed to be sincere words. Even in the presence of the tall, skinny man and over 1,000 soldiers, he didn't feel the slightest bit of shame. However, after he finished speaking, there was still silence inside the Lord's mansion. Without Dong Jiayu's response, it felt as if the mansion was empty. Brother Zhou, it's time to wrap up, the skinny man urged. Zhou Chengming spoke again, Miss Dong, deep down you need a man too. You wouldn't really want to marry an indigenous person, would you? They never bathe, and it would be hard to find common ground with them. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the Lord's mansion's window. In the next second, Zhou Chengming felt a pain in his ear and a warm stream flowing down his cheek. Only when he touched it subconsciously did he realize that his left ear was gone, his hand covered in bright red blood. Only then did Zhou Chengming realize what had happened and let out a sharp scream. Rolling and crawling, he retreated, shouting, she has a gun, she has a fucking gun. The skinny man chuckled at Zhou Chengming's reaction. That's what you get for being horny all the time, now your head almost got blown apart. Missing an ear and half of his face covered in blood, Zhou Chengming looked quite terrifying. It must be an ancient musket. If it were a modern gun, we probably wouldn't have enough men to face her, the skinny man analyzed. Just now, he saw a gun pointing out from the window cracks and the black smoke rising after the gunshot. Who cares what it is? Attack now, catch that harridan for me, Zhou Chengming growled, his face distorted in hate. The skinny man continued, she has a musket. Her reload speed should be slow. Everyone, kill all the people, but try to take the female lord alive. Whoosh. At the order, all the soldiers started to attack the Lord's mansion. The attack on Dong Jiayu and her ambush were not orchestrated by Zhou Chengming, but rather by the skinny man. His territory was not in a good location. After several trials, he barely escaped death. When he saw Dong Jiayu's city and Zhou Chengming's sexual tendencies, he formed a plan. He privately convinced Zhou Chengming and tricked Dong Jiayu into a second meeting. However, he hadn't expected that Dong Jiayu could really fight. She managed to break out of the trap they set. They saw that vengeance was inevitable, and so they exhausted all their soul crystals to recruit enough soldiers to attack this territory. The allocation was simple. The skinny man wanted the city, and Zhou Chengming wanted the woman. Now that they had infiltrated the city, all that was left was to bring Dong Jiayu out and hand her over to Zhou Chengming. Both were seeking different things, but their alliance was quite fragile. They couldn't afford any mistakes at this point. Inside the Lord's mansion, Dong Jiayu fired another shot. After killing an enemy who jumped through the window, she hung the musket on her back and drew the longsword on her waist. The lance was not very practical in the room, she had to resort to a sword. Fighting against the enemies rushing in. When the lower floor was compromised, they retreated to the second floor, swinging their swords and ending the lives of their enemies. But there were too many enemies, and they didn't stop coming in. Several of them hid in a room and blockaded the door. The soldiers sat on the floor covered in blood, their eyes beginning to look at Dong Jiayu somewhat strangely. This wasn't some evil thought, but rather, their loyalty had decreased a lot, and they began to have thoughts of running away. Heave. Dong Jiayu sat on the floor, taking a deep breath. She loaded the musket with gunpowder and bullets. Looking at the door that appeared to be breaking down, she put the muzzle against her own head. Her hands were trembling, and she felt cold all over. Brother Hao, you must take vengeance for me. Dong Jiayu closed her eyes. Just as she was about to pull the trigger. Outside the window, there was a commotion and panic. There were shouts and screams. The soldiers outside the door had left. Dong Jiayu paused, hurriedly moving the muzzle away from her head. In a trembling hand, bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet flew past her temple, hitting the wall behind her. She had almost killed herself. Dong Jiayu quickly threw down the gun in her hand and looked down from the second-floor window. In her view, several white bone dragons were circling the air, and large skeleton trolls were jumping off the backs of the dragons, chasing the fleeing human soldiers. Dong Jiayu stood stupefied by the window, watching the undead slaughter human soldiers. She remembered what Fang Hao had said, that he had sent an undead hero and told her not to be afraid, as he would not harm her. So, this was the undead force Fang Hao had sent to save her. Lord, there are undead outside. One of the soldiers next to her also saw what was happening outside. His voice was trembling. Humans have an innate fear of the undead, just as everyone is afraid of death. Don't worry, these are reinforcements that I called for. They won't harm us, and we have won this battle. Dong Jiayu wiped the blood off her face, forcing a smile. She raised her arm, hailed her victory. The soldiers did not join her in the chant, but their loyalty and morale improved a bit. Soon, a knock came from outside the door on the second floor. Is that Miss Dong Jiayu? The Lord asked me to save you. There's no danger outside now, you can come out. The voice outside was courteous, but the hoarse tone made it sound less safe. Dong Jiayu reloaded her musket and moved the furniture blocking the door. She opened the door and walked out. Standing outside was a large skeleton hero with a pair of large bat wings behind him. You must be Mr. Blood Hunter, Dong Jiayu asked, suppressing her fear. Yes, please come with me, he said before leading the way down. In the open space outside the Lord's mansion, knelt the skinny man, Zhou Chengming, and hundreds of human soldiers. When the two saw the undead hero helping Dong Jiayu out, they guessed that these were Dong Jiayu's reinforcements. They immediately began pleading for their lives. Miss Dong, we were wrong, we were blinded, please forgive us this time. It was all his idea, he was covetous of your territory, so he asked me to attack with him. Miss Dong, don't listen to his crap. The one who just acted like he was in heat wasn't me. I was seduced by you and offended Miss Dong. I'm not human, I'm at fault, I'm not human. The tall and thin man was more decisive, apologizing while slapping himself repeatedly in the face. Seeing that behavior, Zhou Chengming felt like doing the same. But with an injury on his left ear, he could only slap one side of his face, making loud noises just the same. Miss Dong, the Blood Hunter called out. Oh, Lord Blood Hunter. Dong Jiayu didn't know how to address him, but since he addressed Fang Hao as Lord just now, it didn't seem wrong for her to do the same. You could find the books in these guys' possession useful. A skeleton troll removed the books of lords from their waists and handed them to Dong Jiayu. Dong Jiayu appeared a bit bewildered. She understood the functions of construction and manufacturing offered by the Book of Lords, but she didn't know why she was given others' books. Wasn't having one the same as having three? But the moment she accepted the Book of Lords, a system notification appeared before her eyes. The Book of Lords can be devoured. Then, the Book of Lords turned into little sparks and integrated into Dong Jiayu's own Book of Lords. Successful devouring. Your Book of Lords is currently level 2. Upgrade progress. 1/2. You have gained control over Zhou Chengming's territory. Occupy, abandon. Occupy. It will become your subsidiary territory and can continue to develop. Abandon. You will receive 50%-80% of the territory's resources and the territory will be abandoned. Occupy. You've occupied the subsidiary territory and now own it. In the Book of Lords, you can appoint a proxy governor. Following the prompts, Dong Jiayu not only occupied their territory but also upgraded her Book of Lords in the process. Only then did she understand the additional utility of the Book of Lords. Later, she devoured the tall man's Book of Lords too and took over his territory as well. Moments later, the two men received the news of losing their territories. Miss Dong, you're our lord now. From now on we will respect and listen to you. We will correct our mistakes and become better people. That's right, Lord. We're your subordinates now. Please give us another chance. Zhou Chengming also pleaded loudly. Dong Jiayu was a bit hesitant for a moment. She was indeed very harsh just now, but it seemed hard for her to kill them herself. Are you truly willing to change? Dong Jiayu asked with a cold voice. We are. The two showed a glimpse of hope and quickly nodded, once again promising loudly. Just as Dong Jiayu was about to speak, she saw the blood hunter nod at the soldiers below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Swords, icy glints flashed past, and hundreds of heads tumbled to the ground, including Zhou Chengming and the thin man's. Their heads rolled quite a distance with their mouths wide open, surprise and unwillingness in their eyes. This, Lord Blood Hunter. Dong Jiayu was somewhat startled as she looked at the Blood Hunter. He continued speaking. Miss Dong, the Lord has ordered me to leave 12 skeleton trolls under your charge. They will follow your orders and can also protect your safety. Huh, oh. Dong Jiayu reflexively responded. Now that the danger is resolved, I'll take my leave and will not interrupt Miss Dong anymore. Oh. Blood Hunter got on the bone dragon and flew into the sky in an instant. 12 skeleton trolls in iron armor stood in place dumbstruck. Dong Jiayu swallowed heavily and tried to issue an order. Throw all the bodies out. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The skeleton trolls started moving and threw all the bodies outside the city walls. Seeing the skeletons following orders obediently, Dong Jiayu felt a surge of joy in her heart. Even if the loyalty of her troops were low in the future, these skeleton trolls could protect her safety. She quickly gained control over her territories. Dong Jiayu gave another command, prepare a fire and some food. In half an hour, follow me to claim those 2 subsidiary cities. Yes, my lord. The remaining soldiers started preparing the meal. Regarding the other 2 newly occupied subsidiary cities, since there's no certainty if there are any remaining enemies, extra caution is still necessary. In the afternoon, Fang Hao returned to his territory. He was lucky, as he had just completed 2 large orders in the Trade Alliance's building, each one earning him several hundreds of thousands of warfire coins. Just as he was marveling at how quickly he was earning money, a message from Dong Jiayu came through the Book of Lords. Brother Hao, thank you for the rescue, I'm safe now. Good to hear you're safe. No matter how strong you are, you still need to build your forces. Fang Hao replied. This was Fang Hao's philosophy for development, and he wasn't sure if it'd suit Dong Jiayu. During large-scale battles, Fang Hao would hardly engage directly, instead using God's presence to command the battle from the rear, relying on brute numerical advantage. Of course, Dong Jiayu doesn't have the 100-fold increase, but her inferior position this time can still be attributed to her insufficient forces. Once a battle starts, nobody would care whether your situation is fair. They wouldn't mind seeing you without troops. Yes, Brother Hao, I got it. Brother Hao, let me become one of your subsidiary cities and you can cover for me in the future. Dong Jiayu suddenly proposed. She had just acquired 2 other cities, earning a large amount of resources and upgraded her Book of Lords. She'd also realized the benefits of occupying territories. Don't rush, the distance is too far. Concentrate on your development, we'll talk about team trials or other events next time. Fang Hao responded. Fang Hao knew that for Dong Jiayu, being under his protection was just an excuse. She probably wanted to repay him. Of course, this was a good thing, for both Dong Jiayu and himself. However, any immediate agreement was not necessary now. The Blood Hunters haven't returned yet, and the distance between their territories was too far. Oh, you're right, we'll talk about it later. Although Dong Jiayu agreed, she felt somewhat disappointed deep down. Her offered affiliation was not eagerly accepted by him. Yes, stay vigilant. The skeleton troll I left for you doesn't have morale or loyalty, you can command it to protect you in critical moments. Got it, brother How. Just as the conversation ended, Era walked in. Master, the total amount after my tally is 1,880,000 Warfire coins. Dujin and his group had been accepting orders during this period, completing the ones that they already had in stock without needing Fang Hao to manufacture the skeleton merchants. The small treasury of Lord's mansion under Fang Hao was getting more and more Warfire coins. Fang Hao looked at Dujin, and asked, Dujin, if I want to buy something at the Trade Alliance station, I don't have to carry all this money, do I? Fang Hao planned to visit the Trade Alliance station, but carrying these 1.88 million Warfire coins would be impractical. Lord, the Trade Alliance offers Warfire cards, ranging from 100,000 to 1 million. They can be exchanged for easy carrying and making purchases. Dujin explained. Upon his explanation, Fang Hao immediately understood. Calling it a debit card may not be very accurate. It was more like a $100 voucher or $50 voucher. Basically, you don't need to carry 1 million to go shopping. Instead, you can convert it into a Warfire card. Okay, exchange 1.5 million, and keep the rest in case we need it for other purposes. Fang Hao said. He was not worried about whether the Warfire card would fail or whether his Warfire coins would be cheated by the other party. The Warfire coin was a common currency launched by the Trade Alliance. As you wish, Lord. Dujin responded. After some busyness, Fang Hao had several more Warfire cards in his hand, which were crystal structure cards. They looked something like membership cards of a certain club. Era, call Angia over and tell her to accompany me to the Trade Alliance station. Yes, Master. Dujin, give me a scroll to the Trade Alliance station, I'll go there for a tour. Dujin took out a scroll and handed it to Fang Hao. Soon, Angia carrying some fruits walked in through the door. Fang Hao immediately opened the scroll, and a pale white light screen appeared in front of him. The two walked straight into it. After a wave of dizziness, opening their eyes again, they found themselves at retail station number 032 of the Trade Alliance. The neatly paved stone paths and tidy green belts on both sides did look impressive. This place was really nice. Let's go. Now that we have money, let's see what good stuff the Trade Alliance store has. Having visited the Trade Alliance headquarters once before, the second visit wasn't as novel. The two casually chatted along the way, heading towards the official store of the Trade Alliance. Subconsciously, they glanced into a gloomy alley as they passed by. Today it seemed ordinary, without any lovers heatedly engaged. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, Fang Hao pushed the door and entered. It was still crowded inside. Customers were talking, resting or selecting their purchases. Angia wasn't interested in all this, so she sat in a chair nearby. Fang Hao approached the counter. The well-dressed goblin attendant looked up at him. Fellow human from the Undead clan, did you finally save up enough money? The goblin's voice squeaked. Fang Hao was taken aback. It seemed like this was the same goblin attendant from his last visit. Well, I saved some, just unsure if it's enough to buy something I like. Fang Hao smiled. 1.5 million is quite significant, but may not be a large sum here. There's always something here that will pique your interest, nudging you to earn more. The goblin attendant reread Fang Hao, somewhat amazed. Just how long had this human member of the Undead clan joined the Trade Alliance? 1 week, or was it 2? Anyway, it wasn't over a month. It was rare to hear someone so new casually claim that they had saved some money to spend here. Look here, which one do you fancy? I can get it for you to inspect thoroughly. The goblin attendant pressed a button on the counter, presenting a wide array of products. Shimmers in purple, gold, and dark gold caught their eyes. Fang Hao inspected each one. Then he pointed at the counter. These here and these too. Please allow me to check them out, thanks. Behind the goblin was a small ladder. He climbed it and fetched the items for Fang Hao to see. How did you end up joining the Undead? Asked the goblin casually. A twist of fate. Over there, I'm not really part of the undead, and orcs and I live in the same city. Fang Hao glanced over at Angia, whispering this. The goblin pondered a moment, and then shook his head. Can't comprehend it. This the first time I've heard of humans, orcs, and the undead living together. We're just muddling along, counting down the days. What you said just now reminded me of my grandfather's words. He often said that as time goes on, we should do what we like. Seems like your grandfather lived a meaningful life. No, he eventually died in prison because he was caught peeping at women bathing. Wow, you've got a weird sense of humor. Fang Hao gave an awkward smile. The goblin shrugged, seeming to imply it was true. Fang Hao continued to examine the brought-over items. Mountain Crasher Tiger's Claw, purple. Category: Tiger Finger. Strength: Level 5 damage. Ability: Explosion. Description: Who the hell put explosives in this? My finger. Price: 400,000 Warfire coins. What is this? My finger would be blown off. That's a bit frightening. He thought the price was acceptable and planned to buy it as a gift for Angia, but it doesn't seem a good idea now. Death God Potion. Type: Potion. Ability: Death God's Lie. Death God's Lie. When you receive a fatal blow, you enter a state of false death, and your body slowly heals itself. Undead constructs are unable to use this. If important organs are lost, the potion's ability cannot take effect. Description: Drink it early. Who knows if your lover has already bought a huge insurance policy on you. Price: 980,000 Warfire coins. This Death God Potion, it feels pretty good. It's like having an extra life. If you suffer a fatal injury, you enter a state of fake death and then gradually recover. This potion truly feels like it defies the heavens. Organ Gun Production Blueprint: Orange, Sturdy Wood 300, Fine Iron 500, Fine Iron Ingot 150, White Steel Plate 100, White Steel Ingot 80, Precision Parts 15, Traces of the Wind 3, Essence of Destruction 3. Description: A 4-barreled cannon invented by the Dwarven engineer. Its powerful attack power can break down an entire enemy army in a single round of fire. Price: 3,500,000 Warfire coins. The dwarves have never disappointed Fang Hao. Even doubt that the dwarves have entered the industrial stage, with cars running everywhere on the ground and planes flying in the sky. After seeing the Dragon Lock crossbow last time, he recognized the power of machines. So he chose to look at a machine blueprint. The price is truly high, the introduction is nice, but he can't afford it. The last item. Viscera Jar, purple. Category: Magic Container. Ability: Lightning Speed. Lightning Speed increases basic bullet changing speed by 50%, basic agility by 30%. Description: These odd and dangerous creatures live under the waves. They have ancient lineage but live in the darkness of the world. If your fleet passes this place and the crew disappears in the blink of an eye, do not look for them. Go back to your room and lock the doors and windows until the sun rises the next day. Price: 1,200,000 Warfire coins. Fang Hao is interested in the Death God Potion and the Viscera Jar. After using the Death Potion, he can save his life once under the circumstance where the opponent does not kill him. It's quite a good thing for him. No one would feel redundant about having more means to save their own lives, and Fang Hao was the same. However, the Viscera Jar with lightning speed capability has a greater effect on him. It can increase the speed to reload bullets by 50%. If in the future the blunderbusses are assembled in large quantities, it would directly solve the problem of ammunition filling. Of course, even an increase of 50% in base speed would not be enough to compete with the speed of bows and arrows. The use of the Viscera Jar is great in this aspect. Its attributes are effective on builder armor units. That is to say, all shooters, whether they are blunderbusses or bows, will have a 50% enhancement, and you can try any combination then. I'll take this. Is it 1,200,000? Fang Hao took out the corresponding amount of Warfire cards and placed them on the counter. The goblin clerk glanced at the Warfire card, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He's really rich. This kid must have a gold mine near his territory. He took the Warfire card and asked, "What about the others, don't you like them?" The others don't help me much, I'll take a look when there are new goods next time. Fang Hao hugged the viscera jar in his arms. The goblin clerk returned the remaining items to the shelf. You make money quite fast, do you have any tips? The goblin asked. There's no secret, just take orders and sell goods. Fang Hao casually replied. Hey, you're the fastest money maker I've ever seen. Just a few days and you're buying goods here. I'm rich, born with a silver spoon. Fang Hao gave a small smile. The goblin seemed to believe him. Seems like choosing a good life is also a skill. I'm Moru, what's your name, undead lad? Fang Hao. Fang Hao answered. Being constantly referred to as an undead lad really wasn't pleasant to hear. Alright, I'll remember it. Moru tapped his head. I won't disturb you anymore, I'll sit over there. Sure. Moru snapped his fingers, and a waiter carried 2 drinks to the seat where Angia was sitting. Thanks. Fang Hao thanked him and walked toward Angia's spot. In a corner, a woman was sitting in front of a wooden table. Her gaze followed Fang Hao closely, until he sat down in the distant seat. A crystal ball sat in front of the woman, her seaweed-like golden curls falling on her chest. She wore a light blue backless, high-slit dress, exposing a large area of her fair back. As she sat down, the dress clung tightly to her body, a charming crevice visible between her round buttocks. She hesitated a moment, picked up her crystal ball, and walked towards Fang Hao's position. The woman stood up, her waist twisting, her rear undulating. She walked straight to the vacant spot at Fang Hao's table and sat down. Sir, is this your first time here? Would you like some fortune-telling? It's free for the first time. The woman's eyes sparkled seductively, her voice soft. Fang Hao frowned slightly, curiously looking at the woman. The woman's attire radiated sensuality and allure, a blue backless dress, a light blue hood on her head, a golden veil made of fine threads concealing her face. But through the veil, it was evident that she was a very beautiful woman. Are such transactions allowed here? Fang Hao asked curiously. He remembered that the skeleton merchant, Ruer, had mentioned when he first brought him here that girls from different races offering their services can be found in the tavern. Their prices vary from 10 to 100 warfire coins. The woman in front of him claimed to be a fortune teller, but her outfit looked more like a provocative costume. Perhaps he could take some inspiration from this, to discuss new clothing styles with the tailor Soy when he returned. Observation, learning, and practice are the key elements of innovation. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, the woman was taken aback, believing he was referring to her fortune-telling business. She replied softly, of course, as long as it doesn't violate the rules here. Would you like to try, sir? How do I try? Fang Hao asked. Just place your hand on the crystal ball. Fang Hao raised his hand, reaching for the crystal ball on the table. But as soon as his fingers touched it, Fang Hao instantly pulled them back, and his other hand reached for the short sword at his waist. The light feather short sword was pinned at his waist. The moment his hand touched the crystal ball, there was a clear burning sensation from the sword, which was now gradually subsiding. What's wrong, sir? The woman asked curiously. Fang Hao scrutinized the woman more carefully. Firstly, she was not a hero, he did not see any notification about her. Although the light feather short sword appeared to be a weapon, its main function was more like a protective charm. It has a special skill, blessing, which prevents the holder from suffering from any negative states. Previously, Fang Hao believed these negative states referred to things like low morale, slow movement, and etc. Now it too encompassed defense against certain fortune-telling spells. I don't need any fortune-telling, please don't disturb us, Fang Hao said frankly. The sudden change in Fang Hao's demeanor made the woman furrow her brows. Sir, don't be so quick to refuse, it's merely an entertaining fortune-telling game, the woman gently persisted. Please. Fang Hao gestured for her to leave. The mysterious woman with snow-white skin seemed more and more suspicious to Fang Hao as she came forward on her own initiative. With no choice left, the woman stood up to leave. Just as she stood up, she stumbled, crying out as she fell towards Fang Hao. Thump. Just before she was about to fall into Fang Hao's arms, Angia kicked her in the crotch, causing the woman to tumble several meters away. Get out! Angia shouted angrily. Clink. The commotion here drew the attention of the bystanders. The goblin's sharp voice echoed angrily, "Dare to cause trouble here, you guys really have quite the nerve." The woman brushed off the footprint on her dress, her eyes became a bit sharper. She smiled at the crowd, "It's nothing, just playing a joke with some friends. HMPH. You all know the rules here, I don't care what your reasons are, if you dare to cause trouble here, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences," the goblin warned loudly. "Yes, we understand." The woman looked deeply at Fang Hao, then turned and ascended the stairs to the second floor. Fang Hao and Angia didn't plan to stick around either, they got up and left the store. In a room on the second floor, near to the street, the woman watched through the window as Fang Hao and Angia disappeared into the distance. She sneered quietly, "Transmigrator, the number one in the region, huh? Your information should be worth quite a bit." The woman went back to her desk and recorded all the information she had gathered about Fang Hao. She stamped a black cross-shaped seal on the document. As Fang Hao and Angia exited the Trade Alliance store, the burning sensation from the short sword at his waist was completely gone. Perhaps ordinary fortune-telling could also be considered a negative state, but he was glad that the short sword really could protect him. Holding the viscera jar adorned with bright runes, Fang Hao said, "That woman just now didn't seem like a good person. Yet, you were staring at her butt the whole time. I was gathering design inspiration for Soy. Besides, isn't what she's showing off meant to be seen by everyone?" Fang Hao said, "Righteous. HMPH, Angia turned up her nose. As if to say, I'll believe you when pigs can fly." The two stopped again. In front of them was a local tavern. Standing at the entrance, one could hear the clamor inside. "Let's go, sit for a bit," Fang Hao suggested. "The tavern is a great place. Whether it's the orcs, or the humans, one can always obtain some adventure maps. Perhaps they could get some here as well." As the two of them pushed open the door, a strong smell of alcohol and noise rushed in. Not many people were out on the street, yet this place was filled with drinking clientele of various races. As soon as they entered with the viscera jar, the tavern fell into a brief silence. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Hao and the viscera jar in his arms. Fang Hao took a seat near the counter. "What'll you have?" The tavern owner was a human in his 40s with a burly figure. "2 beers, and some snacks," Fang Hao stated. "All right, our smoked meat is famously delicious, it's your first time here, would you like to try some?" The owner suggested. "Sure, 1 serving. He was already here, what's a little more?" The owner nodded and began preparing the drinks and snacks for Fang Hao. Fang Hao turned his attention to the notice board by his side. Instead of single-page maps, there were a few wanted posters. Some were looking for the Queen's necklace, a physician that could cure unusual diseases, but the last one made Fang Hao squint. Person search notice. Giovanni Hamilton, Blood Clan. Initiator. Hamilton family. Offer for clues. 50,000 Warfire coins, 100 Blood Clan influence points. On the search notice, there was a portrait of the person. Fang Hao looked at Angia, and she looked back, shock in her eyes. Giovanni Hamilton was the blood hunter, currently transformed into a skeleton hero by him. It was unexpected that his family actually valued him enough to post a bounty. A vampire sleeping for several years should be a normal thing, yet after just over a month, they have started looking for him. Seen this person. Providing a clue could earn you a huge bounty, and with the guarantee of the Trade Alliance, you don't have to worry about them backing down on the payment, the owner said as he brought 2 beers over. "I've never seen him, I was just curious that missing persons notices could be posted here." Fang Hao posted the search notice back on the notice board. "Yes, searches for people, items, sometimes even troop hiring notices can be found here," the owner explained. "Aren't vampires sleeping for several years normal? Is there a need to post a missing person notice here? Who knows, perhaps they received some news, maybe something happened to him. The Hamilton family is notoriously protective, anyone involved with them is in for some bad luck," the owner spoke. Hearing this, Fang Hao also realized the seriousness of the matter. It seemed that Hamilton still had some power, having already joined the Trade Alliance and wielded a certain influence. Although the Blood Hunter had been transformed into a skeleton hero by him, its skeletal shape and the fangs and large wings of the Blood clan had been retained. More than once, it had appeared in front of others. If the truth were exposed, it would likely provoke retaliation from the Hamilton family. It's a good thing if this Giovanni is really dead. Many people would be happy about his death. The shopkeeper spoke again. What happened? Did he do a lot of bad things? Absolutely. Not just bad things. He murdered people for their treasure, drained the blood of children, always committing atrocious deeds. The humans and dwarfs nearly waged war against the Hamilton family because of him. Somehow, they reached a settlement. At that time, there were countless bounties for Giovanni's head posted in the tavern. You can imagine how many evil things he has done, said the shopkeeper with great contempt. The bounties posted here were all offered by official forces. To have official forces collectively issue a warrant for his arrest, one could imagine the scale of his odious acts. So, he really did nothing but evil deeds. That's right, said the shopkeeper. At this moment, someone called out from the distance, and the shopkeeper wiped his hands and turned to greet the customer. Fang Hao and Angia continued eating quietly, but they were still thinking about the Blood Hunter. Now, with their large number of followers, they were not necessarily afraid of the Hamilton family. But they didn't want an extra opponent. Upon returning, they would have the Blood Hunter station in their territory, and assign outdoor tasks to other heroes. This was to avoid attracting attention from others. The Faceless Cottage did not only provide information to him. Who knows if there were spies from the Beast clan among the Faceless who might leak information about the Blood Hunter. The two of them chatted in low voices and finished the food on the table. After saying goodbye to the shopkeeper, they left the tavern. By the time they left the tavern, it was gradually getting darker. They came in the afternoon, and after walking around, it was already this late. This time, they didn't delay any longer and teleported directly back to their territory. Back in the territory, Angia went to do her own things. Fang Hao, on the other hand, went straight to the Viscera Museum. The Viscera Museum has two areas. One is the Architecture Model Hall, where the corresponding viscera jars can be placed in front of the buildings. The second space was now firmly closed off. Fang Hao had visited it before. Inside was a huge stone bed used for creating skeleton heroes and performing transformation rituals. Nelson was currently creating a skeleton hero, so the second door was closed. Fang Hao walked directly to the skeleton archer's building and fit the viscera jar from his hand into a notch. A click, a sound of a mechanism being triggered, the viscera jar slowly sank down, leaving only the skull jar lid exposed on the top. A purple light spread out, and all the archer soldiers under his command would be empowered by the lightning speed. He had saved for such a long time, yet spent almost all of his money in a day. Although earning money was slow, spending it was truly a damn fast process. After walking around in the territory, he used his god's presence at two different locations to inquire about the security situation. With nothing happening, he returned to his room to rest. The next day, early morning. Fang Hao sat up from bed. After getting dressed and finishing his morning routine, he went out to exercise. Lord Fang, Soy called out. Good morning, Soy, Fang Hao greeted back. My lord, the sailor outfits have been completed, Soy responded. The sailor outfits had been in production for quite some time. After a few modifications and trials by the maids, the final design was decided and manufacturing began. Fang Hao suddenly remembered the witch from yesterday and said, Soy, I have an idea for a costume design, let me tell you about it. Ah, sir, you have another idea. It's a good one, and it will surely gain traction in the market. Fang Hao described the styles of clothing he had seen to Soy. After discussing with Soy for a while, he had the maid bring all the sailor suits to the Lord's manor, asking Aira to distribute them. The process of distributing the new clothes remained very joyful, with the maids looking delighted while holding their new attire. Breakfast was served. Fang Hao began browsing the regional channel as he ate. After not checking for a few days, people were starting to sell equipment in the channel. Of course, the quantities were quite small, as they were all produced using conventional methods, unlike Fang Hao's Hundredfold amplified method. Selling green quality armor. Looking to trade for materials and blueprints. Interested parties please message privately with offers. Selling hunting bows. 12 in total, first come first served. Anyone here have a significant other? I'm so bored. Yesterday, a group of refugees came to my city, saying they were attacked. I'm pretty close with the village chief's daughter. We had an in-depth conversation last night and opened our hearts to each other. Damn, all the recruits I got are men, and they're all older than me. They said there were female refugees, not that the recruited soldiers were female. Wait, what do you mean they're all older than you? Did you size up your recruited soldiers? That's so perverse, I'm so into Ida. That's so perverse, I'm so into Ida. Fang Hao glanced at the chat channel, wanting to join the conversation and advertise his newly produced clothes, but finding no opportunity. The echo-like conversation went on for a while before it finally began to slow down a bit. Occasionally, some other comments popped up, reigniting the echo effect. Picture, the sailor suits have been produced. Ladies who wanted to place orders last time can do so now. Of course, brothers seeking self-expression are also welcome to place orders. Fang Hao's message changed the direction of the chat. Ah, the big boss shows up. Haven't seen the big boss post for days. Oh, time to buy new clothes. Cough cough. I should clarify, I have a girlfriend, I'm buying for my girlfriend, not finding myself. Your clarification just made you more suspicious. Damn, you got me. Men's clothing here isn't very popular. Most male lords wear clothes they brought from the real world, or they can wear the uniforms of fallen soldiers. But women's clothing sells very well, especially various themed dresses. Everyone chatted and joked, and the stock of clothing was quickly getting bought up. Besides the made uniforms which were still in production and were being sold through the Trade Alliance and regional channel, sailor suits were now being added to the mix. Fang Hao was considering whether to recruit another skeleton tailor to increase production efficiency. After pondering it over, Fang Hao dismissed the idea. When it comes to expanding his workforce, he can wait until silk production begins in earnest. After breakfast, Era and a crowd of maids, all wearing new clothes, happily chatted away. Everyone showed off their clothes to each other. At this moment, Dujin's voice came from outside the door. Lord. Yes, Dujin, what is it? Fang Hao asked. My lord, this morning we received an order from the Alchemy Guild for 50 alchemical robes. Here is the compensation, and 5 bottles of enlightening potion. Oh, how much in Warfire coins? Sir, after deducting the 2% tax, there are 49,000 Warfire coins, all here. And these are the 5 bottles of enlightening potion, Dujin replied. Fang Hao took the potions and asked someone to carry the Warfire coins to the basement. You've worked hard, Dujin. My lord, it's my duty. Dujin bowed slightly and then left the lord's manor. After Dujin left, only Era and a few maids were left in the hall. They were still happily discussing their clothes. Era, Fang Hao called out softly. Ah, master. Era hopped over. Fang Hao held out a bottle of potion. Era, this is an enlightening potion. You should drink it. Fang Hao had once discussed the use of the enlightening potion to boost physical strength with Era. Although it was rare among the orc clan, some orcs attempted to acquire it through various channels. In other words, the potion also worked for the orcs. Now, he had 5 potions in his hand, ready to give to Era and some maids who needed to go out of the city. Not only would it help in self-defense, but it would also improve their physical constitution. Master, this is very valuable. Era whispered. Orcs buying potions from the Alchemist Guild must be expensive, and it wasn't guaranteed they could purchase it even if they had money. Although Fang Hao treated them well, it was still a master-slave relationship. It's not so precious. There will be some tingling after drinking it. That's a normal reaction, don't worry too much. Fang Hao handed the potion to Era. The latter carefully received it and held it in the palm of her hand. Master, can I really use it? Why not? Drink it up quickly. In the future, every maid will get a chance to drink it. It's good to improve your physical constitution. Fang Hao said with a smile. Alright, Thank you, master. Era thanked him, then directly opened the potion bottle and drank it. After drinking the potion, Era's exposed skin quickly turned red and felt hot. She also started to look pained. Sit down immediately, Fang Hao said. Era sat down beside him, breathing heavily. After a while, the unnatural redness on Era's skin slowly faded, returning to its original whiteness. Her figure also improved, and the clear lines of her waist were visible. Fang Hao checked Era's attributes. Era, Rabbitman Clan, Tier 2. She had jumped directly from Tier 1 to Tier 2, and more importantly, the enlightening potion seemed to have opened a door. It allowed her to understand occupational knowledge more quickly and efficiently. Just like when Fang Hao drank the magic potion, he could sense elements. Era, how do you feel? Fang Hao asked again. Era moved her body a bit and smiled. Master, I feel stronger than before. Fang Hao nodded, then looked at the other maids nearby, their faces filled with envy. He said, the rest of you wait. When I gather more potions you will get some too. The ones I have now are to prioritize those maids that need to go out. The maids who had to go out were ones like Little White, who ran the stores. Even though he had arranged for soldiers to protect them, it was still better if they had some capabilities of their own. Yes, master. The maids nodded obediently. As the Lord, Fang Hao naturally had the right to distribute these things. If he said he would give them later, he would. After all, there was no need to commit to anything when dealing with slaves. Yeah, you guys shouldn't idle around and gossip all day. Go and learn something from Angia. Fang Hao continued. Natives and recruited soldiers were different. Natives could improve their rankings and strength and even learn skills through study and practice. However, soldiers recruited by the Lord through buildings couldn't. They were more like fixed templates that needed structures to reach different stages to improve the soldiers' ranking. Yes, master. ... Ding. Just then, a private chat notification came from the Book of Lords. Since Fang Hao had put a large amount of his items on sale, people could search for what they wanted to buy, and few people contacted him through private chat anymore. Other than Dong Jiayu and Zhang Bin. Sometimes when people wanted to ask him something, they at Fang Hao first and then told him what was happening. Fang Hao thought it was Dong Jiayu again, but it turned out to be a stranger named Fu Lei. Fang Hao, I'm Fu Lei, my territory is south of Cruel City. Could you help me? I'm at my wit's end. Fang Hao frowned at Fu Lei's introduction, reminiscent of a job interview. How did he know that Fang Hao was near Cruel City? Fu Lei, what trouble have you encountered, and how do you know I'm nearby? Fang Hao asked. Fang Hao, I bought your hot pot base last time. I saw your hot pot restaurant in Cruel City. Your territory must be nearby. Fu Lei explained. Fang Hao slapped his head, having forgotten about that. Tell me what trouble you've encountered. If I can, I'll help. Fang Hao responded. Here's what happened. Fu Lei is a freshman. In the sudden Lord's War event, he discovered that the lord of the neighboring territory was his classmate. They helped each other, and their relationship progressed quickly, soon becoming a couple. Young love was fervent. They wanted to spend time together every day. After some discussion, the female classmate moved to Fu Lei's territory to co-manage it. Buying Fang Hao's hot pot base, no matter the cost, was all to give her a good meal. Fu Lei's territory had a lake, and he also obtained blueprints of a fish pond. On usual days, he would sell fish in the channel to exchange for the resources he needed. Late he discovered Cruel City while exploring around his territory. He had taken the fish he had caught to Cruel City to exchange for daily necessities. Because of his sales, he met a minor noble named Bernard, and occasionally helped him with some things, earning some money. This time, he brought his girlfriend with him for her to experience the outside world. However, he didn't expect Bernard to be attracted to his girlfriend. He directly took her away. No matter what he did, he couldn't change anything. With no other options, smelling a familiar scent, he found the refreshing catch hot pot restaurant. He contacted Fang Hao as his last hope. The noble in Cruel City. The city lord. Fang Hao recalled. There was no noble in Cruel City. It seemed that he wasn't as wealthy as Fang Hao was. Not really. I heard his father is an important official in town. Anyway, everyone in the city is quite afraid of him. Fu Lei said. Fang Hao thought about it for a while. Is this the man who always has a full face acne and always says, ZZ? Yes, 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 do you know him? That's great. Say something for me to save my girlfriend. Fu Lei clung onto his words like a lifeline. I don't know him. It's just that I've beaten him up before, so I have some impressions. Seeing this message, Fu Lei was dumbfounded. It was not about the beating, but his girlfriend might indeed be difficult to save. Since Fang Hao had a grudge against Bernard, he might not be willing to speak for him. He couldn't attack Cruel City anyway, so what could he do? He regretted being so stupid to bring her out for a stroll. Is there really nothing you can do? I beg you, I can work like a cow or a horse for you. Please save my girlfriend. I have a fish pond in my territory that can produce fish. I am willing to make my territory your subsidiary territory. Please save my girlfriend. Fu Lei sent a very long message. From the text, Fang Hao could clearly see his desperation. Fu Lei, even if I hurry over now, it will take time. Do you understand? Fang Hao said. By the time Fang Hao got there, Bernard might have already finished his business. I know, boss, as long as you can rescue my girlfriend, nothing else matters. Fu Lei replied. Fang Hao didn't expect, this kid takes his relationships seriously. Well then, go to the City Lord's mansion and find City Lord Cyril, tell him you're one of my people, and ask him to protect your girlfriend. Fang Hao thought for a while and repeated his instructions, stay calm and resolute, don't mention anything else, understood? Understood. Boss, I'm going right now. Fu Lei closed the Book of Lords and staggered off toward the City Lord's mansion. 2 hours later, Fang Hao, bringing Angia, arrived at Cruel City. He walked straight into the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Cyril sat in the main seat, with the Home Minister and the young man with acne sitting on his left, and a pair of black-haired and black-eyed young man and woman standing on his right. The male had a buzz cut and was rather thin, while the female was slightly chubby and wore glasses, looking quite reserved. Everyone here had Western features, so without question, the two were Fu Lei and his girlfriend. The two stood there with their heads lowered, like students being punished. The chubby girl, her face stained with tears, sobbed from time to time. Fang Hao sat down grimly in the empty space in front of the two, and before Cyril could speak, he said, Your Excellency, is there something that I've done to offend you that such problems keep arising? City Lord Cyril had originally planned to smooth over things with his smiling face, but upon seeing Fang Hao's expression, his smile immediately faded, and he said solemnly, What do you mean by that, Mr. Fang Hao? I'd also like to know what this means. I just come to Cruel City for a visit and someone seizes my woman. What's the meaning of this? Fang Hao asked coldly. What happened to Fu Lei was one thing, but Fang Hao was truly disappointed in this city. He had originally thought that human rules and regulations would be more perfected, but it turned out to not necessarily be any better than the orcs. What was happening in front of him was as shameless as public robbery of a woman. It's just a misunderstanding. To say that we're kidnapping her is a bit extreme. My son just invited her over to his mansion. Didn't we send her back safely? The Home Minister calmly explained. For his son's mistakes, he had his own interpretations. Fang Hao sneered, his gaze then shifted to Angia, who was sitting with a leg perched on the other, looking amused. Angia, how many garrison troops are in our territory? Fang Hao suddenly asked. 500,000 in the main city, why? Hearing this number, the faces of Cyril and the Home Minister changed immediately. The residents of Cruel City amounted to only around 10,000 people, so when Angia mentioned 500,000 garrison troops, it seemed an impossible number. Fang Hao's gaze swept over Cyril and then landed on the Home Minister. I can tell you now, if I decide to kill you and your damned son, you won't live to see tomorrow's sun. So stop testing my patience, understand? What are you talking about? This is Cruel City, do you dare to start a war? The Home Minister retorted. Start a war? City Lord Cyril, do you think making this decision is right? Fang Hao sneered, looking at Cyril. Cyril's face was equally ugly. He hadn't expected the situation to escalate this much. Moreover, the Home Minister's behavior was a great disappointment to him. Could war be declared so casually? Due to his son forcibly taking a woman on the streets, considering declaring war with the neighboring city, this would likely be greatly disapproved by the soldiers in the city. Cyril's face darkened as he scanned the room. Bring him in. 2 guards entered from outside. Your Excellency. Bernard has forcibly taken a woman in broad daylight. Lock him in the dungeon for further investigation. Cyril stated solemnly. No, City Lord Uncle, he's just a fishmonger, not. The young man with acne panicked as the guards escorted him out, loudly pleading for mercy. Take him away. The guards dragged him out. Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? The matter hasn't been thoroughly investigated yet, and you've already begun making arrests, the Home Minister protested loudly. I will arrange for an investigation later. You've been busy lately, so take a break and stay out of the city affairs for a while, Cyril continued. At these words from Cyril, the Home Minister went pale. He knew exactly what this implied. Although he hadn't directly dismissed him from his position, it reflected the intention, and if he displeased Cyril again, he might lose his position. Given his family's reputation, once dismissed, they are likely to be killed. Sweat trickled from his forehead. I understand, Your Excellency. Cyril nodded, turning to Fang Hao again. Mr. Fang Hao, are you satisfied with this outcome? Similar issues will not occur again in the future, and you will be able to conduct normal business in the city. I'm satisfied. Let's all remain peaceful and prosperous. Some things, I also don't want to make unnecessarily complicated. Fang Hao finally showed a smile. Haha, good, let's put this matter behind us. I will arrange for an investigation into Bernard, you can rest assured about that, Cyril said. Fang Hao nodded. After today, Cyril would likely lightly punish the young man with acne, which was something Fang Hao could anticipate. The young man with acne has not really provoked him, so it was not necessary to escalate things to the point of war. Teaching him a lesson so he dares not act recklessly, Fang Hao felt that it was not worth his trouble to meddle any further. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Fu Lei dashed over to Fang Hao, knelt down in thanks. Thank you, boss, thank you for saving us. Fu Lei's girlfriend, named Xin Yao Yao, wore glasses and was not overweight, but she had a round face. She too knelt down beside him, wiping away her tears as she expressed her gratitude. Fang Hao was quite well known, and was recognized within the regional channels. Enough, get up. You two are quite lucky to have each other's company after crossing worlds, Fang Hao said. Once they stood up, Fu Lei handed over the Book of Lords. Boss, if you hadn't saved Yao Yao, I would not have wanted to continue living. You've saved our lives, so we would like to become your affiliated territory. The couple had agreed on this matter before. If Fang Hao could help save Yao Yao, they were willing to become his affiliated territory. Don't rush, let's first take a look at your territory. Fu Lei's territory location and development level were still unclear. The only thing they knew was that it was located to the south of Cruel City. If his territory had nothing appealing and not even contiguous, Fang Hao did not plan to make him his affiliated territory. Okay, Fu Lei nodded in agreement. The group left the city gate, with Fang Hao and Angia seated on the giant lizard, while Fu Lei and Xin Yao Yao were placed on the cargo rack at the back. Although they sat on a hard wooden board, the ride was quite smooth on the giant lizard, and there was no need to worry about any bumps on the road. About an hour after departing from Cruel City, they finally arrived at Fu Lei's city. A level 4 city. Boss, please follow me. Fu Lei's city was not extraordinarily outstanding, yet it was properly arranged. Camps and cottages were available, and the entire city was filled with a faint smell of fish. In front of the warehouse, one could see all kinds of fish of different sizes lying on the drying racks. You have a rich yield of fish here, Fang Hao remarked as he toured around. There is a freshwater lake near the territory, and I happen to obtain the blueprint for a fishing field. Hence, I feed my subordinates by running this fishing field, Fu Lei said with an embarrassed smile. He had thought his development plan was indeed a good one. But compared to Fang Hao, He felt ashamed with the way he had run his things. "Show me that lake," said Fang Hao. "Oh, okay." They just entered the city and then walked out again within a short time. After walking for about 20 minutes, they saw a large lake. Fu Lei had arranged for many militiamen and farmers here to operate the fishing field. "Boss, this is the freshwater lake. This part is the fishing field that I fenced off. Nearby villagers also come here to fish, but we don't interfere with each other and occasionally exchange some goods," Fu Lei explained. "How's the yield? We can catch more than 10 fish per day. But the fishing methods here are quite rudimentary, nowhere near the efficiency of modern fishing," Fu Lei answered. "In fact, this yield almost balances out hunting. Hunting provides more meat, but carries a greater risk, whereas fishing is less risky. Even after setting up a fishing field, one could only catch a little more than 10 fish. Is this enough for you and your soldiers to eat? I didn't recruit a lot of people, so I've always been calculating carefully. But we're all sick of eating fish now, so we transport some to Cruel City to sell in exchange for other goods." "Okay, I got it. Let's go to your place to talk." The group returned to Fu Lei's lord's mansion. This was Fu Lei's territory, and they were a bit nervous. "Fu Lei," Fang Hao called him quietly. "Ah, boss, you say. Do you understand what it means to become an affiliated territory?" Fang Hao reminded. "I understand. When Yao Yao came, I did a bit of research to understand what it means," Fu Lei replied quickly. He knew about the Devour book and the affiliated territory information. The Book of Lords had automatically popped up these messages during Xin Yao Yao's visit. After a brief study, he understood what it meant. "Being my affiliated territory means this city will no longer belong to you. Although I'll still let you manage it, you'll only have the power to govern. Even if I ask you to go to another city one day, you must obey the command," Fang Hao reiterated. "Boss, I understand. After today's incident, I realized my own shortcomings. I am willing to become your affiliated territory and listen to your arrangement. I also hope you can protect us," said Fu Lei sincerely. His and Xin Yao Yao's development plans were rather conservative. They simply assigned people to develop fishing fields. They had developed military aspects to some extent, but after finishing the compulsory initial tasks, they had slowed down the recruitment of soldiers. It wasn't until today's incident did he realize the importance of military power. When Xin Yao Yao was captured, he could do nothing. He doubted he could even enter the city to rescue her with his soldiers. If it weren't for Fang Hao's daringness, not only would Xin Yao Yao be in danger, but he would also regret it for the rest of his life. "Good, now that you understand, I agree to make you my affiliated territory." Fu Lei handed over his Book of Lords, which prompted a message indicating it could be devoured. Book of Lords Level 2 can be devoured. The Book of Lords in Fu Lei's hands turned into a beam of light and merged into Fang Hao's Book of Lords. Successful devour. Your Book of Lords is currently level 5, upgrade requirement is 1/10. He had previously devoured until level 4 with 4/6 of the experience. Now, after devouring a level 2 Book of Lords, his level was raised to 5. The level of the Book of Lords has reached level 5, marching speed plus 4%, resource gathering plus 5%, territory conversion plus 3, per month daily regional channel messages plus 50, open territory channel. Territory conversion, the original township and the affiliated townships can be converted to each other. The original township converted to the affiliated townships will lose the original functions and attributes, but the city buildings and soldiers will be retained. The affiliated township converted to the original township will not have the upgrade function, but the city buildings and soldiers will be retained. Territory channel, the territory governor can freely speak in this channel, and lords have administrative rights. Upon upgrading to level 5, so many new features appeared. It's also easy to understand the concept of territory conversion. That is, the local city can be converted into a transmigrator city, and vice versa. Which one has the advantage would need to be tested later, but one thing is certain, transmigrators can use the Book of Lords to exchange information. This is an advantage that the natives do not possess. Unlocked blueprints. Fishing field construction blueprint, small fishing boat production blueprint. He unlocked 2 blueprints that he did not have before. You have obtained decision-making power over Fu Lei's territory. Occupation, abandonment. Occupation. It will become your affiliated territory and can continue to develop. Abandonment. You will obtain 50% minus 80% of the territory resources, and this territory will be abandoned. Occupy. You have occupied this territory and it has automatically become an affiliated township. You can set a proxy ruler in the Book of Lords. After filling in Fu Lei's name in the proxy ruler section, a Book of City Lords split from it. Okay, Fu Lei, do your work well in the future. You already have a good advantage here. It can be a bit embarrassing if you fall behind others. Fang Hao handed the Book of City Lord to Fu Lei. Yes, boss, Fu Lei said as he took the book with both hands. Now, he was one of the city lords under Fang Hao, although the city was not very large. Let's go. I will upgrade the defense measures in your city a bit and then arrange some guards for you, said Fang Hao as he stood up to leave. Fang Hao upgraded the city wall to level 4 and built an arrow tower and a heavy sword infantry training camp. After the heavy sword infantry training camp was built, he used the soul crystals in the warehouse for recruitment. 100 times amplification. Recruiting 101 heavy sword infantry. 101 sturdy men, with bare upper bodies showing strong muscles, appeared before them. Lord, they saluted. The recruited soldiers swear allegiance to Fang Hao, and obey the governor of this city. From today on, you will guard this city, said Fang Hao. Yes, sir, they saluted again. Fang Hao proceeded to make equipment for them, and then ordered them to stand guard and patrol. Boss, you recruited so many all at once. What about the food? Fu Lei said, wiping his sweat. The main city had hundreds of thousands of soldiers, but the undead did not need to eat. Here at Fu Lei's, even recruiting 100 soldiers caused him to sweat. Just ensure the production of your fish products, and I'll manage the food for you. Oh, all right. Immediately afterwards, Fang Hao established the Tower of the Fallen in Fu Lei's territory. This would extend his casting range of God's presence to the south. After finishing all the constructions and reminding Fu Lei not to leak any information about him to others, Fang Hao left on a giant lizard with Angia. The incorporation of Fu Lei's territory would add a new dish to the menu of the territory. Back in Prul City, Fang Hao headed straight to the shop. The hot pot restaurant was filled with heat, the temperature was quite high. Each table of diners were sweating while eating hot pot, which led to a high consumption of drinks. Master, Little White greeted him cheerfully. How was the business today? Fang Hao asked with a smile. He could tell that the business was pretty good. Although there were less customers in the morning, the number gradually increased in the afternoon. There's more and more customers. The rich people in the city treat hot pot as their staple food and come here every day, Little White said excitedly. You're doing great, here are some rewards for you. Fang Hao took out 3 bottles of the enlightening potion and handed them to Little White. I only have 3 here. You guys divide it. Whoever doesn't get one, I'll give it to you next time. The shop had 6 bunny maids and Little White. Besides serving, the bunny maids were also responsible for preparing side dishes and cleaning utensils. But he only had 4 bottles in his hand, one of which he planned to give to Petty, the Pigmen clan leader, as a reward for integrating the Orc clan last time. Okay, thank you, Master. Little White delightfully accepted the potion, planning to use it after the shop closed. Oh, Little White, I thought of a theme event, what do you think? What kind of theme event? An ocean-themed event. Since the rich people here are willing to come, we'll introduce a seafood pot, paired with naval uniforms, it's bound to attract quite a few people. Ah, would that work? Little White wasn't sure. No one, not even Little White or anybody in Prul City, had ever seen the ocean. A seafood pot can be provided, but she had never heard or seen what a naval uniform looked like. Arrange a time for the event, we'll roll out some combo meals, said Fang Hao, recalling the marketing strategy he'd used for his restaurant before, and sharing it with Little White. Little White listened for a while before nodding. Okay, Master, I'll arrange it and we'll launch the event within the next 2 days. Good, you guys have worked hard. I'll have someone bring the new clothes to you tomorrow. It's not hard at all, Little White said, her face full of smiles. Leaving the shop, Fang Hao went to the pub again. Seeing no maps or blueprints, he didn't stay long. As dusk approached, the two returned to the territory. Fang Hao established a territory channel using the Book of Lords. Fang Hao, Zhang Bin, Fu Lei, they all appeared in the channel. Zhang Bin, this is a new member, Fu Lei. Hey, boss, is this a new channel? There's no limit, Fu Lei, I'm Zhang Bin, nice to meet you. Zhang Bin was in sales before, his EQ and eloquence were quite high. Hello, Brother Bin, I just became a city lord under the boss, I look forward to your guidance. No problem, no problem. Fang Hao continued, Fu Lei, trade me 3 fishes. Send one to Zhang Bin as well. Okay, boss. Seeing Zhang Bin calling Fang Hao boss, he followed suit. Soon, Fu Lei's fishes were traded over. One was cooked by Era and the remaining 2 were given to the other maids to taste. He had plenty of meat and staple food here, the only thing missing was fish. There was a river not too far from the territory, but the fish in the river were small, and he had not arranged for anyone to catch them. Now that they had a fishing area, they could finally taste its bounty. Dusk descended. In the southeast of the territory sat the Crescent Heights. This was the domain of the Hamilton clan, perpetually shrouded in fog, devoid of sunlight. In the grand hall of the Blood Clan's castle, a middle-aged man with brown hair sat on the throne. His face was a ghastly pale, and his thin body clad in black embroidered formal wear, a stench of blood permeated around him. He was the clan leader of the Hamiltons, the Red Duke, Clement Hamilton, a formidable 9th-level Orange hero. Of course, in private, people preferred to call him the Deceiver, or more simply, a fraud. The Blood Clan residing in Crescent Heights held a negative opinion towards him, but that did not diminish his power. As long as he could keep living, the advancement to a Dark Gold hero was merely a matter of time. The Red Duke cast his gaze over all the Blood Clansmen present and revealed his sharp fangs as he asked, "Has that disappointing descendant of mine been found? I have been missing him so much." The Red Duke's voice was magnetic and gentle, like a noble longing for his descendants. But the room remained silent, only the occasional sound of swallowing echoed. Everyone in the room knew the Red Duke too well, his longing was far from simple. A Blood Clansman stiffly forced a smile and replied, "Your Grace, we are actively searching for young Master Giovanni through all possible means. We should hear something soon." Giovanni was not the Red Duke's offspring but his nephew. They stopped aging after their transformation into Blood Clansmen. Giovanni was always a troublemaker, but obtaining formidable power only intensified his antics. From dwarfs to humans, anywhere he could reach, he had caused trouble and for years his family had to clean up his messes. Later, the extent of his wreaking havoc grew so large that it nearly triggered wars between several forces. The Red Duke personally intervened and disciplined Giovanni, which suppressed his antics for several years. This time, he had gone missing without any trace. The Red Duke was so anxious to find him, not due to genuine concern about his safety, but because Giovanni had a book of the Blood Clan in his possession, which recorded the secrets of the ancestors of the Eternal Night clan. Hearing that his subordinate hadn't received any updates for several days, the Red Duke's face gradually darkened, with red light radiating from his body. In a cold voice, he said, "Do you know the consequences of deceiving me?" The words of the Red Duke made all the Blood Clansmen present change their expressions. They did not doubt the Red Duke's cold-bloodedness and brutality. Even for their kin, he would show no trace of family sentiment once they challenged his authority. Your Grace, you misunderstand. We have assigned numerous of our own to this task and even issued missing person notices with the Trade Alliance and the Faceless. I believe we should hear something soon. Please grant us a bit more time, a Blood Clansman hastily explained. Not even the Faceless have news. Has Giovanni disappeared into thin air? The Red Duke raised an eyebrow, now somewhat intrigued. No one could escape the watchful eyes of the Faceless. Even if they accepted the task, it was hard to believe that there were no updates whatsoever. Unless Giovanni had disappeared without leaving a trace. Yes, Your Grace, there should be news of young Master Giovanni soon. No one present cared about Giovanni's life or death. They just wanted to complete the Red Duke's assigned task. What the Red Duke cared about was the book in Giovanni's possession. HMPH. You'd better finish the task I assigned to you, otherwise the consequences, you should understand. The Red Duke, his eyes glowing red, swept over all the blood clansmen present. Yes, we dare not. Step, step, step. At this moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the stone corridor behind them. A blood servant walked in briskly, bowed, and said, "Your Grace, a letter has arrived from the Faceless Hut." Hearing the blood servant's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Just as they were discussing the issue of the Faceless's hut, the information was delivered. Whether or not there is definitive information, it proves that they are trying hard to investigate the matter. Bring it over. The blood servant handed over the letter. The Red Duke held it in his hands, carefully examining it. Gradually, the Red Duke's expression became increasingly gloomy, his eyebrows furrowed. Everyone observed the Red Duke's expression and knew that the information in the letter might not be good news. After the Red Duke finished reading the letter, he casually put it aside and said, "It says Giovanni is already dead." What? How is that possible? Everyone found it hard to believe. Once a blood clan member grows bat wings, they possess strong mobility. Unless they court death and cause trouble in places where creatures with the power of flight reside, it is difficult for ordinary human cities to confine Giovanni, especially with the support of the Hamilton family. The most likely case is negotiation, not outright execution. The message says someone saw an undead creature with bat wings, which highly resembled Giovanni. It's highly likely that Giovanni is dead and has been transformed into an undead, the Red Duke continued. Then, so Odys did this? A blood clan member asked. Odys, the Skeleton King, is the top undead king in this region. Only he possesses the ability to transform troops and dares to provoke the Hamilton family. No, it's not Odys. The Red Duke shook his head slightly. The letter mentions two locations, north of Cruel City and the Orcs Manor Market. I remember that the young Master Giovanni really has a manor in the north of Cruel City, a blood clan member whispered. Another blood clan member said, "My Lord Duke, I will arrange for the thin-blooded members to investigate these two places immediately to trace the whereabouts of Master Giovanni." No, the Orcs are waging war over there, we shouldn't send anyone there yet. Who is currently the city lord of Cruel City? The Red Duke responded calmly, showing no effect from the news of Giovanni's death. Even if the Red Duke didn't take the scattered orcs into consideration, he did not want to provoke these simple-minded creatures. Those who know nothing but fighting all the time are tiresome to handle. Negotiations with them are not as simple as getting into a fight first. Furthermore, thin-blooded members are human-bred blood clan scouts who can withstand the sun. They can blend into human society much easier than orcs. My Lord Duke, a man named Cyril. He is a very mediocre city lord in terms of both strength and management. The Red Duke pondered, no impression of this man in his mind. The Crescent Heights, managed by the Blood Clan, requires its affiliated human villages to pay an adequate blood tax monthly. This policy has maintained peace between the two races over the decades by eliminating the need for the Blood Clan to hunt in human cities. With the Red Duke having slept for an extended period, he naturally lost track of the human personnel's switches in the city. Mediocrity might be a good thing for us. Arrange for a thin-blooded member to investigate the matter in Cruel City. I want sufficient information, the Red Duke said sternly. Yes, my Lord Duke. I'll handle it immediately, a Blood Clan member said. The Red Duke nodded. Whether it's to find clues about Giovanni's disappearance or investigate the sudden appearance of an undead force near their territory, it's all worth sending scouts for detailed investigations. If there indeed is a rising undead force with no particular background, he would immediately lead his troops to extinguish this undead force, retrieve the Book of the Blood Clan, and eliminate undead forces from the land. Go to the Blood Kiln and choose 2 young humans, send them to my room. The Red Duke slowly rose and quietly instructed. Yes, my Lord Duke. The blood servant nodded and went to the Blood Kiln to select tonight's snacks for the Duke. The next day, early morning. Fang Hao opened his eyes and yawned lazily. At his side, Era, like a kitten, was nestled in Fang Hao's arms, looking at herself with a face full of smiles. Good morning. Era turned over, sitting up straight on Fang Hao, and spoke in a charming voice, Master is lazy, sleeping until this time. Her smooth skin and charming voice stimulated Fang Hao's senses. To be stimulated like this first thing in the morning was honestly too much. Just then, the sound transmitting shell on the bedside table suddenly emitted a prompt, indicating that a message had been received. Fang Hao's brows furrowed. It was the sound transmitting shell he had left for Fireblade and Bronze Bull. He gently patted Era to stop her fussing, turned over and placed the shell near his ear to listen. Soon after, Bronze Bull's deep voice could be heard from within the shell. Master, we have occupied the Skullcrusher tribe. The Coldwind Mountains, under the persuasion of the ritualist, have all agreed to surrender. Kenji has been arranged to wait for you at the city where Master Zhongbin is stationed. This soon. According to normal marching speeds, it would take at least 3 days. How could they occupy the Skullcrusher tribe in just 2 days? Upon further thought, it soon made sense. Undead and orcs are not the same. Even with their good stamina, orcs still need to set up camp. Even when vigorously marching during the daytime, it would still require more than 3 days. But the undead do not need it, they march and fight day and night. Moreover, with Clipper Kenji leading the way, their march would surely be faster than usual. The only one who would require rest would be Bronze Bull. But it seemed like Bronze Bull didn't rest much either, following the army all the way to the Skullcrusher tribe. Does Master have any tasks? Having already dressed, Era curiously asked. Yes, I need to go out soon. Prepare breakfast, something simple will do. Fang Hao also got up. All right. Era went downstairs to prepare breakfast, while Fang Hao started washing and doing a quick morning workout. After a round of running, Era's breakfast was ready. Having breakfast, Fang Hao, dragging a still sleepy Angia, boarded the bone dragon. With the other 2 bone dragons loaded with skeleton trolls, they took off into the sky. Picking up Clipper Kenji in the city where Zhongbin was stationed, they headed towards the Coldwind Mountains, the location of the Skullcrusher tribe, under his guidance. Upon entering the Coldwind Mountains, the temperature dropped dramatically. Mist wrapped around them in the sky, mountains crumbled, and paths twisted and turned. Occasionally, a dense forest would appear, surrounded by scattered villages. Compared to the outside, resources here were definitely scarce. Under Kenji's command, the Bone Dragon arrived over the Skullcrusher tribe. A dense undead army had surrounded the tribe. The Bone Dragon descended, and Fireblade and Bronze Bull came forward to greet them. Master. Yes, how is the situation here? As Fang Hao dismounted the Bone Dragon, he asked. After the army arrived here, their ritualist didn't put up much resistance and even convinced the rest of the scattered tribes in the Coldwind Mountains to surrender. Fireblade explained as they walked. Where are they now? All the clan leaders and chieftains are in the main hall, waiting for your arrival. Good, let's go see. Upon pushing open the door and entering the chieftain hall, Fang Hao was taken aback by the scene before him. The entire hall was filled with tribe and clan leaders from various tribes, over 500 of them, far more than the 212 tribes that Kenji had mentioned. Even if each tribe had 2 clan leaders, that still wouldn't account for this many people. Fang Hao, escorted by Fireblade and others, made his way forward. Why are there so many people? Fang Hao asked in a low voice as he continued to stride forward. The news of Skullcrusher's death last night spread rapidly. As a result, so many new tribes emerged this morning. We had no choice but to allow them all to enter, Fireblade responded. The old traditions of the tribes had not changed at all. Skullcrusher had gathered warriors from all the villages, leaving each tribe relatively weak in terms of combat power. And just like this, in a single night, this many new villages were formed. If Fang Hao truly ordered a complete massacre, leaving no one in Frostwind Mountain range, these dissidents would struggle to hold him back. I see, I understand, he responded. Fang Hao ascended the steps and took his seat in the great chieftain's position. An elderly man draped in a cloak and leaning on a cane in the crowd below shouted first, "Greetings to the great chieftain." The remaining disorganized orc clan leaders, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the young human seated on stage, successively bowed and echoed, "Greetings to the great chieftain." Fang Hao glanced at the elder orc at the front. Shaman Clyde, Purple Tier, Third Order Hero. It seemed like he was the officiant mentioned by Kenji, who was surprisingly a Third Order Hero. His title prefix was Shaman, which reminded Fang Hao of Nelson's prefix of the Corpse Witch. These prefixes, different from those of others, were more aligned with their own work. More like inherited titles, or job titles. "Stand up, all of you," commanded Fang Hao. As Shaman Clyde rose, all the other orcs followed suit. Shamans often hold high positions within their areas, somewhat akin to spiritual leaders in modern terms. Despite not being leaders or chieftains, they still hold considerable influence. "I presume you have all heard about Skullcrusher. For the Frostwind mountain range, this is as much a calamity as it is a boon," Fang Hao began. The orcs below remained silent, with heads bowed. Some, unable to contain their restlessness, cast glances at their counterparts. Continuing, Fang Hao commented, "The calamity lies in the breaking of the mountain range's rules, necessitating the establishment of new order. The boon, however, is that the tyrant Skullcrusher is dead. You will no longer be exploited, nor will you be forced to send women from your tribe every month." There was a stir among the crowd at his words. Much of the strife between the tribes of Frostwind Mountain Range originated from the tributes demanded by Shaw. Unable to fulfill these demands but also unable to refuse, the tribes were left with no choice but to raid neighboring tribes. So far, the only tribe that had been spared from such raids was Skullcrusher tribe, the rest being left to their own devices by Shaw. The other source of discord was the demand for women, making others envious, green-eyed as all the beautiful Beast Clan women were offered to Shaw. "Be respectful, listen to the great chieftain," hollered Shaman with a striking tap of his cane. The entire hall quieted instantly, waiting for Fang Hao's next words. "All right. The new rules for Frostwind Mountain Range are still being established. But before they take effect, I want to set down a few rules myself. Anyone who defies them will run the risk of his tribe's extinction. Please proceed, great chieftain," urged the shaman. 1. Any form of internal conflict, via looting or provocation, is strictly prohibited. Anyone caught doing so will be sentenced to death. 2. Your tribes are too dispersed. All tribes will be consolidated by Shaman Clyde, keeping the total number of tribes at around 100. 3. At the appointed time, I will provide you with tasks that need to be completed. Those attempting to slack off or cheat are asking for trouble. Great chieftain, is this a law of the human clan? Asked Shaman at this point. After all, Fang Hao was a human, so in their eyes, these rules seemed more akin to those of the human clan. No, this is the rule of the undead. Remember, the days of plundering the wealth of others are over. From now on, all livelihoods depend on hard work, Fang Hao sternly replied. Yes, we obey the orders of the great chieftain. All right, Clyde, help them consolidate the tribes. Reduce the number of tribes to under 100. Once you are done, come see me, Fang Hao addressed the shaman. Shaman nodded, leading the clan leaders to a corner of the hall to commence the consolidation. The beastman moved aside. This gave Fang Hao some time to inspect his Book of Lords. From the moment he sat in the position of the great chieftain, he had been receiving system prompts. Skullcrusher tribe has become your subsidiary city. You may rename this city and govern all its resources along with that of the subordinated tribes. Fang Hao mulled it over, finding the name, Skullcrusher tribe, rather unsightly. He recalled a city named Frostwind City, in a game he once played, which seemed fitting for this city. Hence, he decided to inscribe Frostwind City in the renaming section. Successful renaming. Frostwind City. City level. Level 7 native city. Property. Mining plus 30%, coin tax plus 10%, orc population growth plus 10%. Description. A city with specific attributes that can bring various enhancement effects to expedite city building and developing progress. This indeed had additional properties. It made sense, then. Also, the level of this city wasn't low at all, reaching level 7. Unlocked blueprints. Blueprint for erecting the hero shrine. Blueprint for the construction of smelting furnace. Blueprint for producing forge bellows. Blueprint for crafting beast head heavy shield. Quite a few blueprints were acquired. Hero shrine orange. Category. Special building. Ability. Resurrect. Resurrect. Traces of living creatures 1. Mithril 20. Faction material 20. Warfire coin 2000. Conversion. Crafting, summoning, and other hero units can't be resurrected. Resurrect. This ability can resurrect hero units of this faction. Heroes cannot be resurrected if their souls are confined or destroyed. Description. Here, you can resurrect your brave subordinates. However, even in this world, there are some ways to confine and shatter your soul. Yes, be wary of those people who meddle with the dead. Building requirement. Hardwood 5500, stone brick 5000, iron 2200, traces of prayer 20, traces of divinity 10, perfect essence 30. With this building, heroes can be resurrected. But Fang Hao knew well that this shrine could only resurrect heroes who had died in normal circumstances. For instance, none of these Beast Clan heroes that had been killed and were under the control of Nelson had been successfully resurrected. Nelson possessed this ability to prevent resurrection, and other top-ranked faction forces surely must possess similar abilities. So, strength is the fundamental way to reduce casualties, not resurrection. He continued to check the second building blueprint. Smelting furnace. Category. Building. Product. Cast iron block, white steel ingot. Description. Via heating, metallic processing products can be obtained, serving as materials used in crafting and alchemy. Upon seeing the information about the smelting furnace, joy sprang into Fang Hao's heart. Now he could produce white steel ingots, which meant his blueprints for the white steel equipment could be mass-produced and inventoried. The overall attributes of his army could also be significantly enhanced. Forge blower, green, hard resilient wood 5, thick leather 5, metal parts 4. Description. A simple wind generation device, pumps air into the smelting furnace for iron forging. He had seen the blower on TV. It was used to stoke the fire, making it burn brighter. It was part of the equipment for the smelting furnace. Only the last blueprint was left. Beast head heavy shield, blue, hard resilient wood 1, cast iron 5, white steel plate 2, white steel ingot 2. Description. A heavy shield designed for orc heavy infantry. Its outstanding defense power also increases the burden of the soldier. Fang Hao had seen this beast head heavy shield in its final form. He had seen it in the pile of items left after a battle. A round shield, carved with a large image of a beast head. It was rather intimidating. With the material he had at present, he could make it and arm the infantry with it. Upon finishing looking at the blueprints, Fang Hao continued to check the inventory of the Skullcrusher tribe. This look startled him. There were a lot of ores inside the warehouse. Among them, the reserve of stone was 2 million and iron ore also reached a reserve of more than 200,000. There was also copper, silver, even saltpeter and sulfur, all had a large reserve. This reinforced Fang Hao's initial idea. The Frostwind mountain range had rich mineral resources, which solved the ore demand for his territory. At this moment, Shaman Clyde came over. Lord, I have arranged it. I've reduced the number of tribes to 100, but the merger and relocation of the tribes will take a few days. Fang Hao nodded and said, you just need to handle this. Just call me Lord like the others, you don't have to call me Great Chief. The title of Great Chief should be a term of respect in the tribe. Although it sounds powerful, the heroes in his territory were getting more and more numerous, and it would be confusing if they all had different ways to address him. It's better to uniformly call him the Lord, which also conforms to the identity given by the Book of Lords. Okay, Lord. Clyde immediately changed his address. Fang Hao gestured to Clyde to sit down and asked with curiosity, I killed Shaw, don't the people here hate me? He glanced at the orcs not far away from the hall. Once they knew that Fang Hao would not make things difficult for them, the tension on their faces gradually disappeared, and they were chatting together, waiting for the tasks assigned to them later. My lord, it's just like this in the Frostwind mountain range. If anyone among them surpassed Shaw, they would have killed him and taken his place. Clyde slightly lifted his head and looked at Fang Hao. The only difference is you are a human. The rules here are all about the survival of the fittest. If anyone surpasses Shaw, they could be the great chief and make new rules. The only difference is that Fang Hao is a human and the army he controlled is the undead. This confuses the orcs who usually don't like to think. I plan to let you manage here, what do you think? Fang Hao said. Lord, with my current energy, it is hard to manage such a large group. Clyde sighed in response. Even if Clyde was a hero, his body had entered the decline stage. Even if he had the idea, he was a little powerless. I will arrange for someone to come and preside, you will continue to be a shaman here, assisting in management. Fang Hao said after a thought. Clyde was a purple hero after all. As a spiritual leader of the orcs, the shaman could solve many problems. I am ready to serve you, my lord. Clyde got up and slightly saluted. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, took out a purple hero contract, and handed it to Clyde. The hero contract was purchased at a trade alliance shop. Sign it. Even though Claire had shown enough sincerity and had helped him persuade the clan leaders in the Frostwind mountain range. But Fang Hao still wanted him to sign this contract. People's hearts can change little by little with time, place, and events. Only a contract can always bind them, preventing them from harming oneself. As the contract was presented, Claire also did not hesitate, directly stamping his handprint on it. Before Fang Hao arrived, the bronze bull had already spoken to him about the contract. He was already psychologically prepared and thus showed no significant hesitation. Light emerged from the contract and immersed itself into Claire's body. The contract was fulfilled. Shaman Claire, current loyalty to you is 60. Indeed, Claire's loyalty was only 60, even lower than the bronze bull forced into allegiance by him. Shaman Claire, purple rank 3 hero. Faction. Orc. Template. Purple. Race traits. Living creatures, altar believer, blood rage. Legion talent. Beast clan elder, totem of faith. Skills. Magic affinity, electroconvulsive, weakness, toxic fog, nest of vipers. Innate skills. Advanced magic mastery, advanced tactical mastery. Altar believer passive operate hero altars to resurrect hero units without consuming materials once every 7 days. Blood Rage passive increase attack strength by 5% after entering combat. Beast Clan Elder passive, this unit presiding over the Beast Clan area is less likely to encounter riots, taxes plus 5%. Totem of Faith active, all friendly forces, orcs receive a buff, morale plus 2%, physical damage plus 3%. Magic Affinity passive permanently increase this unit's magic power. Electroconvulsive active, discharge lightning from fingers, inflicting 130% spell damage. Lightning can jump and hit up to 2 additional enemies. Weakness active makes target enemy weak, decreasing all attributes. Toxic fog active summons poison fog in a designated area to continuously harm targets. Nest of Vipers active summons 10 magic venomous snakes to attack enemy units. Description. Shaman is better at thinking than orcs, he thinks in the dark, guiding the clan through difficulties. Although Claire has several seemingly good skills, their effects in Legion's battles are not significant. The only 2 Fang Hao finds useful are Altar Believer and Beast Clan Elder. One allows free usage of the hero altar every 7 days to resurrect fallen heroes. And another one increases the stability of the orc tribe. This prevents riots and increases tax revenue. He is a domestic affair-oriented hero of the orc clan. As long as Claire is in Frostwind City, he won't need to worry about the orcs rioting. Claire, there should be a connecting road between here and the Bloody Ridge, right? Fang Hao looked at Claire again. The Frostwind and Bloody Ridges are part of the same mountain range, but since the range is so long and spans several territories, they are named separately. Since it's the same range, there must be a connection. He must pay attention to this, whether for defending against the trolls, or for future counterattacks. Yes, sir. Claire stood up and shouted, bring the sand table over. Several orc guards immediately acted, pushing a sand table, over 7 meters long and 5 meters wide, into the middle of the hall. Sir, it would be clearer to look at it here. Claire invited Fang Hao. Several people ascended the steps to the giant sand table. Detailed sand table, Frostwind Ridge. Frostwind Ridge sand table recorded, it can be viewed in the Book of Lords map page. As soon as he approached the sand table, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Fang Hao immediately opened the Book of Lords and flipped to the map page. Sure enough, on the map page, the entire Frostwind mountain range area was fully illuminated, showing the terrain, winding paths, which fully matched the information on the sand table. This brought an instant joy to Fang Hao's heart. You see, maps require manpower to explore. Initially, when Fang Hao just traversed here, he made use of the God's Presence skill every day, exploring the territory nearby with his men, and then cross-referenced the map to re-explore the unlit areas when he returned. Now that he has incorporated the sand table, this task was saved, and the entire Frostwind mountain range map was automatically unlocked. And it's very clear. What's the matter, Lord? Claire, seeing Fang Hao lost in thought, asked quietly. Nothing, just go ahead. Fang Hao closed the Book of Lords, refocusing his gaze on the sand table. All right, Lord. The sand table is huge. Claire picked up his crutch, and pointed from east to west along a road inside the mountain. Lord, this road cuts through the entire mountain range. He pointed out at a point in the middle. Frostwind Mountain Range and Bloodthirsty Mountain Range use this as the boundary and do not interfere with each other. It appears that the Bloodthirsty Mountain Range occupies more locations and has a better living environment. One of the major reasons is that the Bloodthroat tribe is stronger and has an orange hero stationed there. So you mean, if those trolls want to attack Frostwind Mountain Range, this is the only route they'd take? Fang Hao said. Yes, Lord, all the other paths are rugged mountain trails, at most a few hundred people can pass. If a war breaks out, this is the only road, Claire answered. Fang Hao nodded, thinking that he should also establish a fortress here later for defense against the trolls. Once internal stability is achieved in the Frostwind tribe, based on the locations of the two forts, attack can be launched on the Bloodthirsty Mountain Range, and this threat can be completely removed. Talk about the mines. I see here contains a large amount of mineral reserves. There must be many mines, right? Fang Hao continued to ask. Yes, there are a total of 72 mining sites, but the tribes have had constant disputes in the past, plundering each other, and not many mines can continue production, replied Claire. We'll compile them all later, arrange specific villages for mining, and stabilize efficiency, Fang Hao nodded. There are actually 72 locations. The ores here are really rich. As long as mining is stable, there will no worries for the ores needed in the territory. All right, Lord. The Frostwind Mountain Range used to supply mineral resources in exchange for other resources. If we stop fighting for mines and destroying facilities, the output can at least double, said Claire, standing next to Fang Hao. I'll take care of the supply part. They don't have to worry about it. As long as they do their jobs, they can eat well and wear warm. Fang Hao understood what Claire wanted to convey. Previously, the resources here were used for exchange. They used ores to exchange for other necessary resources such as food and daily necessities. Fang Hao would arrange these, and they only needed to finish their work. Thank you, Lord. As long as these needs are met, they won't cause any trouble, said Claire. Fang Hao nodded, and looked at Fireblade. Fireblade, clip. Lord. The two came over. You two will lead the army to this place. I will establish a fortress here, and you two will be responsible for defense. Fang Hao pointed to the junction of the Frostwind Mountain Range and the Bloodthirsty Mountain Range on the sand table. Yes, Lord, the two nodded in agreement. Fang Hao looked at Shaman Claire. Let's go, you come with me first. I'll send you back after the fortress is built. Oh, all right, Lord. Fang Hao, with Claire and Angia, left the chieftain's hall. The three of them rode the bone dragon towards the boundary. In half an hour, they had already reached the boundary. There were not only jagged rocks here, but also a sizable wind vent. The strong wind made people lean, and they had to strive against the wind step by step. Lord, this is the boundary. Shah has considered establishing a fortress here, but it is very difficult to walk normally here, let alone constructing a fortress that can block the path, said Claire loudly. But the woo sound of the wind next to his ear made it a bit unclear to hear. Fang Hao cast frost armor, with stones occasionally blown up by the strong wind hitting the armor, emitting blue ripples. He opened the Book of Lords, went straight to the construction area, and found the fortress. Fortress. Wood 3,000, stone 2,000, cement 1,500, iron 500, metal fittings 120. He directly chose to build. The light fluctuated, and a fortress was erected to block the wind vent. As the three moved forward with force, their bodies suddenly lightened, almost falling to the ground. Claire had never seen such a situation where a fortress can be constructed in the blink of an eye. His face looked excited, mumbling words like, gift, and miracle, and he knelt down to Fang Hao again. Loyalty also directly rose by 10 points. Fang Hao asked him to get up and started to upgrade the fortress, and build defense arrow towers and magic defense towers. Claire, arrange some orcs to come here later to listen to Fireblade's commands for joint defense, Fang Hao instructed after the fortress was built. All right, Lord, I will arrange it properly, replied Claire. About half an hour later, Fireblade led a large group over. Of the over 1 million undead soldiers who have been assigned to the Frostwind City, over 200,000 have been left behind, and the rest have all been brought here. Fireblade, you stay and guard this place as do you, Pliers. Listen to Fireblade's orders, said Fang Hao. Yes, my lord, I will definitely listen to Fireblade's commands. Lord, does this make me a commander now? Pliers, recovering quickly from his injuries, asked with a voice less raspy than before. A commander? Fang Hao asked curiously. Yes, someone who can command a few people, Pliers explained eagerly. This little green skin wants a title so bad. Fine, if you do a good job and prove yourself, the skeleton giant bats will be under your command, Fang Hao replied. No, my lord, I mean the orcs. Can I command a few orcs? Pliers hurried to clarify. What's so great about commanding skeletons? He simply hoped to have a team of orcs under his command to deploy as he wished. That depends on your efforts. Do a good job and I'll give you an entire army to command. Thank you, my lord, thank you. Pliers quickly expressed his gratitude, grinning from ear to ear. It's feasible for Pliers to command a part of the flight troops. However, his abilities are really quite low. If he aspires to command a large army, I'm afraid it might be somewhat problematic. But I shouldn't discourage his ambitions, hence, my words at present. After naming this place Frostwind Fortress East, Fang Hao and his party returned to Frostwind City. They strolled around their territory, and led by Shaman Clyde, arrived at Frostwind City's industrial district. Several warehouses had been built here, which were filled with a large number of ores. Not far away was a smelting furnace factory, especially used for processing ores. Lord, ordinarily we have orc blacksmiths working here, forging weapons and smelting iron ores, Claire pointed at the cold factory and quietly explained. This factory had been shut down ever since the Shah's defeat and the occupation by the Undead army. Arrange for operations to be resumed when the time comes, Fang Hao said. He massively increased the production of all kinds of tools in the warehouse and increased the number of smelting furnaces to 200. Regardless of whether it's too much or not, it definitely can't be too few. Later, he would recruit some skeleton blacksmiths to be assigned here, turning this place directly into a blacksmithing factory. After touring the city, they returned to the chieftain's great hall. Just then, Angia was directing a skeleton to bring out boxes and boxes filled with gold coins. Warfire coins. 787,580, Beasthead gold. 2,254,580. So much money. Fang Hao's eyes began to flash with the gleam of gold. Save 500,000 Beasthead gold, and load the rest onto the Bone Dragon, Fang Hao ordered. Frostwind City being a native city, factories and mines would require paying wages to their workers, all settled through Beasthead gold. Therefore, some needed to be saved. Likewise, Fang Hao would open some shops here, which could earn back the money, thus forming a cycle. Oh, Angia responded, and then pointed to a skeleton at the back row. There's a white iron treasure chest there. Go and see what good stuff there is. White iron. Fang Hao paused and then it hit him. It must mean silver. If it is a silver treasure chest, that would indeed be disappointing. Capturing the Frostwind mountain range was the biggest battle Fang Hao had ever fought since he passed through this world. With nearly 800,000 enemy soldiers in a single rally and his own deployment crossing over 500,000, he couldn't merely receive a white-silver chest as a reward. Bring it. Fang Hao beckoned. Two skeletons from behind brought over a massive, bright white metal chest. Platinum treasure chest. Oh my god. Fang Hao shot an annoyed glance at Angia. Is this what you call white iron? Is there such a shiny iron? This was the 5th level of treasure chests after wood, black iron, silver, and gold, and should be superior in comparison. Without further hesitation, Fang Hao directly chose to open it. Bright flashes of light fluttered, and item after item appeared before Fang Hao. Acquired. Jewelry shop construction blueprint, deceptive statue construction blueprint, storm fine iron helmet blueprint, blue, storm fine iron chest armor blueprint, blue, storm fine iron full finger gauntlet blueprint, blue, storm fine iron boots blueprint, blue, stone seat black iron street lamp, blue, dragon tooth necklace purple, hero recruitment scroll orange, beast tooth stone 182, warfire coins 510. Fang Hao carefully inspected his prizes from the treasure chest. The platinum treasure chest reward was indeed plentiful. Also, this confirmed that the platinum treasure chest was more advanced and higher quality than the gold one, with more and better rewards coming out. Fang Hao's eyes landed first on the orange scroll. Hero recruitment scroll orange. It's actually an orange scroll. The last hero recruitment scroll I received was for Nelson. He was my first hero, summoned purely by fate, a Nelson of the orange template, with no tier requirement. This time, the recruitment scroll guarantees an orange template, a reassuring safety net. Hero recruitment scroll orange. Category: recruitment scroll. Description: upon use, a random orange template hero can be recruited. There's no faction requirement this time. I'm not sure what kind of hero it will summon. I hope it doesn't yield any bizarre species or factions. Anyway, I am about to have my second orange hero, which is good news. I suppress my excitement and decide to put away the recruitment scroll for now. It's too crowded here. I'll use it when I return to the main territory. While Angia is directing the skeletons to load the gold coins onto the dragon's back, Fang Hao continues to examine the remaining blueprints. Level 1 Jewelry Shop. 550 wood, 800 stone, 300 leather, 220 hemp rope, 120 iron, 50 metal parts. Now that I have already acquired a tailor shop and a blacksmith's shop, I no longer simply think that this kind of shop only sells jewelry. It should work similarly to a tailor's shop, allowing you to recruit craftsmen-like professions focused on crafting jewelry. As for its exact function, I will find out after building it when I return. God of Deception statue. 550 wood, 1500 stone, 5 natural gem, 2 essence of magic, 2 enchanting essence. Description: the God of Deception will bless the ruler of the land, granting the deception and trickery to those with ulterior motives. With the construction of the first 2 statues, building another statue isn't so extraordinary anymore. But this time, it's different. The harvest statue and the slaughter god statue bless the land, whereas the deception statue blesses the ruler of the land himself. Based on the content, it sounds more like the leader of a fraudulent organization. Doesn't look like a good guy. There's one more thing that leads Fang Hao to speculate. The rewards from a place often have something to do with the region, leading to the God of Deception statue here in the Orc territories. Could it be that some people here worship the God of Deception? It's a little confusing, but Claire should pay special attention to this later. Don't want any trouble to arise because of this. Continue to check the next item. Storm Fine Iron Open Face Helmet Blue. Category: Helmet. Defense. Tier 3 Defense. Set effect: attack power plus 3%, maximum health power plus 5%, skill success rate plus 15%. Description: the favorite armor of rough warriors, rumored to guarantee victory in battles when worn. A blue set armor. It's a pretty good piece of equipment. Especially with the set attributes: attack power, health, skill success rate, these are all very important attributes. Especially since the equipment of the infantry is currently very random, consisting of different sets of blue and green, this will help unify their equipment and improve overall combat power. Stone thrown lamp post. 100 wood, 50 stone, 20 iron, 10 cast iron blocks, 1 glass lampshade. Description. The sun can't be this low, it's the lantern with a glass cover. We have glass now. If it's possible to make glass, the first thing Fang Hao would do is to make windows, which would help in rainy and wintry weather. Dragon Tooth Necklace Purple. Category. Necklace. Effect. Close range attack power plus 5%, stamina recovery plus 10%. Description. A necklace as powerful as the Dragon Clan, it will bring you a strong physique and power. The Dragon Tooth necklace is not a real dragon tooth. It's about the size of a pinky finger, in the shape of a canine tooth, and made of material similar to jade. The name, Dragon Tooth, is probably given by the maker himself. Angia. Fang Hao called out. Ah! In the distance, Angia was standing on the dragon's back, tying the cash boxes with hemp rope. Although Angia doesn't have many places to spend money, she also loves wealth. She always scrupulously scavenges a place, more thorough than anyone else. This is for you. Fang Hao threw the necklace in his hand over to her. Angia took it with both hands and took a look at the dragon tooth necklace. For me, yeah. Fang Hao nodded. Holding the tooth-shaped pendant that was as smooth as jade, Angia looked at it for a while before beaming joyfully as she put it on her neck. Thank you. Fighter Tooth. Angia's loyalty to you has increased by 10, the current loyalty is 97. Angia's loyalty abruptly increased by 10 points, just 3 short of reaching 100%. Fang Hao has been giving her food and clothes. Unexpectedly, it was the necklace that increased her loyalty by 10 points. All the money was secured onto the dragon's back. After giving a few words to Claire, Fang Hao, alongside Angia and Bronze Bull, left Frostwind City. Here, Claire would initially manage everything and wait until Nelson made a new hero, and then the new hero would be sent here. The bone dragon soared into the sky, flying towards Fang Hao's territory. On the way, they dropped Bronze Bull into the city where Zhong Bin was located, and then sent Zhong Bin back to his original city. The addition of Frostwind City added a new problem: food. Zhong Bin had to be sent back to expand the farm and increase output. By the time they returned to their territory, it was already dark. Thus, the day ended. Aira had prepared a lavish dinner for them. As Angia began describing Frostwind City to Aira, Fang Hao had no chance to interrupt. He could only eat his meal while passing time watching the regional channel. Damn. A group of folks came by during the day. They looked like soldiers from a nearby city, came to levy some tax. They blabbered about a lot of things. Didn't you just bash him up then and there? And yelled, "Are you blind? See who you're messing with." They're just trying to extort protection fees, better to just pay it and keep the peace. I don't dare refuse. They came with hundreds of people, all equipped with those badass kind of equipment. Thankfully, they gave me a certificate after I paid a no need to pay again for half a year. Yours isn't too bad then, your territory is near human cities, you can get some protection. Yeah, I do envy you. I also want to pay some money, and develop slowly. Hey, let me interject, Haria. Go ahead, but gently. Seriously, I recruited a blue-level hero in the field today. He came with a training skill that can train archers into rangers. Damn. Are you about to take off? Boss, you're awesome. Is the archer a male or female hero? Can you bang them? Male. Not sure if you can bang until loyalty reaches 100. Boss, you must be the first one to have a hero in this region, haven't heard of anyone else. Who says? You guys forget. There was a point ranking at the end of the first 7-day trial. Fang Hao was ranked first and was awarded a hero recruitment scroll. From the name, it should be used to recruit a hero. Right, remember Fang Hao once took a photo, there were a pair of white legs in the corner, must be the hero he recruited. Case cracked, Fang Hao has recruited a female hero. Spread the word, Fang Hao married a female hero. Spread the word, Fang Hao is a female. Hold on. Weren't we talking about me recruiting a hero? Why did you bring up Fang Hao? Can I just show off a bit? No need to show off, you're quite alike. Fang Hao looked at the regional channel and almost spit out his food. Why does every conversation have to involve him? From everyone's chat, it seems most people are still unfamiliar with heroes. Maybe there are some like Fang Hao, who recruit heroes discreetly, but they are certainly in the minority. Closing the Book of Lords, he finished all the food in his bowl. Leaving the two ladies to continue eating, he took the hero recruitment scroll and went outside. Standing in the open space in front of the Lord's mansion. Do you want to use the hero recruitment scroll? A random orange hero can be recruited upon use. Use it. Next, the recruitment scroll in his hand emitted a faint light and slowly scattered like burning paper. The next moment, a complex array appeared on the open space in front of him. Under the shroud of orange light, a figure gradually rose from the ground. Successful recruitment, Ancient Blade, Demetria Orange Tier 8 Hero. Seeing the name in the prompt, Fang Hao was taken aback once again. It was rare to see a title of 4 words, even Nelson only had a title of 2 words. The orange light grew increasingly dazzling and a tall figure gradually became clearer. When the light dissipated, revealing Demetria's figure, Fang Hao's brows furrowed again. Before him stood not a human as he had expected, but a towering lizard man. He was nearly 2 meters tall, his blue skin clearly showing the shine of his scales. He was dressed in a set of golden armor, one hand held a golden helmet, and the other leaned on a metallic longsword. Your Majesty, the lizard man broke the silence first and knelt on one knee, accompanying the sound of clashing armor. Welcome aboard, Demetria. Fang Hao quickly smiled and helped him up. Ancient Blade. Demetria's loyalty towards you has increased by 5 points, current loyalty is 95. That high. His loyalty was so high right after joining. It seemed that neither the heroes nor the slaves he had bought had such high initial loyalty. Thank you, Your Majesty, the lizard man rose again. Just call me sir. The territory is still under construction, and we need everyone's joint effort. Yes, sir, the lizard man said, then moved aside and stood guard without saying a word. Fang Hao also opened the Book of Lords, checking his attributes. Ancient Blade. Demetria Orange Tier 8 Hero. Faction. Lizardmen. Template. Orange. Racial traits. Living creatures, cold-blooded, underwater breathing, scale armor. Legion talent. Tactical camouflage, Rune Guardian, two-handed sword commander. Skills. Misty Sky, heretical mark, fanatic belief, ancient saint's blessing, fierce / sweeping. Innate abilities. Domain command mastery, advanced two-handed sword mastery, advanced tactical mastery, advanced religious belief. Cold-blooded creatures, stamina and spirit increase by 15%. Underwater breathing, this unit can breathe normally underwater. Scale armor, natural armor, defense is increased by 25%. Tactical camouflage, this unit leads troops. When stationary, it can enter stealth camouflage mode. Rune Guardian, this unit leads troops, and any buff effect is increased by 10%. This effect includes, but is not limited to, equipment, treasures, runes, beliefs, viscera jars, and other items and magic. Two-handed sword commander, leading units with two-handed swords, attack power is increased by 25%. Misty Sky active, spews out a piece of mist, covering a designated area. Friendly units in the mist have their magic resistance increased by 20, and health recovery increased by 25%. Heretical mark active actively marks the target, causing 10% additional damage. Fanatic belief passive attack speed increases by 15%. Ancient Saint's blessing passive blessing from the Ancient Saint. This unit is not affected by any negative conditions. Fierce / active strikes the enemy, damage bonus of 150%, 15% chance to cause knockback. Sweeping active, the longsword sweeps, causing a 140% damage bonus to a large range of enemies in front. Description. The lizardmen gradually exited the center stage of the world, but their past glory and strength could never be erased. As always, the orange heroes were powerful. Among his attributes, in addition to various powerful skills, also revealed a sense of religion. Tria, have you had dinner? Fang Hao was still a little unfamiliar with the name. He had to check the Book of Lords after uttering the first 2 syllables. Sir, you can just call me Demi. I haven't eaten yet, Demetria answered from the side. Okay, I'll have someone prepare a meal for you. Then, I'll give you a tour of the territory to help you get acquainted. Fang Hao was about to ask Aira if there was anything to eat, then turned back to ask again, Demetria, do you eat meat or vegetables? Sir, my diet is the same as a human's, without much difference, Demetria replied again. All right. Just as Fang Hao was about to take a step, Angia came rushing out from inside, followed closely by Aira. The two of them playfully rushed out, stopping in their tracks at the sight of the lizardman clad in golden armor standing at the door. They stared fixedly at the lizardman. What in the world is this? Angia murmured. This is Demetria, from the lizardman tribe, a new member of our heroes. Fang Hao turned to Demetria and said, Demetria, this is Aira, the head maid, and this is Angia, who is also a hero in the territory. Miss Aira, Miss Angia. Demetria greeted them proactively. Nice to meet you, Mr. Demetria. Aira responded. Angia, on the other hand, was captivated by his equipment, finding his glittering golden attire fairly flamboyant. Aira, see if there's anything left to eat, prepare something for Demetria. Yes, master. Fang Hao then turned to Angia and said, Angia, why don't you show Demetria around the territory, and introduce him to the blood hunter while you're at it? All right. Angia agreed, and then began to lead Demetria away. Once he had seen to these matters, Fang Hao strolled off to the side. He planned to make use of the time before he slept to build from all the construction blueprints he had, and understand their properties and functions. Standing in front of an empty plot of land, Fang Hao promptly opened the Book of Lords and found the blueprint for the jewelry shop. Level 1 Jewelry Shop. Wood 550, stone material 800, leather 300, hemp rope 220, iron 120, metal parts 50. Construct. With a flash of light, a small hut slowly took shape. 5 minutes later, a wooden shop stood before Fang Hao. Level 1 Jewelry Shop. Recruits available. Goldsmith. Wriggling Spine 1. Note. Can recruit the relevant troop type in this building, engage in iron forging and weapon repair. Upgrade requires. Wood 1500, stone 1700, leather 700, hemp rope 220, iron 20, metal parts 40. As expected. Just like the tailor shop and the blacksmith shop. The building could recruit functional troops, and since it's called a jewelry shop, the goldsmith's task must be making jewelry. Usually, when a building reaches level 5, it will gain additional properties. Having enough resources, Fang Hao straight away upgraded it to level 5. Level 5 Jewelry Shop. Recruits available. Goldsmith. Wriggling Spine 1. Ability. Craftsmanship Expertise. Processing accuracy plus 5%. Note. Can recruit the relevant troop type in this building, engage in the crafting and repairing of jewelry. Upgrade requires. Wood 5500, stone 6500, hard resilient wood 600, stone bricks 800, iron 50, metal parts 220, perfect essence 4. Fang Hao had also figured out a characteristic of the buildings. The buildings gain a new attribute after reaching level 5. The period from level 1 to 4 is just a transition, the building only gains effects after reaching level 5. After upgrading, the next step was to recruit a goldsmith. The job title sounded pretty fancy, so Fang Hao hoped it would not disappoint him. Goldsmith. Wriggling Spine 1, Recruit. Hundredfold amplification activated, recruiting 101 skeleton goldsmiths. A flash of light, and out stepped 101 skeleton goldsmiths. The goldsmiths were tall and thin, with leather bags filled with various goldsmithing tools hanging from their waists. Greetings, Master. The group of goldsmiths saluted as one. The eyes of the goldsmith, burning with the azure soul flame. Well, welcome to the team. Fang Hao looked at the lead skeleton. What's your name? My lord, my name is Luke. The leading skeleton goldsmith replied. Great, Luke, you are now the team leader of the goldsmiths. Any tasks will be given to you and then you will allocate them. Fang Hao, as usual, selected a team leader. This also made it convenient for him to supervise, without having to remember so many names. Yes, Master, we are at your service. Skeleton Goldsmith Luke's loyalty to you has increased by 5 points, current loyalty is 85. Fang Hao nodded, and started to check the goldsmith's attributes. Skeleton Goldsmith, Tier 1. Faction. Undead. Racial features. Undead, hollow skeleton, vulnerable to light. Skills. Fine repair, precision manufacturing. Fine repair. Repairs jewelry, restoring durability. Precision manufacturing. Specializes in the creation of small precision crafts. Innate skills. Level 1 goldsmith mastery. Note. From clothes accessories to weapon ornaments, everything involves the works of goldsmiths. Integrating art into life and filling life with art is what every craftsman pursues. The role of a goldsmith is to produce various crafts. Be it rings, necklaces, insignias that nobles adore, or a king's crown, all come within the scope of a goldsmith's work. Repair these 2 pieces. Fang Hao removed the mindful necklace and flame ring. He had been wearing these 2 items for a month, so today is a good time to get them fixed. Okay, my lord, they will be repaired by tomorrow morning. Luke responded. All right, you take a look around the territory and see what needs to be done, then report back to me, Fang Hao continued. There were over 100 of them, they can't just sit around doing nothing. They had to see what needed to be done so the tasks could be assigned properly. Understood, my lord. After delegating tasks, Fang Hao built houses for the skeleton goldsmiths, told them they could rest, and scheduled their working hours. After receiving an increase in loyalty from a group of goldsmiths, Fang Hao left them. He was now left with 3 construction blueprints. They were for the hero altar, smelting furnace, and god of deception statue. He first arrived at the statue area. He chose to build the statue of god of deception 2 meters away from the slaughter god statue. A blue glow emerged which gradually formed an outline that was somewhat robust. When the glow dissipated, there stood a tall thin man holding a mask. God of Deception statue, blue. Types. Special building. Effects. Success rate of speech plus 30%, advantage extra plus 10% for the opposite sex, this effect only works for the leader of the power. Description. The God of Deception has blessed the territory's leader and gives deception and cunning to those with ulterior motives. The God of Deception actually only provides one effect. The ability to express oneself eloquently. In the future, regardless of what you say, the credibility given by the listener towards you will increase by 30%, it also has an extra effect on those of the opposite sex. So, it's like this world's godfather of deceivers. When the deceiver becomes a god, that is quite impressive. You can say this is the most useless statue in Fang Hao's territory. There are either skeletons or contract-bound heroes and slaves in the territory. Who would he deceive? Does typing in the regional channel count as speech? Otherwise, this statue would be totally useless. Even if it's useless, Fang Hao couldn't dismantle it. It was the 3rd statue. As long as he builds one more statue, he will meet the prerequisites of the Wish Fountain blueprint. Then, he could make a wish in the Wish Fountain and get the materials he needs. Right now, he wants dragon crystal so he could increase the number of bone dragons to an intimidating number, so no one dares to annoy him. After building the statue, Fang Hao moved on. He chose to build the hero altar 2 meters to the left of the merit training ground. Hero altar. Hardwood 5,500, stone bricks 5,000, iron 2,200, traces of prayer 20, divine trace 10, perfect essence 30. The hero altar was built amidst a golden light. Hero altar, orange. Types. Special building. Ability. Resurrect. Resurrect. Living traces 1, mithril 20, faction materials 20, warfire coins 2000. Conversion, creation, summoning, etc. Hero units cannot be resurrected. Resurrect, it can resurrect hero units of this faction. Souls that are forbidden or destroyed cannot be resurrected. Description. Here, you can resurrect your brave subordinates. Of course, there are always some ways in this world to imprison and destroy your soul. Therefore, beware of those who manipulate the dead. With this built, fallen heroes can be resurrected in the future. The last building left was a smelting furnace. Fang Hao didn't plan to build this in his territory. He planned to cluster furnace factories in Frostwind Mountain Range, and in the next couple of days, he planned to recruit a large number of skeleton blacksmiths to work in the factories in Frostwind City. Within his territory, only the blacksmith who repairs and forges equipment was needed. After all the hustle and bustle concluded, it was late. Angia and Lizardman Hero had strolled around the territory a large circle, covered each area within the territory. My lord. Seeing Fang Hao, Demetria saluted again. Okay. There's nothing special in the territory. Just keep in mind not to disturb Scholar Nelson when he's working in the Viscera Museum after closing hours, Fang Hao said softly. Understood. I will respect the rules of the territory. Demetria replied. Demetria's reply was very bland. It made Fang Hao look at him again, because he seemed to have no curiosity or fear about the many undead in the territory. Did you have contact with the undead before? Fang Hao asked. No, my lord. Don't you feel curious about the undead here? Fang Hao continued. Not really. Demetria pondered his words. Inheritance and continuation are all different ways to continue to guard our beliefs. If the day were to come when I am to die, I might choose to become undead too, to continue my duty. I see. Is the faith of the lizardman so unwavering? Well, perhaps you're right, said Fang Hao as the two of them reached a spot not far from the Lord's mansion. I will build a mansion for you here. There are nightstone chandeliers and furniture in the warehouses. Fang Hao flipped the Book of Lords, built a house and upgraded it to level 6. When reaching level 5, the wooden house was already upgraded to a 2-story stone building. How is it? Is that the architectural style over at your place? Fang Hao asked. Thank you, my lord. I only remember that the place I lived was quite damp and most of the buildings were made of stone bricks, Demetria replied softly. Okay. Go in and take a look. If you need anything, you can move it in. You should also get some rest early. Demetria nodded, took his weapon, and walked directly into the house. The next day, in Prul City. The streets of Prul City are unusually bustling today. The Hot Pot restaurant has launched a seafood-themed event. On a simple wooden stage, rabbit maids sing and dance, showcasing their talents. Even if it isn't particularly professional, few commoners in this era have seen professional performances. The main attraction is the lively and active atmosphere. From early morning, the entrance of the Hot Pot restaurant was crowded with people, layer upon layer, watching the performance. Even when the city lord announced new policies, fewer people gathered than now. Even if they weren't eating hot pot, they came to watch the show. Inside the restaurant, all the seats are filled, and the customers are tasting the newly launched seafood pot. How do you feel? Is the effect all right? Mr. Fang Hao stood in front of the counter. Behind the counter, Xin Yao Yao was wiping sweat and said while keeping accounts. Yes, Fule has gone to fetch goods again. There are too many customers, and we can't sustain this kind of demand every day. Xin Yao Yao is Fulei's girlfriend. This time, she also came to the restaurant to help with accounting tasks. In the past, Fule would bring fish to sell in the city, and by the time the sun set, he might not have sold all of them. He would need to take it back and dry it into dried fish. Now, Fule has returned for the third time to restock goods. If this continues, even if the restaurant makes more money, it won't be able to keep up with the demand for fish. Today is the peak day. The number of people will slightly increase, it will gradually decrease in the next few days, said Fang Hao. He was very clear about this. The population of Prul City is limited, and most of its inhabitants are just after novelty. In the next few days, the number of people eating fish hot pot will slowly decrease. After all, most people are commoners and occasionally look to enhance their lives. By the way, boss, several nearby villages have recently been attacked by wild animals. Fule wants to seize this opportunity to help the villages eradicate the beasts and then incorporate them as subsidiary villages. Xin Yao Yao said. The nearby villages she mentioned were small villages near the freshwater lake. All rely on fishing for a living. If they could be incorporated as subsidiary villages, it would also increase the production of freshwater fish. That's fine. Be careful. If the villages don't want to join, don't force them. Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, "All right, when Fu Lei comes back, I'll tell him." Okay, you get busy, I'll go sit in the tavern across the road. All right, boss. The temperature in the restaurant was too high, so when they came out, both his and Angia's foreheads were covered with sweat. After wiping sweat off, he headed directly towards the bar across the street. Upon entering the bar, the landlady was leaning on her chin in a daydream-like state. Seeing them enter, she only had a quick glance. What's wrong? Not in a good mood today. Fang Hao sat down in front of the bar. The landlady gave him a wide-eyed glance, and said, "Did you come here specifically to mock me?" "What do you mean by that?" "HMPH, as your restaurant is getting more and more popular, look at my bar, there is not a single person." The landlady complained discontentedly. She also brought a few bartenders from her bar to try the hot pot. It indeed was delicious and unlike any food they had ever eaten before. It seemed addictive. As soon as they smelled the fragrance wafting from the restaurant across the street, they couldn't help but salivate, wanting to eat it again. And today, Fang Hao's restaurant has launched a seafood-themed hot pot event. Those rabbits have been singing and dancing all morning. It attracted many customers, making the landlady envious. Add to that, her bar business was getting worse. She felt angry whenever she saw Fang Hao. It is still morning, and this is not the peak time for your bar. Fang Hao comforted softly. Sigh. Even at night, there aren't many customers. My bar is nearing its end. The landlady sighed. She looked somewhat depressed, but still used a rag to wipe her hands and poured 2 cups of beer for them. What could she say? The restaurant that Fang Hao ran was truly delicious and attracted most of the city's people. Besides, Fang Hao's restaurant has restored the original price of its drinks, and she has appropriately reduced her prices, but she still can't compete. What could she say? She couldn't expect Fang Hao to close his restaurant to take care of her, could she? If things don't take a turn for the better, you could consider helping me. Fang Hao said with a smile. This time, the innkeeper didn't argue but sat down to ponder. It seemed that the tavern was indeed having a hard time. Fang Hao didn't say anything else and turned his eyes to the announcement board on the side. There were no new maps today. But there was a new bounty. Beneath his Swords of Absolution bounty, there was a new listing. Bounty. Escort caravan. Task. Escort the city's cloth merchant to List City. Requirements. A team of 10 mercenaries. Reward. 200 gold coins. Is this bounty offered by Tavik? Fang Hao asked the innkeeper. Yes, I heard that he's planning to transport goods out of the city tomorrow, but he hasn't found a suitable escort team yet. The innkeeper replied, softly. I remember Tavik being quite wealthy and having his own trade caravan. Why is he hiring mercenaries now? Tavik was indeed the city's cloth merchant. Fang Hao had rescued his daughter from kidnappers and thus, knew Tavik. In Fang Hao's recollection, he had his own trading caravan and did business between the various nearby cities. He wondered why Tavik was now posting bounties in the tavern. That, I'm not sure. Perhaps, he has more goods this time, or perhaps there are other dangers on the road. The innkeeper replied listlessly. All right. Fang Hao finished the beer in his hand, got up and left the tavern with Angia. The pair headed straight to Tavik's residence. After giving notice of their visit, they quickly met with Tavik. Mr. Fang Hao, Miss Angia. Tavik greeted them with a smile. Mr. Tavik. The 3 of them sat down in the drawing room, and a servant brought over refreshments and pastries. I saw the bounty you posted at the tavern, Mr. Tavik. It mentions the need to hire a small team of 10 mercenaries. Fang Hao directly cut to the chase. Tavik was slightly taken aback, having not expected Fang Hao to approach him about this matter. He nodded and said, it's not just one team. Any group that can field 10 men can join. If there are more people, the bounty will increase accordingly. I remember Mr. Tavik has his own trade caravan. Why do you suddenly need so many people? Fang Hao asked, taking a sip from his wine cup. Ah, Tavok sighed heavily, looking distressed. I ran into some troubles and lost a lot of men and goods. This time, I must transport the goods to Lis City, so I had no choice but to hire mercenaries. I'm hoping that having more people will prevent any chaos. Tavok didn't spell it out, but one could more or less guess what happened. His caravan must have encountered danger, suffering heavy losses, and was unable to complete this delivery. But Tavok had to deliver the goods, which is why he posted the bounty at the tavern. However, due to the recent incident with the Fire Wolf mercenary group, the city lord had started to investigate and control the mercenaries. Many mercenary groups had left Cruel City to seek opportunities in other cities. This left Tavok unable to find a suitable team in the short term. Where is Lis City located? Do you have a map? Fang Hao asked quietly. Tavok was startled, but then a joyful look appeared on his face. He was well aware of Fang Hao's strength. If he could persuade Fang Hao to escort his caravan, he wouldn't have to worry about its safety. Yes, yes. Tavok motioned for a servant to bring the map. With the map spread out, Fang Hao learned the location of Lis City. Lis City was to the south of Cruel City. Although it was also a border city, it was not very close. Fu Lei's fishing village was located in between the two cities. Mr. Fang Hao, if you're willing to escort us, I'm willing to pay you double the original fee. Tavok's voice was filled with hope. Fang Hao considered this. It would be a chance to accompany Tavok to another human city. This would help him in understanding the surrounding forces, as well as aiding his development hereafter. He looked up at Tavok again. I can agree to escort your caravan, but I'm afraid the compensation will need to be changed. Oh, what would you like, Mr. Fang Hao? Holy snow silk, and the young silkworms that can be cultivated. Upon hearing that Fang Hao requested for holy snow silkworm larvae, Tavok looked at him suspiciously. Hadn't Fang Hao given up on raising silkworms yet? Were the silkworms he had purchased from him last time not dead yet, or were they already dead, and he still persisted? But these were not what he had to consider. Fang Hao had a decent team that was more than capable of protecting his caravan safely. He was clear about this, so since the other party wanted to exchange his reward for silkworm larvae, he could accept this condition. Alright, since Mr. Fang Hao desires it, I naturally won't be stingy. Let's use the holy snow silkworm larva as a reward. Tavok said loudly, slapping the table heavily. The holy snow silk was the best silk Tavok had, specifically sold to nobles and wealthy merchants everywhere. For others, he would only sell the finished cloth and not the silkworm larva to avoid cultivating a competitor. But Fang Hao was different, obviously an outsider who knew nothing. Even if he passed on the entire set of procedures to him, it would be hard for him to achieve anything in a few years. The greater possibility was that once his interest waned, he would give up. Therefore, Tavok was not worried about Fang Hao at all, but the silkworm larvae were equally precious, even more valuable than gold coins. But there was no other way, he really needed help at this time. When do we set off? Fang Hao asked. Early tomorrow morning, at the gate of Cruel City. Good, I will bring people over at that time, and we can set off together after gathering. All right. After settling on a departure time, the two sat down and started chatting casually. The Minister of Internal Affairs had recently been networking everywhere, hoping to leverage his connections and have the city lord release his son. However, it seemed like the city lord was determined to convict his son this time around. He was still being held in jail with no one allowed to visit him. These days, the townsfolk were all discussing this matter. They were cheering in private. Finally, this tyrant has been caught. After chatting for a while, Fang Hao and his partner left Tavok's mansion. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Fang Hao and his partner returned to their territory. As they dismounted from the giant lizard, they just so happened to see Demetria returning from patrol. Taking off his helmet, his blue lizard head was revealed. My lord, Demetria greeted respectfully. That's right, tomorrow I have a task to deal with. You and Angia come with me, and leave Bloodhunter in charge of patrolling the territory. Fang Hao remembered the task of escorting the caravan tomorrow. The effect of patrolling around the territory was actually not that great. With a garrison of 500,000 undead, no creature dared to approach. Even the wild beasts had moved their nests, seeking new places to live. As you command, my lord, Demetria nodded in response. Having bid farewell to Demetria, Fang Hao returned to the lord's mansion. As soon as he reached the third floor, he saw that Era was cleaning his room. His room was the only one Era was allowed into, and he had her arrange things like washing and drying regularly. Master, you're back. Era stepped forward to help him remove the leather armor he was wearing. When Fang Hao went to Cruel City now, he no longer wore the heavy metal armor, but wore a piece of leather armor over his mage robe, in case of special circumstances. Fang Hao nodded. Oh, master, when I was cleaning the study, I saw a broken pendant. Do you want to send it to Mr. Luke for repair? Era asked softly. Luke. Oh right, the new goldsmith. This name was somewhat unfamiliar, but he quickly recalled that this was the skeleton goldsmith he had recruited yesterday. Fang Hao then asked, which pendant? He didn't remember having any broken pendants. He only had one mindful necklace, which he retrieved this morning. I'll bring it for you to have a look. Era quickly fetched a pendant that was rusty all over and brought it over. Silver pendant. Type. Necklace. Description. A common, almost worthless pendant, but it holds all the thoughts of a father. You can sell it, or return it to Gregoria. There was originally a small mechanism in the middle of the pendant, and with a gentle press, the outer shell would open, revealing Gregoria's name inside. But now the shell was gone, completely becoming two separate parts. The main body was full of rust and seriously corroded. This was something Fang Hao had found on a body in the field. At that time, he felt it was probably a task, so he kept it till now. If it weren't for Era reminding him, he would have almost forgotten about it. Alright, let Luke take a look. Don't worry about refurbishing it, just fix the cover, Fang Hao said. Looking for Gregoria might be a long shot. He'd take it one step at a time. Keep it after it's fixed, maybe it'll come in handy in the future. Okay. Era took it and went to look for Luke. Fang Hao changes into a comfortable outfit and steps out of the Lord's mansion once more. He heads straight to the blacksmith's shop. Sir, how may I assist you? Skeleton blacksmith Kulin takes the initiative to approach, a forging hammer in his hand. Well, nothing, you guys carry on. I'm here to recruit some help. The blacksmiths are all busy now, as the big battles with Skullcrusher and Bloodthroat have yielded a lot of equipment. The blacksmiths are working overtime, repairing and selling what they can, remelting irreparable items into cast iron strips. Fang Hao's arrival isn't to assign them new work. Rather, he intends to recruit enough blacksmiths and assign them to the furnace factory in Frostwind City to replace the orcs who lack blacksmithing skills. Blacksmith. Wriggling spines 10, recruit. Adjust the recruitment to 10. Recruit. 100x amplification activated, recruiting 10 skeleton blacksmiths. A dazzling light flashes, revealing over 1,000 blacksmiths. They all turn to look at Fang Hao. Greetings, my lord. All pay their respects to Fang Hao. Welcome everyone. This time, I'll assign you to work in the factories in Frostwind City, Fang Hao says loudly. As you command, my lord. Fang Hao calls for Angia and arranges for the skeleton blacksmiths to ride on the bone dragon. Hand them over to Claire, that shaman will do. Fang Hao instructs Angia. Due to the Hamilton family issuing a missing persons notice, Fang Hao has been wary of letting the blood hunter appear in public. So, he delegates the tasks to other heroes. This time is no different, as he gives the job of leading the group to Frostwind City to Angia. Got it, leave it to me. Angia thumps her chest to assure him. Okay, be careful on the road. Come straight back after the job is done. Don't go wandering off. Alright, are we done now? Yes. Angia pats the bone dragon's back and takes off into the sky with over 10 more bone dragons, heading towards Frostwind Mountain. By dusk, Angia returns, having passed the skeleton blacksmiths on to Claire. The next day, early morning. Fang Hao, Angia and Demetria arrive outside Cruel City. Tavok's trade convoy has already tied down its goods, the caravan looking like a long dragon, making its final adjustments. Besides Fang Hao, Tavok's own men, and a few mercenary squads are there. Mr. Fang Hao. Tavok goes up to meet them, his gaze lingering a bit on Demetria. A lizard man. Not just Tavok, but everyone present looks at them, their gaze on Demetria. Mr. Tavok, this is my guard, Demetria. Fang Hao specifically introduces him. Oh, Mr. Demetria, nice to meet you. Mr. Tavok. The two men exchange greetings. Tavok continues to look at Fang Hao, then around curiously, asking, Mr. Fang Hao, where are your soldiers? It's getting late. We should prepare for departure. I've already arranged it, they will join us en route, says Fang Hao. Ah, Tavok is somewhat confused by Fang Hao's words. He arranged for people not coming from his territory, but joining en route. Thump, thump, thump. Just as Tavok is about to inquire further, a rustling sound of armor rubbing comes from behind. A human swordsman and his three companions approach. The leading man is in his 40s, robust with a thick beard. Mr. Tavok, who are these people? The man's voice is deep. Captain Godwin, this is Fang Hao and his guards. They are going with us this time as guards for the trade convoy, Tavok introduces. Godwin scans the three with an unhappy face, pausing for a few seconds on Demetria. Sternly, he says, Mr. Tavok, I think there's no need for these individuals. The Iron Blood mercenary group is more than capable of ensuring the safety of your convoy. The more the merrier, insists Tavok. Godwin glances at the three again, then tells Tavok, Mr. Tavok, perhaps there's a need for us to have a serious discussion. With that, he pulls Tavok aside and they start speaking in low voices. This Godwin seems to be not so friendly towards us, says Angia, hands on her hips. She is already planning to teach the other party a lesson. More than unfriendly, there's something fishy about him, Fang Hao remarks. Then, he makes arrangements in the Book of Lords, asking Fu Lei to arrange some more people, to wait for them en route. The attitude of the other party aroused doubt in Fang Hao's heart. When the mercenaries accepted the mission, they earned money for providing escort services. In other words, the fees they should receive had been agreed upon with Tavok in advance. Whether his own group joined or not, it would not have any impact on them. The rejection they are now displaying is rather strange. In no time, Tavok, while informing the troops to set off immediately, came over. Mr. Fang Hao, the journey is long, so we should set out now. All right. It seems that Tavok was not swayed by the other party's words and insisted that Fang Hao and his two companions stay. The convoy started moving. Like a long dragon, the mercenaries and Tavok's guards surrounded the goods at the center and progressed southward along the main road. Demetria was riding a giant lizard, while Fang Hao spread a thick fur blanket on the back of his goods shelf, lying on it and checking the regional channel. Although he didn't talk much in the group, he enjoyed watching everyone else chat. It felt as if they were living in a modern society, carefreely chatting away randomness. After about 2 hours of travel, they passed by Fu Lei's city. 50 heavy sword infantry joined the procession. They were allocated 10 carriages and were on guard duty. In the Iron Blood mercenary group, a mercenary spurred his horse, catching up with their leader Godwin in front. After checking his surroundings, he spoke in a low voice. The number of troops increased by 50 all at once, and one of our members recognized the man. He is the one who saved Tavok's daughter. The profitable shop in the city was opened by him too. Godwin looked back at the giant lizard and continued, do you know anything about the background of the female orc and the lizard man? Not really clear, only know that the female orc is the human's bodyguard, and it's the first time we encountered the lizard man. The mercenary paused before continuing, boss, all 50 of those people are very well equipped. I'm afraid there would be casualties if we fight them. Shut up. Godwin scolded him quietly, glancing warily around him. I have a plan. Once we've established our campsite tonight, inform Grey Bear about this. We've agreed on a 70-30 split, and we're taking Tavok's head. When the 50 well-armed heavy swords infantry joined, Godwin's heart also tightened. He had initially thought his plan was exposed, and these people were here to counter him. Seeing that they began to escort the convoy later, he realized he had nothing to worry about, but the addition of these people forced him to change his original plan. All right, boss. The mercenary nodded, slowed his horse, and returned to his guarding position. The caravan headed south. The soldiers took a quick bite on their way during lunch. Night fell, and the guards and mercenaries began to camp. They had to spend the night here, praying that no nearby beasts would wander over. Even if they did, they hoped the beasts had already had their fill, and not come over while famished. After setting up a simple defense, the tents began to be raised. The caravan provided food, but they could also eat their own food. A pot was set up, and Fang Hao tossed the hot pot base into it. Soon, the aroma filled the air. He didn't add many seasonings, only those gathered around him could smell it. They didn't have to worry about the smell attracting nearby beasts. At this point, Angia walked over. She sat down next to him, and said in a low voice, "You guessed right. Someone from the Iron Blood mercenary group has left the camp and headed east. He didn't ride a horse. I can set off now and bring him back." Hearing Angia's words, the hand Fang Hao used to place the meat into the pot paused for a moment. His guess turned out to be right. The mercenary group did have a special purpose. Angia, put the meat into the pot first. Also, don't let outsiders approach the tent. Fang Hao gave an instruction before diving directly into a nearby tent. He opened his backpack and pulled out a skeleton bird about the size of a palm. Skeleton sparrow, Tier 1. This was a bird species converted by the territory. It looked somewhat like a sparrow on Earth, but now it has been transformed into a skeleton. Opening a crack in the tent, he placed the skeleton sparrow outside. God's presence was then used directly. God's presence target, the skeleton sparrow, compatibility 98%. The compatibility with this combatless converted species was really high, directly scoring 98%. The next moment, soul fire emerged from the skeleton sparrow's eyes. It flapped its wings and flew in the direction where the mercenary had left. About 20 minutes away to the east of the campsite. This was a dense forest with a camp enclosed by a wooden fence. The skeleton sparrow kept a distance while following the mercenary all the way to this camp. As soon as the mercenary approached, he was noticed by the guard post. "Who's there?" "I am from the Iron Blood mercenary group. Our leader sent me over to discuss a collaboration with Boss Grey Bear." The mercenary hurriedly explained his purpose for coming. He was afraid that he would be shot with an arrow if the person above didn't recognize him due to the darkness. "From the Iron Blood mercenary group. Just wait there," the guard post informed him, asking a companion to watch over him, and turned around to find his own boss. Before long, a woman in brown armor climbed onto the wall but didn't order to open the camp gate. "I am Grey Bear. Speak your business here," the woman said loudly. "Boss Grey Bear, our leader informed me that he is escorting a fat lamb and passing by here. If you're interested, we can do a 70-30 split." The mercenary said loudly. A 70-30 split, with him putting the 7 first, it meant that his side would take 70%. Hey, Softy Godwin has a good heart. He must have bumped into a tough nut to crack. Grey Bear sneered. "Yes, originally, our leader planned to swallow everything. But a group of 50 people suddenly joined midway. Our leader doesn't want to have casualties, which is why he asked for Boss Grey Bear's help." The mercenary still kept his voice high as he continued speaking. "And then you will push the responsibility to us at Grey Bear, with your Iron Blood mercenary group having an excuse to wash your hands of it. For a mercenary group to rob its employers, it's a grave matter. Without even considering others' retaliation, if word got out, the Iron Blood mercenary group would be doomed. By teaming up with a bandit stronghold, they could push the blame onto the stronghold, and they would just need to lay low for a few months. That could indeed allow them to shirk their responsibility. Boss Grey Bear, the merchant Tavik has brought a lot of silk. If you're interested, I can return and complete my task." The mercenary spoke directly. Hearing about the silk, Grey Bear appeared to be somewhat moved. Silk was known as soft gold. It was very valuable. Eventually, Gray Bear was convinced. She said, "All right, I accept this mission. Maybe in the future we can partner more often on such endeavors, and everyone can make some profits." "Yes, Boss Gray Bear thinks just like our leader." "Good, when I gather my manpower, I will follow you to wipe out the caravan." The camp gate opened, and the mercenary entered the fortress, waiting for them to assemble their forces. Fang Hao sensed God's presence. He walked out of the tent, and said solemnly, "Demetria, Angia, prepare yourselves. Take everyone and wipe out the Iron Blood mercenary group completely, leave no one behind." Upon hearing Fang Hao's order, everyone was slightly taken aback. Angia was the first to react and said, "They're trying to steal our goods." As per Fang Hao's instructions, she had been observing the movements of the Ironblood mercenaries, noticing their subtle actions. If Fang Hao now intended to kill directly, then he was surely planning to strike back before the enemy made a move. Yes, they've gathered a bandit group called the Grey Bear, quite numerous in fact. We have about 20 minutes to wipe out the Ironblood mercenaries, otherwise, we'll be hard-pressed if they attack us from within. Fang Hao spoke increasingly faster. Everyone's expressions became grave. "So we're just going to storm right in?" Angia asked. "Time is tight, we'll attack directly. After eliminating our enemies, I'll explain things to Tavok," Fang Hao replied. "All right." Everyone nodded, hurriedly swallowed their food, and picked up their weapons. The boundary between the two teams. When Fang Hao's group arrived with a powerful momentum, it caught the attention of the Ironblood mercenaries. They all reached for their weapons, ready for combat. Fang Hao stood at the back of the group and shouted, "Captain Godwin, my money bag is missing, and one of my men saw your people take it. Give me an explanation." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Godwin in the back. Having dishonest people among the ranks of the mercenaries was not unusual. "You must have got it wrong. Nobody in the Ironblood mercenaries would do such a thing," Godwin said, eyeing the opposing group warily. Seeing that he couldn't lure Godwin out of the crowd, Fang Hao said outright, "Your man left something behind as he fled, I am not going to let you deny it." With that, he threw out a canvas bag towards his adversaries. However, he didn't control his throw well, and the bag flew over the heads of the Ironblood mercenaries, attracting everyone's attention. Squelch. The sounds of weapons piercing flesh suddenly rang out, followed immediately by war cries. Demetria led 50 heavy infantrymen directly into the enemy crowd, swinging the giant sword in his hand, cutting through the enemies. The entire camp was filled with cries of battle in an instant. At a distance, Tavok's guards, unaware of what was happening, surrounded the entire tent. They watched in horror as the battlefield was filled with flying limbs and blood spatters. Demetria's longsword swung in an arc, instantly cutting several enemies in front of him in half. Blood splattered onto his armor, slowly dripping down. Watching his men suffer heavy losses, Godwin found himself panicking. The lizardman fought like a god of death, rapidly reducing the number of his allies. Panic slowly crept into his heart. Even the regular armies in town would hardly have such combat power. It was an absolute slaughter. Seeing the towering lizardman approaching, Godwin felt a chill down his spine. "I've killed more people than you've ever seen, I'm not afraid of you," Godwin shouted back, gripping his sword tightly and roaring at the lizardman. With his cry, his fear lessened a bit. His determination increased. "Yes, I've been a mercenary for nearly 30 years. I've faced death with every battle. What reason do I have to be afraid of you?" When it's time to go, its head held high. Godwin danced a flourish with his sword, sprinted forward to face the lizardman. "Die!" Godwin shouted. Demetria watched the charging human, the longsword in his hand gradually glowing gold. "I respect your choice." He swung his longsword, streaking forward like a bolt of golden lightning. Crack! Godwin looked at the broken longsword in his hand in astonishment. In a dizzying inversion, he saw his own body, headless. The death of the leader of the mercenary group accelerated the pace of the battle. In less than 10 minutes, the fight ended, with all the members of the Iron Blood mercenary group killed, leaving none alive. The thick smell of blood permeating the air killed the appetite of even the most famished among them. Fang Hao led the rest, who seemed to be bathed in fresh blood, straight towards Tavok's area. The guards of Tavok, their hands holding their weapons trembling slightly, were on high alert towards these killing gods. Mr. Fang Hao, what is this? Tavok asked in a trembling voice. Tavok, do you believe me? I believe. You saved my daughter. I believe you. Good. The Iron Blood mercenaries have joined forces with a group of bandits. I don't know the name of the bandits, but their leader is a woman named Grey Bear. They will attack in 10 minutes. You need to hand over your people to my command. Fang Hao quickly narrated the whole thing. Oh, Grey Bear. Tavok was shocked for a moment but quickly recovered. Upon hearing Grey Bear's name, his face grew ever paler. Mr. Fang Hao, are you saying the truth? The bandit leader is named Grey Bear. Tavok asked hastily. Grey Bear, a woman. Their lair is in the east, Fang Hao replied. Hurry, let's get out of here. Tavok hastily ordered to prepare to leave immediately. Can you outrun them with your goods? Hand over your troops to my men, we can survive, and the goods will be safe. Fang Hao stopped the somewhat panicked Tavok. Okay, everyone, listen to Mr. Fang Hao's command. Tavok immediately replied. He had no other choice at this time. If Fang Hao wanted to kill him, his men would be no match. Everyone follow the unified command of Demetria. If anyone disobeys, I will cut off his head, Fang Hao said loudly. Demetria took a step forward, took off his helmet, and wiped off the blood on it. He began to explain the enemy's line of attack and the subsequent arrangements to everyone. 20 minutes. The night was dense. Grey Bear and her followers followed the mercenaries to the location of the merchant camp. Bandits were threading through the woods, silencing the usual insect noises. Tavok was a renowned textile merchant in the area. His previous operations have always been secretive, rendering it hard to trace the dealer's whereabouts. Silk was referred to as soft gold, even taking a small percentage would make them rich. So even though Grey Bear wasn't feeling well lately, she agreed to it when she heard about the Iron Blood mercenaries. Who would refuse such an easy opportunity? When they were close to the edge of the forest, once they rushed out of these woods, they would be able to see the dealer's camp. Stop. Suddenly, Grey Bear halted her steps and signaled her crew to stop advancing. What's wrong, Boss Grey Bear? One of the mercenaries hit the brakes, curiously asking Grey Bear. Grey Bear frowned and asked curiously, someone died. What do you mean someone died? In the upcoming battle, the captain expressed he wants Tavok's head, one that can still be identified. The mercenary said. No, quite a few have just died. There's a strong smell of blood up ahead. Sizzle. The rest also took a deep breath. We don't detect anything. Something must have happened. Stay alert, Grey Bear said sternly. Okay. Just as they were about to proceed, someone expressed another suspicion. Why is there so much fog? On both sides, extensive fog rose simultaneously, spreading rapidly and enveloping everyone. Suddenly, a dense fog spread out from both sides of the dense forest. Just as Grey Bear and the others were frowning in thought, the fog had already covered the team. The thickets within the forest webbed, their canopy covering the sky. The darkness of the night coupled with the fog greatly limited the bandits' field of vision, allowing them to see only about a meter ahead. Boss, this doesn't look good, one of the bandits whispered. Grey Bear was well aware of this, and roughly grabbed the mercenary that was leading the way, growling, "What's going on?" The mercenary slightly stumbled from being pulled by Grey Bear, touched the helm on her head and said, "Boss Grey Bear, perhaps it's just a regular fog. Our Ironblood mercenary group does not harbor any other thoughts." She was completely clueless about what had occurred too. In her opinion, mist forming amid the woods was a pretty normal occurrence. However, just as she finished speaking, from both sides of the team, there came a rustle sound. It seemed as though something had rushed out from the woods. We're under attack. Successions of screams echoed from all around the team. These were swiftly followed by the sounds of a skirmish, and the shrieks of the bandits. The color drained from Grey Bear's face. She realized they'd been ambushed. "Follow me," she said. Upon saying this, she moved towards the location from which the sounds of combat were coming. But she had only taken a few steps forward when cries from her own people sounded out from behind her. Her team had been entirely surrounded and was under a siege attack. "Everyone, gather around me, quick!" Grey Bear roared. Hearing her command, her people began converging towards her from every direction. In the meantime, people like Demetria and Angia also managed to pinpoint the exact location of this team's leader. The result of the mist magic deployed simultaneously by Demetria and Fang Hao was much greater than they anticipated inside the windless woods. Demetria's misty sky released a fog that obstructed vision, while also providing magic resistance and 25% physical recovery to allies within the fog. And Fang Hao's mist wrap, casted on the enemies directly reduced their morale by 15%. The combination of these spells sent the bandits into complete disarray in an instant. Upon enveloping the entire battlefield with their fog, Demetria led a team of nearly 100 people straight through the dense shrubbery towards the bandits on the fringe. Without making a sound, they were like phantoms of the forest, charging like a spear toward their enemy. The bandits raised loud prayers and calls for assistance. However, cloaked by the fog, their comrades were too terrified to run after hearing the screams. Only after hearing Grey Bear's voice did they finally gather direction and began converging on Grey Bear. The surrounding battle cries steadily intensified. Demetria shook off the fresh blood from her longsword and gazed frostily, through icy vertical pupils, at Grey Bear's position within the fog. "All clear here," Angia, leading her group from another side, joined Demetria. They had, in the shortest amount of time, eradicated the bandits around the edges, cutting down the bandits' numbers significantly. "All right, get ready for the final battle," Demetria softly said. Everyone hurriedly sorted their equipment and tightly gripped their weapons. "Charge!" Demetria raised her longsword and led the charge into the depth of the fog, towards where Grey Bear and her people had gathered. "Charge! Charge!" The team closely followed her, roaring in fury. The two groups eventually collided harshly within the fog, opening up their battle. Grey Bear used her shield for defense while swinging her battle axe with the other hand. Now that she at least knew who her enemies were, she was still disadvantaged. As the fight raged on, Grey Bear's manpower steadily decreased. Scarcely more than 20 were left, still bitterly struggling. Meanwhile, the tall lizardman on the opposing side cut down their comrades' lives with her sword like the Grim Reaper. If things continued this way, everyone was in danger of dying here. "Boss, we can't hold out anymore," someone said. With a serious look on her face, Grey Bear realized the extraordinary strength of the lizardman. If this keeps up, they could all die here. He gritted his teeth, shoved aside the enemies before him, and yelled, "Raise the whip! Raise the whip!" The surrounding bandits echoed. Immediately after, all the bandits turned and ran, some even dropping their weapons, running towards the distance. They scattered in all directions, fleeing to different places. Demetria and the others killed a few of the bandits who were forcefully kept behind, but they could only watch as the rest escaped into the distance. "Don't chase. Clean up the battlefield, and we'll get on our way in a bit," Tavik said from the back of the party. These bandits were quite hard to get rid of. They understood the nearby terrain better than anyone, and once the battle turned against them, they would scatter in all directions. "Listen to Mr. Telok. Clean the battlefield, everyone else set up a fire for cooking. We all rest along the way," Fang Hao said loudly. By now, the sky was starting to brighten. All of them, exhausted, started to get moving. Some cleaned up the battlefield while others began to make a fire for cooking. As the sun rose, the party set out once more. Last night's battle had left all the soldiers utterly exhausted, but it wasn't time for rest yet. At the edge of the forest, those bandits who had escaped were still peering from afar, observing the movements of this party. Thankfully, the Ironblood mercenaries had died, their horses distributed to the others, allowing everyone to rest on horseback, even managing to catch a quick nap. In the carriage, Fang Hao was panting heavily. "Mr. Fang Hao, without you, I can't even imagine what would have happened to the convoy," Tavik said. Even though the incident had passed, he still felt somewhat shocked. Reflecting on the subtle actions of the Ironblood mercenaries, everything made sense now. He underestimated their greed. For money, they would sell out their own employer. As of now, I am also the convoy's guard, it's what I should do. Fang Hao responded. No, it's not the same, you saved all our lives. Tavik spoke again. No worries, we're friends, we should help each other. Fang Hao leaned lazily against his chair. By the way, how long until we arrive at our destination? If we continue pushing this hard, the soldiers won't be able to keep up if there's more danger. Soon, the party can't stop, we will arrive at Lis City before dusk. If we stop, we'll have to spend another night in the wilderness. Tavik replied. No wonder Tavik was in such a hurry. Aside from fear of the Grey Bear staging another attack, they also had to get into Lis City before dusk. Otherwise, they'd have to spend the night outside the city, which would be even more dangerous. All right. The two men chatted a bit in the carriage, then leaned back in their chairs, closing their eyes. At dusk, the party finally arrived at Lis City. The towering arrow towers, the endless city walls, all of these demonstrated that this place was even busier than Prul City. When the group of merchants, their guards covered in blood, pulled up with their goods, it drew the attention of the city guards. Tavik had to get out of the carriage and explain the situation for a long time. He also showed various credentials before they allowed the caravan into the city. Everyone was allocated a room and guards were positioned. Fang Hao, exhausted, lay on the bed and immediately fell asleep. 2 hours later, a servant woke Fang Hao again. Tavik changed him into a set of noble clothes and led him to the city lord's mansion. At night, when the two of them arrived at the mansion, the gorgeously decorated hall was already filled with many people. Like Tavik, they were all dressed appropriately and acted politely. They greeted each other with smiles, but secretly spat and cursed when they passed by each other. The city lord's wife has arrived. At this moment, the attendant's high-pitched voice echoed in the hall. With this shout, the hall instantly quieted down. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards the staircase on the second floor. Fang Hao, yawning, glanced around the room. What the hell? Aren't we supposed to be having dinner? Isn't this a banquet? From the staircase on the second floor, a voluptuous woman in her 30s emerged, gracefully maintaining her appearance despite her age. Her burgundy-colored long hair fell in loose waves on both sides of her, carefully dressed in a red gown, wrapped around tightly, accentuating her feminine curves. She walked down the stairs, her face adorned with a slight smile. The city lord of Lis City must be unwell, Fang Hao thought, ruminating on the appearance of the slowly descending city lord's wife, concluding with a sense of certainty. But that didn't seem right. With potions available to improve physical health and Lis City being large, acquiring some should not be a problem to maintain her health. In that case, the city lord seems to be enjoying a life of luxury. Has everyone arrived? Asked the city lord's wife. She scanned the crowd, her gaze ultimately settling on Fang Hao in the corner. All of them had their heads bowed, except for him who was staring straight at her. Feeling slightly embarrassed at being caught, Fang Hao smiled awkwardly and pretended to be interested in the hall's decor. Ma'am, everyone has arrived, a servant gently replied. MMHM. The city lord's wife advanced to the front of the hall, gracefully ascending the platform. She addressed the crowd. Before the winter arrives, I will be representing Lis at the federal conference. You are all renowned cloth merchants in the city. I hope you will present satisfactory designs. Similarly, the selected merchant will be exempt from city taxes for a year. As soon as the city lord's wife finished speaking, all the cloth merchants in attendance exhibited eager expressions. Whether it was presenting designs that pleased the city lord's wife or obtaining a year's worth of tax exemption, both were important for businesspeople in the city. If the city lord's wife wore their dress at the conference, it would be an intangible endorsement. Business would be without a hitch for several years. More interestingly, their boutique could become famous in other cities, expanding the business further. All right, let's begin. I'm sure none of us want to linger till midnight. The city's lord wife stated. To start, the first merchant, Weston Bruce, announced the servant. A chubby man stepped forward with a smile, presenting his design draft along with a prepared clothing model. Lady Rebecca, this is our latest design, Rose Knight. The material we use. He rattled on enthusiastically about everything from raw materials to his design philosophy. He spun a tale that gave meaning to the dress, primarily in shades of red. Then came the second shop. A somewhat effeminate man approached, swaying his hips as he walked. If it hadn't been for his mustache, Fang Hao would have assumed he was cross-dressing. After the effeminate man had finished showcasing his design, the city's lord's wife nodded her acknowledgement, seemingly somewhat impressed. Then came the third and fourth, each presenting their designs one after the other. Choosing a dress requires such a fanfare? Fang Hao asked quietly, his hand on his stomach. They were staging a commercial bid all for selecting a dress. This group really does not have much to do, he concluded. All the cloth merchants prepare for this every year. If selected, their business could double in the next few years, Tavik whispered in explanation. Choosing the dress has become a tradition among cloth merchants. Even if they were not selected this time, they would immediately start preparing for the coming year, hoping to seize back what they lost. This became a focal point of comparison among cloth merchants. Their sales no longer mattered. Gaining Lady Rebecca's approval became the industry's goal. Once Lady Rebecca made her choice for the year, ladies' officers from every noble circle would flock to the selected shop. Business would boom. Have you ever been chosen? Fang Hao asked curiously. I'm still trying, Tavik said, wiping his sweat. What about this year? We risked our lives to get here and you hold the village's hopes. Tavik's face grew even sweatier. I'll do my best. Seeing the state Tavik was in, Fang Hao understood it was a fraught outlook. After observing the first few designs, Tavik seemed to have lost confidence. It seemed like this year, too, was about only participation. Soon, it was Tavik's turn. He presented his design with his companion by his side, showcasing his proposed dress for the city lord's wife. The combination of brown and blue colors, a fitted waist, and puffy skirt seemed pretty appealing. However, all the designs were rather similar, with only minor modifications made in colors, embroidery, and frills. There wasn't any breakthrough approach. Even after Tavik had respectfully presented his offering and returned, the city lord's wife remained expressionless and continued observing the next merchant's introduction. How did it go? Fang Hao asked. We shall strive harder next year, Tavik sighed heavily. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then asked, can you make a design sketch? What he referred to was the draft in the merchant's hand, outlining a figure's shape and clothing outline on paper. Yes, I can. Then make one for me. I want to participate with my store, Fang Hao said. You have a store. Just established. It's called Bone Textile Store. Quick, make one according to my description. The two huddled together, and Tavik opened his toolkit, starting to create a design as per Fang Hao's instructions. Time ticked by. Rebecca, the city lord's wife, sitting on the stone platform, felt disheartened as she surveyed the merchants below. These were the most renowned cloth merchants in the city and its surrounding areas, yet none had presented a design that satisfied her. She needed to represent Lis City at the council, a time when city developments and power struggles were most prominent. Though the clothing one wears might seem trivial, it truly reflects the development status of a city. In any occasion, first impressions are incredibly important. However, the designs submitted this year were no different from previous ones. Stacks of valuable fabrics were manipulated to tell glamorous stories filled with profound meanings. Every year was the same, and though she had grown accustomed to it, a sense of disappointment still nestled in her heart. Just as Rebecca was about to settle on a passable design, she noticed two people whispering among the crowd. It was the young man who had been looking directly at her earlier. As everyone raised their heads to watch the stage introduction, he was still engrossed with his head buried in his work. What was he studying? Why did he always stand out from the crowd? After the last cloth merchant finished his presentation, he stepped down. All eyes were on the city lord's wife, waiting for her to select the fabric store that would be chosen for the day. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the city lord's wife pointed at the young man and asked, "You're also a textile merchant?" Do you have any work to show? Everyone followed her gaze to see Fang Hao just raising his head. Fang Hao coughed lightly, striking a pose and speaking in a pinched voice, "City Lord's wife, I am a cloth merchant, and I have brought my work for today." Originally, he intended to introduce his work normally. But after seeing the city lord's wife unconsciously nodding at two effeminate men's presentations, Fang Hao decided to sacrifice his dignity for the sake of his art. Only then did he display this behavior. "Since you're also a merchant, come up and discuss your work." "You wouldn't want to leave just like that, would you?" Rebecca asked. "Yes, city lord's wife." Holding his design sketch, Fang Hao trotted onto the stage, swaying his hips dramatically. His exaggerated movements were hard for anyone to ignore. Only Fang Hao himself seemed to become more and more engrossed, his pointed finger waving gently. Fang Hao stepped onto the stone platform and presented his design sketch. The sketch was designed in a 4-grid layout. The page was divided vertically into two halves, of the left side showcasing the overall clothing design and the right side split evenly into 3 smaller sections. The first section featured jewelry such as necklaces and earrings. The second section displayed belts and decorations. The third section showcased stockings and high heels. When he unfolded the sketch for all to see, Rebecca's eyebrows perked up. She had finally seen something different from previous designs. Ahem. Clothing is never a standalone item, it's like someone's face. Even if they have nice features, if you pair them with an odd mustache, it will look strange, Fang Hao explained. There came a cold sneer from the audience. However, most people looked down, smirking to themselves. So, I opted for an overall coordination, from the formal dress to the jewelry, even down to the socks and shoes. Everything was matched to highlight a third of City Lord's wife Rebecca's beauty, Fang Hao elaborately spoke. The dress in his design sketch was unlike others. It didn't have a vast base sweeping the floor. In design, it was bold and daring. A blue off-shoulder figure-hugging gown. The hem was asymmetrical, further highlighting a woman's long legs and the layered design concept. Looking from the front, it was a miniskirt that barely reached the thigh, revealing the whole thigh. At the back, however, it featured irregularly stitched patterning on the train, trailing down to the floor. The whole room fell silent. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, at the design introduced by the unfamiliar man on stage. It wasn't about whether it looked good or not anymore. You wanted the city lord's wife to wear such a short skirt, shorter than the ones worn by the women surviving on their looks in taverns. What did this imply? "Bring that copper mirror over here," Fang Hao told one of the servants at his side. The servant, practically motionless, glanced at the city lord's wife. Seeing her nod slightly, he brought over the copper mirror from the corner. "City lord's wife Rebecca, please stand in front of the mirror," said Fang Hao. Rebecca was somewhat tempted. After all, this was the most innovative and daring design she had seen. Under Fang Hao's hypnotic words, she found herself unconsciously standing up and making her way to the mirror. Fang Hao flashed a small smile and set the design sketch aside so that Rebecca could see both her reflection in the mirror and the design in his hand. He pointed and explained, "The neckline features a strapless off-shoulder design that highlights your attractive collarbones and your lovely neckline." He moved the design sketch to her waist. The waistline cinches in, fully showcasing your beautiful figure. He then placed it at her legs, and the hem of this dress, lady, it perfectly outlines your sexy curves. I have been in the dress design industry for many years, and I have yet to see legs as stunning as yours. His explicit compliments caused Rebecca to feel a little flushed. This young man was good with words, and in front of so many people, he had praised her from head to toe. After taking a deep breath, Rebecca returned to her seat and began to contemplate. These years, there hadn't been any breakthroughs in gown design, and even if they were given another 2 years, probably they would still present the same styles. Looking around at everyone, her gaze finally landed back on Fang Hao. "What is your name?" "Fang Hao, city lord's wife," Fang Hao responded with a squeeze in his throat. "You're a cloth merchant too. What's your store called?" "Bone Textile Store." Everyone froze. What a name. It didn't sound like a place that dealt with the living. "Very well. This year, we shall go with the Bone Textile Store as the design," but the length of the skirt needs to be adjusted, said Rebecca. The faces of all the cloth merchants below the stage turned helpless, as they actually lost to a youngster who suddenly popped up. They had nothing to say about their loss. The opponent's design indeed had some flaws, however, they could all be modified. Overall, it was more innovative and daring than theirs. Even though they lost this time, it was okay, as they had learned new layout methods and bold skirt designs from the competitor. They would use these next year, and then, these would become theirs. All right, Mrs. Rebecca, we can decide on some details later, said Fang Hao. Rebecca nodded slightly and said, okay, the people from the bone textile store should stay back. Others can return for now. Your businesses in the city can continue operating as usual, so there's no need to worry. Yes, Mrs. Rebecca, replied the rest of the people, bowing before they left the hall. Even Tavik left the hall, waving his hand to signal Fang Hao at the door. Meaning he would wait at the door. The hall was left with only Fang Hao, Rebecca, and some female servants. How long have been running your fabric store? Asked Rebecca. It's a century-old store, passed down undyingly, Fang Hao replied softly, his throat felt somewhat uncomfortable. Where do you live? I haven't heard of it before. Rebecca continued to ask, showing some interest in the young man in front of her. He didn't have the courtesy of a businessman and was quite unfamiliar with the rules here. I live to the north of Cruel City. It's my first time visiting this city with Tavik's cloth merchant, Fang Hao replied truthfully. Rebecca nodded, and she continued to say, I am very satisfied with the clothing design. As for the remaining jewelry and that pair of white stockings, would you need me to contact the jewelry merchant for their fabrication? Fang Hao's proposal was a full package offer, from head to toe. If the clothing was fixed, what about the others? Time waits for no one. No, I will complete those. All Mrs. Rebecca has to do is provide me with the detailed body data. I will provide the jewelry and stockings as well. Fang Hao single-handedly took all the tasks upon himself. This surprised Rebecca even more. She stressed, are you sure you can complete all of these on your own? Of course, I won't joke about it here. Well, then come tomorrow morning. I'll give you the data then. I hope you won't disappoint me, Rebecca solemnly said. Fang Hao smiled and nodded, watching Rebecca go upstairs. He left the city lord's house. Tavik was still waiting at the door. So, how did it go? Tavik anxiously asked. It's settled. I'll come get the measurements tomorrow, said Fang Hao, walking out and speaking at the same time. You really did succeed. My goodness. Both of them got into the carriage and headed to their accommodations. On the way, Tavik kept mumbling about some details in the design. The next day, in the morning. After lunch, Fang Hao went to the city lord's house again. After he stated his purpose, a maid led him straight up to the second floor. The maid knocked lightly on the door and said, Mr. Fang Hao is here. Let him in. Sir, please. The maid opened the door, indicating for Fang Hao to step in. Walking into the room, the golden rays of wheat filled the room through the window. In the middle of the room, on a grayish-blue sofa, lay a completely naked Rebecca. A blue blanket concealed the significant parts of her body. By the side of the sofa, there was a partially completed oil painting with paint that hadn't dried yet. Seeing Fang Hao's stunned look, Rebecca's eyebrows tightened instantly. Ahem. Mrs. Rebecca, such habits could easily lead to wrinkles. You have to ensure regular rest if you want to maintain the youthfulness of your skin, said Fang Hao as he coughed and walked into the room. Rebecca's eyebrows relaxed again. She stretched lazily on the sofa. Fang Hao walked into the room and sat down on a chair at the side. He sat upright, hands folded together and resting on his thighs. He was playing a somewhat gentle role, while openly gazing at the prosperous body in front of him, with skin as fair as a young girl's. You have researched skincare. Rebecca turned around, her long hair falling and revealing sharp ears. A flicker of interest sparked in Fang Hao's mind. An elf. An elf being a ruler in a human city was beyond Fang Hao's expectations. But all these didn't matter to him much, as he was merely a passing cloth merchant. I wouldn't say I've researched it. Skincare is necessary, though, Maintaining sufficient moisture in the skin is essential, and normal rest hours are most critical, Fang Hao recalled a face mask commercial he once saw on TV. Hee, it seems you know quite a lot, Rebecca said with a faint smile. Just some random, useless knowledge, Fang Hao responded with a slight smile, Madam, regarding the measurements. Rebecca stood up, casually wrapping a blue blanket around her body. After considering it last night, I think it's best for you to do the measurements, as this gown is very different from the usual types. Rebecca highly valued the gown. The chosen cloth shop would receive a year of tax exemption in the city, aimed at encouraging the continual innovation of these shops. Designing an outstanding gown was the ultimate goal. However, no satisfactory work had been produced in the past few years. Fang Hao was the first one to break the fixed concept of gowns. Sure. Fang Hao got up and took out his measuring tools. These tools were borrowed from Tavik, initially intended to make himself look more professional. He didn't expect that Rebecca would need him to measure personally. He took out a tape measure, moved it close to the front of Rebecca's body. The blue blanket was just wrapped under her armpits, seemingly tied over her prominent twin peaks, revealing clear crevices. Madam, please raise your arms, Fang Hao spoke softly. Rebecca raised her arms, and Fang Hao wrapped the tape measure around her chest, gently applying pressure to create a round indentation. Fang Hao turned around and recorded each measurement onto the side piece of paper. Two contrasting attributes filled Rebecca. The status of the city lord's wife and her aloof expression gave an impression of dignity and elegance, even somewhat cold. However, her figure and appearance conveyed splendor and maturity. Once Fang Hao had recorded all the measurements, Rebecca sat back in her position. When can I see the template? Rebecca asked. Creating the outfit required several steps. And a few fitting sessions were needed. I will try to have a fitting for you within a week, but the distance is quite far, so it might take up to 2 weeks. Fang Hao calculated the time in his mind and replied. That's fine, Rebecca continued. Have you thought about opening a shop in the city? With your ideas, perhaps you might be welcomed in the nobility circle. I am considering it, but as I just came to Lis City and am unfamiliar with some rules and procedures, it may take some time to open a shop. Lis City is not like Prul City, which has only one commercial street. No market research needed, simply opening a shop on this street is the best location. However, Lis City is many times larger than Prul City, with a larger population, consisting of commoners and nobles. Wanting to open a shop indeed requires thorough consideration. Of course, opening a shop is a must, whether it's a hot pot restaurant or a cloth shop. It just needs careful planning. You don't have to worry about this. As long as you can complete the gown according to the design, I can help you with the shop matters, and the reward is still valid a year of tax exemption, Rebecca said with a smile. As the city lord's wife, she could certainly make this decision. Supporting one shop in such a massive city was no big deal. In fact, it could hardly be counted as a small task. Thank you, Mrs. Rebecca. Fang Hao expressed his gratitude. The two continued talking, making some modifications to the details of the gown. Only when Fang Hao left did Rebecca lean back onto the sofa, drifting off to sleep. Stepping out of the city lord's mansion, Fang Hao cleared his throat. Angia, waiting outside the gate, saw Fang Hao coming out and rushed over. If you didn't come out, I was about to break in. That's unnecessary. We were just discussing normal matters. The two walked out. Fang Hao finally didn't have to keep his voice down anymore. Tavik said he would return to Prul early tomorrow morning, and advised you to settle all matters today. Angia, who was following behind, said. Okay. Where do we go now? Let's visit the local tavern, Fang Hao suggested. Lis City was bustling, with carriages moving side by side in the center of the roads and numerous shops on either side, now beginning to conduct their business as usual. Not to mention, some empty areas on both sides of the road were also filled with many vendors, some displaying their goods on quilts and others hawking their wares loudly. Fang Hao and his companion stopped in front of a tavern on the street. They pushed the door open and walked in. At this time, the shop was already filled with quite a few drinkers who were sipping their drinks and chatting idly. Fang Hao sat down at the counter, his gaze directly falling onto the notice board at the side. It was densely filled with several bounties, but there wasn't a single adventure-type map. As for the contents of the bounties, most were petty affairs within the city. "What can I get you?" the tavern owner asked. "Beer, please. Does your shop have any specialties?" "Bring us 2 side dishes," said Fang Hao. They were going to solve the issue of their lunch right here. "For both of you, our steamed chicken and meatballs are really popular. If you'd like to take something with you, I'd recommend our smoked hama, guaranteed to be to your satisfaction," the tavern owner estimated their appetites and suggested. "Fine, we'll have the steamed chicken and meatballs, and please prepare a serving of the smoked ham for us to take away," replied Fang Hao. The decision was made as they were setting off early in the morning, and some smoked ham would make a nice snack on the road. "All right, I'll prepare them right away," the owner's face was full of smiles. Before long, the beer and meatballs were served, and only the steamed chicken was still being prepared in the kitchen. "Boss," Fang Hao whispered. "What can I do for you?" The boss approached him, smiling. "Don't you have any single-page maps here? I mean locations that some trade caravans discover on the way," Fang Hao asked. "Usually yes, but recently a lot of merchants have been coming around, so Mistress Rebecca ordered the removal of some dangers along the way and the maps were taken down. They didn't do a good job cleaning up. On the way, we were threatened by the Grey Bear bandits. Of course, the Grey Bear didn't originally intend to rob Tavik's caravan, but they just got confused by the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. In the end, they ended up being wiped out by Fang Hao." "Oh." Fang Hao was about to speak when a thud came from the side. He turned his head and saw an old man who has overturned his chair, stepped on the fallen chair, rolled up his sleeves, and exclaimed, "Look, this is the mark left by the vampire biting me." The old man was disheveled and reeked of alcohol, pulling up his sleeves to his tablemates. "Hodge, stop bluffing. Vampires bite necks, not arms, and hey, isn't this, Mark, just you not bathing? Even vampire teeth can leave a pattern," a fellow drinker commented loudly after glancing at his arm. The others at the table burst into hearty laughter. Hodge examined his arm, muttered to himself, "Must have been too long since I last bathed, can't really see it now." He spat on his arm and started scrubbing vigorously. All right, stop disgusting us. We believe you, okay. Continue your story from when you survived and you killed the vampire with the silver needle," a drinker said, and discreetly moved a bit further away from him. Old Hodge picked up his chair again, sat back down and said, "I stabbed the vampire right in the throat with my silver needle, and you know what? What? I saw clearly that the puncture wound didn't heal as fast. Blood poured out from the wound. It lost too much blood, allowing me to chop its head off," stated Old Hodge matter-of-factly. "Didn't you just say you stabbed it to death with a sword? Now you say you chopped off its head." Did I? Well, I drank too much and can't remember clearly. Anyway, I found out that vampires are afraid of silver. So, I designed a silver cone-shaped arrowhead. It must be effective against vampires. Did you end up using it?" "Of course, I did. Our human clan's position today is largely due to my contributions." "Ha ha. Well, on behalf of mankind, I thank you." The others joined in the laughter. As Fang Hao was eating the steamed chicken that had just been served, he asked curiously, "Has he really killed vampires?" The boss glanced over at Old Hodge. "Do you think he looks like someone who's killed a vampire? If you count killing mosquitoes, then probably." After finishing their lunch, the duo grabbed their takeout smoked ham and left the tavern to return to their lodging. The next day, Tavik's caravan left Lis City to return home. This time, they didn't encounter any trouble on the road. After 2 days of traveling, the caravan finally arrived at Proul City. Rose Tavern. Fang Hao sat in front of the bar looking somewhat serious. Many unfamiliar faces showed up in the tavern today. Those people sat in the corners of the shop, wearing robes and hoods. Faint Blood, Tier 3. Members of the Blood Clan. This name inevitably makes people think of vampires. What's their background? Fang Hao hinted toward the Pallid Blood member. Not sure. He showed up this afternoon, wearing a hat in broad daylight. The landlady answered quietly without looking up. The pallid blood member showed up shortly before Fang Hao did. What are they here for? Fang Hao continued to inquire. No idea. He asked me about the undead up north earlier. It scared me to death. The landlady replied, patting her chest. Ever since the mercenary died in her shop the last time. Despite the city lord claiming the Fire Wolf mercenary group was behind it, there were still rumors that they had provoked the undead from the north and were killed as a result. Now, the landlady trembles at the mere mention of the undead. Her shop had just reopened, and suddenly a bunch of weird people showed up, asking about the undead. Could they be heretics, acting all mysterious? Maybe. They smelled of blood when I got close. Avoid contact with them at all costs. Heretics are all madmen. The landlady continued to wipe the empty wine glass in her hand. Fang Hao touched his chin, occasionally casting glances at those people. The Blood Clan was inquiring about the undead again. It seemed that the Blood Clan had received news about the Blood Hunter turning into a skeleton. But they didn't launch a direct attack, so they likely received the news through a third party and didn't know much about the undead's territory. These people were likely scouts or spies. Are they going to stay here? Just sitting there chilling? Bad for business. Fang Hao spoke again. The tavern was usually a bustling place, where everyone would cheer even if someone was singing or getting drunk. But now, their mere presence silenced the entire tavern. Fang Hao's restaurant had already hit their business pretty hard in the past few days, and these people made the tavern seem even quieter. I asked. They won't be staying here. They'll leave when the city gates close at night. The landlady spoke again. That's good then, Fang Hao said, estimating the time of these people's actions in his heart. Having gleaned almost all the information about the pallid blood member, Fang Hao's gaze once again fell on the notice board. During his absence in the past few days, 2 bounty notices had appeared, the Well Ghost, and the Nearby Danger. Bounty. Well Ghost. Task. Eliminate the monster appearing in the well. Requirements. None. Reward. 5 gold coins. The reward was just 5 gold coins, which seemed rather meager. Even the cost of mobilizing manpower would exceed this reward, let alone potential injuries and casualties during combat. He moved on to the second one. Village Trouble. Task. Resolve the village's trouble. Requirements. None. Reward. 15 gold coins. This one didn't even specify the task and the reward wasn't much either. Why did you post these 2 bounties with such low rewards? Fang Hao looked at the landlady again. It cost money to post a bounty in the tavern. The reward money wouldn't even cover the cost of posting in the tavern. Nearby villages posted these bounties. We help however we can. What else can we do? The landlady said helplessly. The city lord's office doesn't intervene. Humph. If they did, these villagers wouldn't have to post bounties in the tavern. Cruel City is getting worse by the year. The landlady sighed helplessly. Tell me where these 2 villages are located. I'd like to take a look when I have time. Fang Hao said. All right. The landlady pointed out the locations on the map to Fang Hao. After chatting with the landlady for a bit, Tavik arranged to deliver the promised caterpillars of holy snow silk. There were 100 in total, ready to be cultivated back at home. This was the most Tavik could offer at the moment. Fang Hao didn't haggle, for the fabric of his formalwear still needed to be purchased from Tavik. Over the next week, they would create the prototype for Rebecca's dress and have her try it on. After chatting with the landlady, Fang Hao instructed Little White and the others not to roam outside at night and to stay safe. Then he rode the giant lizard and returned to his territory. By the time the 3 of them returned to the city, it was already late. Master, you're back. Aira came out to greet them with a group of maids. Fang Hao knew they were worried and smiled. No worries, our trip was smooth. He handed the box containing the caterpillars to Aira. Aira, here are the caterpillars of the holy snow silk. Take them to the sericulture room. Oh, all right. Aira took the box and headed to the sericulture room carefully. Angia followed Aira discussing what to eat that night. Just as Demetria was about to leave, he was stopped by Fang Hao. Demetria. Sir, what are your orders? Demetria asked. Some thin bloods have come to the city. They're scouts from the Blood Clan. It's very likely they'll come to the territory tonight to gather information. Once you and the Blood Hunters discover any traces, kill those people immediately. Fang Hao stated directly. Living beings weren't particularly useful to him while the dead demonstrated potential value. Yes, sir. Demetria responded, then proceeded to head towards the outskirts of the city. Once Demetria had left, Fang Hao returned to the city lord hall. He sat down and said to the maid, "Call for Soy, Kulan, and Luke." "Yes, master." In no time, skeleton tailor Soy, blacksmith Kulan, goldsmith Luke came in one after the other. Fang Hao indicated the three of them to sit down at the wooden table. "This is a commission I got from Lis City. We'll need you all to divvy up the work." The design blueprint was placed on the table for each of them to have a look. "Sir, the design for this dress is rather splendid. Who's the mastermind behind this?" Soy admired the blueprint with full of praise. "Oh dear, it's nothing much. I merely dabbled a bit and somehow caught the eye of the Lady City Lord of Lis City. They then placed an order with us." Fang Hao casually replied. "And, these stockings, she approved of them too." Soy keenly focused on the drawing of the stockings on the blueprint, asking further. When it came to stockings, there were significant disagreements between Fang Hao and Soy. Soy disapproved of using holy snow silk to make stockings, considering it a wastefulness. They had argued several times, but, even now, with the stockings being acknowledged by the other party, it remained hard for him to comprehend. "Yes, she did. We've already got the measurements for the Lady City Lord. Do you guys see any obstacles in crafting them?" Fang Hao looked at the three of them. The trio placed the blueprint on the table and came together to thoroughly examine it. In fact, Fang Hao was uncertain deep down. If he disclosed the blueprint he made on a whim and at the end they cannot finish it, he'd become a laughing stock. There shouldn't be any problem. All the textile techniques can be accomplished. The trio assured him. "Sir, the materials for the gauna?" Soy once again asked. "We purchased top-quality fabric from the cloth dealer and it's already been delivered to the warehouse. If there's anything more you guys need, do let me know, I'll have the rest sent from their end." Fang Hao replied. "Okay, I'll arrange for a team to get started straight away." Soy acknowledged. The tailor's main job was for garments and stockings, hence there was almost no problem on this part. The bulk of the work would undoubtedly fall on the goldsmith. Intricate designs must be engraved on the minuscule clasps and then adorned with gemstones. It looked stunning to the eye, but the process was quite complex. Fortunately, there were many goldsmiths within the territory, which meant plenty of hands to divide the work and speed up the process. Having confirmed that none of the trio had any issues, Fang Hao could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Well, I am planning to launch a brand to sell our works. This is just the first step, and it's crucial, so I hope you can all work a bit harder in the coming days to make it as perfect as possible." Fang Hao spoke gently. "Yes, sir." The three nodded their heads, left the room immediately, and went back to their respective places to begin work. Once the trio left, Fang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the fruit wine brought over by the maid and gulped it down. If the brilliant gown that he had bragged about now had to be retaken because the three of them had deemed it unachievable, he would have been mortified. Although he had not handed any collateral to Rebecca, future expansions into Lis City may become a bit difficult. He would undoubtedly be labeled as a scammer. Just as he relieved his tension, the skeleton merchant Dujin walked in. He bowed and said, "Lord, the response to the trade alliance order you had submitted before has come. This is the responded blueprint." Dujin handed over a building blueprint. Fang Hao was delighted to hear the news. He took over the blueprint and noticed that the information was labeled Giant Stone Tomb. Giant Stone Tomb 1/4 blue 1/4. 1,200 sturdy wood, 3,500 stone materials, 4,000 stone bricks, 500 leather, 450 ropes, 200 cast iron pieces, 120 metal parts, 5 shadow stones. Description. Now, this giant stone tomb buried deep underground is filled with noisy and violent undead. It seemed like a pretty powerful military building. Lord, a new order sheet is in place. If you need anything, You can write a new order in Alliance. Dujin said again. Orders are updated every 7 days, 2 each time. Since he had big plans for the next few days, it was time to refill the order. All right, I understand. Then, I'll leave you to your work. Dujin bowed and took his leave. With Dujin gone, Fang Hao left the city lord's mansion to construct the newly acquired giant stone tomb. Fang Hao went straight to the undead area. Inside the conversion field, the bodies from the battle 2 days ago were being continuously transformed day and night. He chose an open area and selected build. A blue light lit up, slowly constructing a tomb at his feet. When the light faded, a tomb entrance appeared in front of Fang Hao. It was made entirely out of stone, the dark entrance leading deep underground. Giant stone tomb. Category: building. Recruits: Baron Tomb Guard. Baron Tomb Guard. Wriggling Spine 4. Description: this giant stone tomb buried deep underground is now full of noisy and violent undead. Prerequisite for upgrade: Lord's Stone Castle. Requirements for upgrade: hardwood 2200, stone 5500, stone brick 5000, leather 1000, rope 950, cast iron 400, metal parts 220, death trace 2, shadowstone 10. The prerequisite for building upgrade is the Lord's Stone Castle. The current title of the Lord's Mansion is Lord's Stone Tower. Affirmatively, the next level will be the Lord's Stone Castle, and thus it can continue to rise to the next level. The type of soldier that could be recruited is the Baron Tomb Guard, which doesn't sound like a regular army. Which regular army would guard a Baron Tomb? However, from the expense of 4 wriggling spines, it can be inferred that it's a Tier 4 type of soldier. It is also the highest level of soldier available in the buildings of Fang Hao's own camp. He decided to recruit one to try it out. He set the quantity to 1 and selected, recruit. 100-fold amplification triggered, recruited 101 Baron Tomb Guards. Crack. 101 tall skeletons wearing ragged robes appeared before Fang Hao. These skeletons were exceptionally large. The skeleton soldiers he had recruited before were about the same height as him, around 1.8 meters tall. But the Baron Tomb Guards before him were half a head taller than him. Baron Tomb Guard, Tier 4. Camp. Undead. Racial traits: Undead, hollow skeleton, weakness to light. Skills: Slash, armor break. Fixed skills: Advanced strength mastery, intermediate defense mastery, intermediate two-handed sword mastery. Slash performs a slash on nearby units, increasing physical damage by 100%, and has a chance to cause a knockback effect. Armor break: this unit deals extra damage to inanimate armor, shields, armor. Description: whether they were powerful warriors in their previous life or awakened, they wield massive weapons and tirelessly hack at their targets. Even the strongest enemy can hardly escape death. Here it is, the giant sword warrior. Fang Hao began to suspect that these Baron Tomb Guards were heavy infantry after their death. Even the description praised them positively. Perhaps the once heavy sword legion had made many military exploits in this world. Similarly, the appearance of the two-handed sword soldiers also solved a problem Fang Hao had been worried about for a long time. That is the command issue of Demetria. Demetria has a bonus command for heavy sword soldiers and also has the ability of Legion Stealth, which can be said to be quite powerful when combined. Before the Baron Tomb Guards appeared, he had planned to let Demetria command the human heavy infantry. When ambushing the Grey Bear bandits in the dense forest, Fang Hao found a serious problem. That is, human soldiers can hardly achieve total stillness under tactical camouflage. Demetria can, even without blinking once in that state. But the human legion is incapable of doing so. They can stay invisible briefly, but should someone merely scratch their buttocks after 10 minutes, the invisibility would be interrupted. So in that night's battle, they had to hide in the thick woods at a distance, instead of utilizing the tactic of camouflage. The appearance of the Baron Tomb Guards has perfectly solved this problem. These skeletons on standby are as still as stone statues. Forget about maintaining invisibility for a few tens of minutes, they could do so for a month without a problem. This more or less solved the military unit issues of Demetria. Fang Hao proceeded to open the Book of Lords, and produced a storm armor suit and a white steel great sword for the Baron Tomb Guards. Once everything was in place, he sent them out to be deployed by the Blood Hunters. The night fell. A few figures lurked within the depths of the darkness, a kilometer outside the territory, observing the territory from afar. They frequently pulled out papernote and pen, scribbling down their findings. Make sure to note down the location of the checkpoints, and the count of the troops. A small mistake could get us all killed. Captain, our Duke demanded we investigate Giovanni and find out who's in charge here. But there are too many undead forces here. It's impossible to get close. Let's wait a little longer. We have plenty of time. Stick around a few more days, and the leader of this place is bound to show himself. If we're able to bring back valuable news, we'll officially become part of the Blood Clan. Once the prospect of becoming a part of the Blood Clan was brought up, each of them looked hopeful. Correct. We follow the captain's orders. All right, you go to the east, you to the west. Just make sure not to alarm those skeletons. We'll regroup here in the morning and head back to that tavern in Proul City to compile our findings. Yes, sir. They all quickly scattered off in different directions once the words were spoken. On a tree branch above, a skeletal gray sparrow observing everyone's movements. As the everything went dark, the soul fire within its pupils extinguished. It took to the air, flying towards the direction of the territory. Fang Hao got up from his bed, massaging his temples. Spotting the Blood Clan hidden in the darkness was indeed a challenging task. If not for the group's chat, Fang Hao might have failed to identify them. He rolled out of bed and left his room. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Demetria, Angia, and Bloodhunter were waiting in silence. Upon seeing Fang Hao descend the stairs, he got up and asked, "My lord, have you discovered the trace of the Blood Clan?" Yes, there were 5 altogether. 2 were approximately in the south. The other 3 were here and here. I want the 3 of you to ride the bone dragons, capture all of them and bring everyone here without losing a single one. Fang Hao pointed out the locations on the map. Yes, my lord. The 3 of them mounted the bone dragons and each flew in the direction assigned to them. 20 minutes later, 4 bodies lay on the floor of the Great Hall, along with 1 trembling pale blood. You're pretty lucky, you know. The other 4 are dead, and you are still alive. I just wonder if you treasure this luck. Fang Hao stood before the pale blood, addressing him lightly. The pale blood lifted his head to meet Fang Hao's gaze, his pupils constricting sharply. He'd seen this human during the day. He had some faint recollections in the tavern. If you swear to let me go, I will tell you whatever you want to know, the pale blood responded unexpectedly calmly. He understood why Fang Hao had kept him alive. The other 4 were dead, and he remained alive. He was the only remaining source of information. This was his ace in the hole, and he knew he must use it well. Did the Hamilton family send you here? Fang Hao asked the pale blood. The man's expression didn't change. He just kept his mouth shut. It seemed he wouldn't reveal any information unless Fang Hao agreed to his terms. You're the first person to dare to negotiate with the undead, Fang Hao commented, unsure of whether to admire his bravery or deride his foolishness. At this moment, the sound of the bone dragon landing came from outside. Blackthorn strode in. Blackthorn was in heavy armor, a black iron knight's sword hung at his waist. He strode in and bowed. Sir, you were looking for me. Yes, today we caught a few scouts from the Blood Clan near the territory. They've been killed. Inspect them. Fang Hao pointed to 4 corpses lying in the center. Yes, sir. Blackthorn checked the bodies and said, Sir, I need 8 living creatures. All right. Outside the main hall, underneath the bodies, Blackthorn drew complicated array patterns. 2 unicorns were brought over to the array for their blood to be drained. Their dark red blood was drawn towards the dead bodies as if pulled by some force. The next second, the corpses abruptly sat up. The only surviving pale-blooded person was terrified and sat paralyzed on the ground, his face full of horror. Undead things were just too frightening. The body sat up again, a puzzled look in its eyes. Blackthorn looked at it and said, You're already dead, answer whatever I ask you. Okay. Where are you from? What do you intend to do? We are scouts from the Hamilton family, here to investigate the disappearance of Giovanni. As soon as he began to speak, the pale-blooded person's body visibly began to inflate, and Blackthorn quickened his questioning. How many of you are there? Have you sent a message? 5 people. No, haven't sent. Bang. This pale-blooded person's body exploded instantly. Without hesitation, Blackthorn continued to draw the second rune. Once the 2 living creatures were bled, the second corpse sat up again. Where is the Hamilton family located? How did you find out? Giovanni was here. The Hamilton family rules a place called Crescent Heights. How we found out about Giovanni, I'm not sure. In other words, Giovanni's information was not discovered by Scout, but obtained through other channels. Yes. Hamilton family, how many combatants can be mobilized? Unsure. Perhaps tens of thousands. Bang. This pale-blooded person exploded again. Afterwards, Blackthorn continued to interrogate the remaining 2 corpses. He learned some things about Crescent Heights and the Hamilton family. Crescent Heights is a territory ruled by the Blood Clan, with many subservient villages. Aside from labor, the villagers serve as reserves for the Blood Clan. They have to pay a blood tax in due time, and some are captured and kept in blood kilns, exclusively for the consumption of those from the Blood Clan. Those pale-blooded people live relatively well because they serve the Blood Clan and are not exploited too greatly. He also found out that the clan leader of the Hamilton family was the Red Duke, Clement Hamilton. The pale-blooded couldn't state the rank of the Red Duke, but it was certain he was an orange-level hero. The founder of the Crescent Heights system. After hearing the news, Fang Hao sat down on the side again. Luckily, he discovered the Blood Clan's first investigation, and killed them before any information they gathered left the area. Truthfully, an orange-level Blood Clan hero didn't particularly worry Fang Hao. The Blood Clan's strength lay in their blood-sucking, conversion of the human clan, and control of corpses. Blood-sucking wouldn't be a threat to a skeleton. Then, it shouldn't have the ability to suck bone marrow, right? Alright, clear this area. Kill this one and throw him into the transformation pool. Fang Hao continued. He didn't plan on keeping the surviving pale-blooded person alive. He didn't kill him before in the hopes that Little Yu could use possession for a deception operation similar to before. But upon learning the enemy was orange-ranked, Fang Hao abandoned this plan. Orange heroes all have their own special abilities. And they are powerful. If Little Yu is discovered, she won't even have a chance to escape, so there's no need to take this risk. The surviving pale-blooded guy wanted to beg or say something. But as soon as he opened his mouth, a longsword pierced his body. Blood flowed from his chest and his life rapidly drained away. He fell weakly, feeling himself being dragged away and thrown into a pile of corpses. The next day. The morning was gray, it was a bit overcast. Fang Hao got up in the morning and left his room. The maids had already started their work, and Aira was preparing breakfast. Everything was as usual. After breakfast, Fang Hao, accompanied by Angia and Demetria, set off again and arrived at the southern side of his territory. Located between his land and Prul City, a river more than 10 meters wide blocked the road. They needed to cross a wooden bridge underfoot to get through. But the river wasn't deep, and the current wasn't too strong. They could also wade through to the other side. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and found the blueprint for the fortress. He chose to build it on the north side of the river, next to the wooden bridge. Light rose and faded again, and by then the fortress was already built. A line of walls extended for tens of meters along the bank. From now on, this would become a checkpoint leading to his territory. Whoosh! A few bone dragons fell from the sky. 50 Tauren warriors descended from their backs, quickly approaching Fang Hao. "We greet the Lord," the Tauren greeted him respectfully. Terry, you've grown much stronger recently," said Fang Hao to the leading Tauren. These Tauren were all from the Bronze Bull clan, and the leading Tauren, Fang Hao recognized him. His name was Terry, an 8th-tier Tauren warrior. He was the most promising Tauren in the Tauren clan to become a hero. Bronze Bull valued him highly, and he had a certain prestige within the clan. "Thank you, my lord. I've been eating well recently, so I've gained some weight, Terry said, scratching his dirty braids sheepishly. Haha, keep up the good work. I've prepared the hero heart for you. Come and upgrade to hero status at the main city when you reach the 10th tier, Fang Hao patted Terry's arm. The muscles on the arm were exaggeratedly developed. It was like hitting a hard rock. Thank you, my lord. I won't let you down. I promise to live up to the chief's expectations, Terry promised loudly. Yes, all of you must keep improving as well. Any of you who reach the 10th tier can go to the main city for assessment. I will provide the materials and equipment. All you need to do is put in the effort, Fang Hao told the other Tauren. Thank you, my lord, all the Taurens thanked him in unison. The Tauren were quietly pleased with the wisdom in their chieftain's past decision. Ever since they supported Fang Hao, their village has been getting better and better. While they were chatting, more bone dragons descended. 14 great sword infantry came down from them. They passed the Tauren and quickly approached Fang Hao. My lord. Come with me for a while later. After returning, you'll stay here and follow the orders of Captain Terry, Fang Hao continued. Yes, my lord. The great sword infantry turned their gaze on Terry. Captain Terry. Terry agreed with a nod. After getting acquainted with each other, Fang Hao continued to establish the defense tower and houses for the fortress. By then, they could live here. When he gets back, Fang Hao would arrange for a large number of skeleton soldiers to come over. They would widen the river, making the fortress's wooden bridge the only passageway. It would make the fortress more effective as a checkpoint. Having dealt with the fortress, Terry began to arrange guard duty. Fang Hao, on the other hand, led the 14 great sword infantry in the southwest direction. Yesterday, he had picked up 2 bounties at the tavern. One was the Well Ghost, and the other was Village Trouble. Compared to the second, Village Trouble, the name, Well Ghost, was more detailed. From the name, it was clear that some monster had appeared in the well. So, they were going to the village of the Well Ghost this time. After half an hour's march, they saw a village in the distance. The village looked desolate, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. The village gate was wide open, and apart from an old man squatting at the entrance, there wasn't a soul in the village. The team approached. Old man, we came from Cruel City. We heard there's a bounty out here. The old man gazed at Fang Hao's team with a somewhat muddy eyes. Yeah, are you here to collect taxes or to help? The old man asked. To help. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the old man's face. His wrinkles piled up, resembling the bark of a tree. The old man cracked a smile, though unsightly, it was significantly kind-hearted and simple. His eyes swept over the giant lizard and lizardman, asking Fang Hao, are you the leader? He perhaps mistook Fang Hao for a mercenary leader. Yes. Fang Hao nodded and continued to ask, old man, are you the only one left in the village? Fang Hao surveyed the village again, yet didn't spot a single soul. I just came here to check if anyone has shown up, I'll return in the afternoon. I'm now living in the neighboring village, no one can live here. The old man hastily explained. That's serious. Indeed, many people died, and the city's officials just ignored us. If it weren't for the fear that the other villages might also suffer, we would have overlooked this place as well. The old man continued. It seemed that the villagers had already evacuated. They each found new homes in different villages, abandoning this one entirely. To the villagers, coupling the simple and quick nature of the solution was a relief. Old man, could you tell us more about the monster? The more detailed, the better. Fang Hao inquired. Okay. The old man squatted down by the wall and began to recite his tale. Since the existence of the village, this well had always been there. The villagers depended on it for water. However, who would have known that half a month ago? Someone discovered that mud was frequently left at the well, and it had a foul smell. The well is a crucial place. Because it directly affects the health of the villagers, they take it very seriously. At first, they thought the village children were messing with it, so they collectively beat some of the mischievous children. Despite their efforts, the mud reappeared the next day. That's when the villagers realized something was wrong, so they started to keep watch at night. When night fell, strange noises began to emanate from the well. A bold villager went to inspect it. A dark shadow emerged from the well, swallowing the villager whole. Afterward, a humanoid monster started attacking the other villagers. Young and strong villagers organized to expel the monster, but instead, many of them died doing so. They reported the situation to the nearby city, but no one cared about their life or death. With their water source occupied and becoming increasingly dangerous, people slowly began to move out, and the village became deserted. Is it a ghost? A ghost that swallows a person whole? Fang Hao asked curiously. Normally, a ghost would refer to an undead. Even Nelson, an undead of an orange grade, doesn't eat people. Consuming people sounded more like the actions of a wild beast or monster. No, it's more like its entire chest cavity opened up and it swallowed a grown man whole. The old man recalled the scene, his face gradually growing fearful. Fang Hao looked at Angia and Dimitria, both shook their heads slightly. They couldn't deduce what kind of monster the old man was describing. What about its attack mode? Fang Hao asked again. What is an attack mode? I mean, how it attacks. Does it have any long-range moves? It just swings its arms and swallows people. I haven't witnessed anything else. No professional came to deal with it, so whether or not it has any other long-range moves, I wouldn't be sure. The old man pondered for a bit, but couldn't provide a clear answer. All battles with the monster occurred at night, discernible only by moonlight. Upon seeing it consume a person, everyone just focused on fleeing. Nobody had the mindset to study its attack methods. All right, old man, lead us into the village for a look. Fang Hao prompted once more. The old man hesitated a bit, gritted his teeth and said, I can lead you in and show you where the well is. The rest is up to you to handle. This village is uninhabited now. If you can't handle it, you'll have to wait for the city lord to send troops. Okay. Escorted by the old man, the group entered the village. The deserted village was somewhat desolate, with baskets, furniture and collapsed buildings scattered throughout, roof beams and bricks strewn all over. That's the well, I can only take you this far. The old man pointed out, his body beginning to tremble slightly. There was indeed a well in the direction he pointed at. The stone brick well was overrun with weeds and mud. The scattered debris and various equipment gave off a strange feeling, like everything was being dragged towards the well. It was like water gushing out after opening a floodgate, swirling towards the direction of the well. All right, old man, you can go back to the village. If we handle the situation, we'll send someone to inform you. Fang Hao said to the elderly man. Oh, okay. The old man agreed and scurried away as if making his escape. Everyone was watching the well, waiting for Fang Hao's command. Clearly, this matter had nothing to do with them, and meddling in this would just invite trouble. It could even result in their lives being endangered. What do we do? Asked Angia. No rush, replied Fang Hao. He opened his backpack and out flew the skeleton sparrow, flapping its wings. Watch me. Fang Hao climbed up the cargo rail on the back of the giant lizard and lied down, invoking God's presence. A soul fire ignited in the pupils of the skeleton sparrow, flying towards the direction of the well. It circled around above the well. Apart from the abundance of silt and debris, no other anomalies were found. Looking down into the well, the water was calm with no signs of anything unusual. Fang Hao controlled the sparrow, retracting its wings and diving straight into the well. The sunlight shone in, preventing it from being too dark. Halfway through the flight, the sparrow spread its wings, hovering in the air. On the wall of the well, there was a large crack. Behind the crack was not mud or bricks, but a dark void, another space. Broken bricks still had the same accumulation of silt and weeds as the well. It seems that the creature the old man was talking about must have emerged or escaped from this crack. With a I'm not afraid to die attitude, Fang Hao flew into the aperture. As his vision gradually adapted to the darkness, he could slowly make out the situation inside the cave. This was a long stone passageway. Precisely hewn stone walls, gray and worn, watermarks clearly visible. Moving forward, he entered a room. The walls were illuminated by nightstones, brightening the space. But Fang Hao's inner feelings grew heavier. This was a room constructed of human skulls. Fang Hao felt as if he had entered a hellish fear, his body piercingly cold. In the center of the room was a stone desk, on which were decomposing paper scrolls, a rust-green lantern, and several unidentifiable objects. Someone had lived here before. What kind of person would live in such a place, a room built of skulls? It was outright sinister. A soul fire flickered in his pupils. Fang Hao suppressed his astonishment and continued the search for his target monster. Mud traces could still be found on the stone slabs beneath him, continuing all the way to a large ceramic jar next to the stone desk. Could it be this ceramic jar? Fang Hao wondered to himself. But that didn't seem right. If the ceramic jar was the monster, he should be able to see its name. The fact that its name wasn't displayed meant it wasn't his target. Could it be inside the ceramic jar? According to the old man's description, the creature could open a cavity in its body and swallow an adult human whole. How could it possibly hide in a ceramic jar? While thinking, he flew towards the ceramic jar. The sparrow stood on the stone table, looking down into the ceramic jar from above. Inside the jar, it was pitch black and seemed like some liquid was slowly writhing around. Fang Hao peered intently into the jar, trying to make out what was inside. Whoosh! A dark shadow surged out from the mouth of the jar, enveloped the sparrow like a giant net and swallowed it whole before retracting back into the ceramic jar. Outside the well, on the back of the giant lizard, Fang Hao suddenly sat up. Holy crap! That scared me to death. With his left hand clutching his chest, he tried to calm his racing heart. Fang Hao suddenly woke up, startling the few people guarding him. The infantrymen immediately drew their weapons and assumed combat stances. Their eyes were warily fixed on the well shaft. With one hand, Angia effortlessly jumped onto the back of the giant lizard, steadying a panic-stricken Fang Hao. What happened? She asked. The skeleton sparrow is dead, said Fang Hao. What enemy? Did you get a clear look? I saw it, a mud monster. The monster in the jar killed the skeleton sparrow face to face. In the last moment, Fang Hao managed to get a clear look at its name. Filthy Mud Monster, Tier 9. The mud had become a monster. This world was weirder than Journey to the West. How could mud possibly become a monster? What on earth? Angia didn't understand. It's a filthy mud monster, a Tier 9 type of soldier, Fang Hao explained again. What is that? Angia had never seen nor heard of it before. At this moment, Demetria walked over and explained, it's a type of mud monster, created by energy disturbances. They typically stay in dark, damp places to multiply, feeding on dissolvable creatures. It's tough to deal with. It seemed Demetria had some understanding of these creatures. Can our people kill it? Asked Fang Hao. He wasn't interested in how it was formed, he could figure that out later. What he needed to consider right now was whether they could handle it. It'll be difficult. Due to the characteristics of the mud monster, melee combat will be ineffective. Our soldiers are likely to suffer casualties, Demetria analyzed. Demetria, an orange hero, was giving such an assessment to a lowly monster. This said a lot about this mud monster. It was not as simple as its name suggested. What about ranged attack? That would be significantly more effective than cutting and hacking, Demetria nodded solemnly. All the heroes present had rich combat experience, a quality that could not be matched by Fang Hao's petty wits. Since Demetria had said that close combat would lead to casualties, Fang Hao decided he would call in some ranged forces instead. Besides, the current arrangement of his forces was not his preferred battle style. He still preferred to crush the enemy with overwhelming numbers. Alright, let's head back to the fortress first, Fang Hao immediately ordered. The team left the village and headed back to the fortress. Fang Hao once again used God's presence to possess one of the skeleton warriors in the main city and began to tally the number of people. The continuous transformation of corpses in the skeleton conversion field in the past few days had pushed the station population in the main city to over 600,000 people. He summoned 30,000 archers, 20,000 undead mages, and 50,000 melee soldiers. After defeating the mud monster, these 100,000 soldiers would be stationed in the fortress and wouldn't need to return to the main city. Half an hour later, the undead army arrived at the fortress. Angia, Demetria, Change your appearances, we don't want to be noticed by the villagers nearby, Fang Hao instructed. Even if the local humans spotted the undead army, they would likely run away in fear. However, if Angia or Demetria were recognized, it would be difficult to explain, potentially causing various troubles. All right. Both of them agreed, throwing on gray cloaks. Demetria's cloak was larger than Angia's in order to hide his massive tail. All right, let's set off, Fang Hao commanded, returning to the headquarters of the fortress, using God's presence and following the troops. Before long, the army arrived back at the village. The scene was as they had left it in the morning, nothing had changed. Demolish any obstructive houses and fences, Fang Hao ordered once again. The skeleton trolls swung their battle axes, reducing the basic houses to ruins in a few thumps, allowing everyone to clearly see the well shaft. All the soldiers were arranged according to the plan, ready to commence battle. Fang Hao changes the target of God's presence, controlling the gray sparrow to retreat back into the crevice in the well. This time he doesn't look at the mouth of the jar, he just charges forward. He knocks over the pottery jar directly. The jar falls to the ground, shattering with a crack. A puddle of gray, thick, sticky black slime inside the jar begins to wriggle slightly. After a brief moment of confusion, it hurries toward the gray sparrow, the perpetrator of the destruction. At the mouth of the well, the gray sparrow bursts out. Everyone is nervously watching the opening. If the mud monster doesn't come out, they'll have to start digging the ground. Suddenly, the crevices between the bricks at the mouth of the well begin to moisten from the water stains. Viscous black mud emerges from the cracks at the mouth of the well, bit by bit it merges into a large, writhing, rolling humanoid made of mud. Like a wax figure melting at a high temperature, large globs of mud continually fall off and regather. Attack! Fang Hao calls out without any hesitation. If it weren't for the mud being difficult to attack while it's in the crevices, he would have ordered the attack sooner. Now it isn't too late, after he gives the order. Those who have long been positioned start initiating their attacks. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows whistling through the air is like a fleet of warplanes flying by. Accompanied by a roaring sound. Tens of thousands of magic spells and arrows launched a crazy attack on the mud monster at the center. The scene is grand and somewhat daunting. Demetria stands aside, swallowing hard. Even he, a Tier 8 hero with an orange aura, would probably be instantly turned into ashes in the face of such a dense attack. Boom. Magics and arrows densely hit the just-formed mud monster. Thump. With a muffled sound, the form of the mud monster instantly bursts, mud spraying like raindrops. The small lumps of scattered mud still squirming on the ground, the next second, start slithering like snakes, rushing toward the rear troops. Filthy Mud Monster Variant Tier 5. The name of the mud monster changes, and its rank is also downgraded. The small mud monsters wriggle their bodies, rolling over grass, coins, and debris on the road. While attacking nearby enemies, their bodies gradually enlarge as they gather more material. Focus on killing the enemies around you first. Fang Hao shouted. Angia and Demetria also issue the same orders. Magics and arrows once again converge to attack the approaching mud monsters, killing them all. But those that have grown larger and have reached a certain size will still explode again, splitting into countless mud monster variants. If Fang Hao didn't have that many troops, it would be quite hard to completely kill these mud monsters. Even if the nearby city sent an army to struggle against them, it would be hard to kill them, and it could even cause the mud monsters to keep expanding, threatening the nearby villages and cities. The battle went on for over an hour, and the mud monster finally dissolved into a puddle of water stains. But the village is gone. It was as if the whole village had been bombed, leaving it in ruins. Is it dead? Fang Hao looked at Demetria. The latter nodded slightly and said, the mud monster's intelligence is not high, so if it didn't continue its attack, it must be dead. That's good then. Fang Hao also sighed in relief. He did do a good deed for the nearby villagers. Alright, everyone start cleaning the battlefield and collect all the usable arrows. The skeletons started to clean the battlefield. Fang Hao and the other two then went to the well, looking down into it. The water in the well remained calm, with no changes inside the well. Bring the rope ladder over and let's widen that hole a bit. The rope ladder was lowered into the well. Just as Angia was preparing to go down the well, Fang Hao grabbed her. What are you doing? I want to go down and see if there's anything good. What if you miss something because you're too careless? Angia replied, her expression filled with uncertainty. You better stay here. There might still be dangers down there. You and Demetria should stay up here and direct the skeletons to search properly. I'll go down and check, Fang Hao told her. Something about the cave below seemed quite eerie. The walls were built with skulls. Despite living amongst skeletons, the sight still made Fang Hao unsettled. There might be strange things down there, which could affect Angia. Fang Hao decided he wouldn't let her go down. After all, there wasn't much down there anyway. Are you sure you can handle it alone? I've checked with the skeleton ash sparrow before. It's just an empty cave with a stone table in the middle. I'm not blind. I won't miss anything, Fang Hao assured her. All right, be thorough in your search. Angia finally agreed and moved away from the well's opening. Don't worry. Fang Hao descended the rope ladder, stopping at the crevice. He dislodged some of the stone bricks on either side of the crack, bent over, and crawled in. Being his third time, the shock and fear had mostly worn off. After making sure there were no clay monsters in any of the earthenware jars, he began to search in earnest. The skulls on either side of the cave wall appeared fused with the wall itself. Even up close, nothing could be discerned from them. He threw the decayed items from the stone table to the ground. However, an item from underneath the heap caught his eye. Demon's Codex Fragment. Category: Codex Fragment. Ability: Demon Space. Demon Space. A small magic space created with the interdimensional gate technique, allowing the storage of items at any time. Living creatures and undead units are not storable. Description: a fragment of the Demon's Codex. Collect all fragments to complete the full codex. A fragment appeared. This was the second fragment Fang Hao had collected. The first was an elemental codex fragment that increased his spell power. And now he had gotten a demon's codex fragment. Whoever left these items behind had the strange habit of tearing up books. The ability that the demon's codex fragment would grant made Fang Hao's heart race. A demon space, a small magic space, allowing the storage and retrieval of items at any given time. This was essentially a space ring or a miniature universe within a sleeve. With this, he can utilize the demon space to carry items anywhere. If the space is large enough, he wouldn't need to carry many wagons on future marches. He would be able to store everything. It could even potentially increase his marching speed. This item was a very pleasant surprise. The gloomy cave in front of him didn't seem so ominous anymore. Bidding farewell to Angia, Fang Hao moved deeper into the cave. He tucked the codex fragment safely away and continued his search. In the corner, he found another gold treasure chest. Ever since he saw a platinum chest, gold no longer stirred his emotions. He opened it directly. Well building blueprint, ring of no regret purple, demon's blood, warfire coin 82, demon stone 5. Well, wood 100, stone 1100, iron 50, metal parts 12. Description: the well can satisfy the need for water. There was nothing interesting about the well blueprint, so he decided to inspect the second item instead. It was a purple tier item. Ring of no regret purple. Category: ring. Ability: when worn, it reduces the damage inflicted on troops by light magic by 2%. Description: everyone has their own worth and a standpoint shouldn't divide right from wrong. The attributes of the ring made Fang Hao's heart race. The ring of no regrets effect was very much needed by him. If he ever clashed with the forces of light magic, this ring would have a significant effect. How come he always seems to be on the side of the villain? Wherever there are traces of undead or demons, he always seems to find something good. Demon's blood. Type: blood. Description: a drop of demon blood sealed inside something like amber. You can try to ingest it, but the consequences are unpredictable. He had in his hand an amber-like stone, with a drop of blood sealed within. As he gently swayed it in his hand, the blood swirled within. His collection of strange and mysterious things had just expanded. This was the second time that Fang Hao had discovered the blood of a supernatural creature, following the vampire heart. Even the phrase, extremely useful, in the description offered no clue on how to utilize it. You could drink it, though nobody knew what effects it might have. And so, who would dare to take a sip? Anyway, it's something gained, better put it away for now. The last two items are Warfire coins and Demon Stone. Warfire coins, needless to say, are now the general currency, and the Demon Stone must be the recruitment material for the Demon Clan. Demon Stone. Type. Ore. Description. Rare ore required for the construction of Demon Clan buildings. As I thought, he stuffed everything that could be taken away into the backpack. Exiting the cave, he climbed out of the well using the rope ladder. Did you find anything good? Angia asked excitedly. Yes, very useful. Below was a stone cave of the Demon Clan. Fang Hao patted his backpack. Angia, looking at the empty backpack, was about to go down and search for herself. It took Fang Hao some persuasion to dissuade her from going down. Collect some rocks nearby and seal the cave entrance. Fang Hao instructed the skeletons standing by. By now the village had turned into ruins. There were rubble everywhere, not difficult to find. No idea if the villagers would return, but it's better to have the cave sealed. What was seen inside was truly terrifying. When everything was over, Fang Hao started to return home with the majority of the troops. On the way back, Angia left the team and headed to a village in the south. As they neared the village on horseback, the image of the orc attracted many villagers' attention. Angia looked around and spotted an old man chatting with others under a big tree nearby. As she approached, the old man also saw her. It's you, the girl from this morning. The old man said smilingly, his face full of wrinkles. The problem in your village has been solved, there is no need to worry anymore, but avoid living there, all the houses have collapsed. Angia blurted out. The village had turned into ruins amid the warfare. It would be more convenient to rebuild a village than to go back and live there. The monsters, have they been eliminated? The old man asked in shock. Eliminated, Angia uttered, then turned her horse around to leave. Wait. The old man called Angia halt. What else? The old man fumbled in his bosom. He took out a wrapped cloth, unlayered it to reveal 5 gold coins. This is the reward from the bounty. The old man handed it over. Angia spared a glance, looked at the village again. Never mind, you just focus on living properly. If there's any trouble, post a bounty in the tavern. Thank you, can you tell me your name? Angia. And the black-haired young man. Fang Hao. Leaving behind a sentence, Angia rode away. Only after Angia had left did the villagers gather. With several voices asking questions at once. The old man, smiling broadly, told everyone that the monster that destroyed the village was dead, someone had avenged the dead villagers. The Grand Army was returning to the fortress in a mighty tide. Fang Hao took the backpack from the skeleton's hand, and as he took out the fragment of the demon book, the system prompt echoed again. Fragment detected. Fragment of the demon book, would you like to record it? Just like the fragment of the elemental book, the book of systems could record it, so he didn't have to carry a single page around everywhere, risking losing it. Record it. The fragment of the demon book turned into a flash of light and flew into the Book of Lords. Fang Hao immediately opened the Book of Lords, which now had a new page, named Demon Space. The name of the ability derived from the demon's book. On the page, on the right was a model of an empty room, and on the left, several columns of tables. How should he operate this? He approached a wooden table, thinking about receiving it. The wooden table still remained before his eyes and was not stored in the demon's space. Was it not working? Fang Hao tried again, touching the wooden table, and again attempted to receive it. The wooden table disappeared into thin air, and the next second, it appeared inside the room model on the page. After the recent test, Fang Hao had figured out the operation method of the demon space. He couldn't store items away in the void simply by thought, he needed to touch them. This point is quite consistent with the characteristics of the Book of Lords, whether it's devouring another person's Book of Lords or recording scrolls, they can only be achieved through physical touch. The method for storing items was exactly the same. The storage space didn't specify its size. However, based on the wooden table he put in, he could roughly infer that it was a rectangular space that was about 5 meters long and 4 meters wide. It was somewhat similar to the space where he put the desk in the Demon Stone Cave earlier, and the dimensions were also not far off. In short, it was a small room of about 20 square meters, with a height of nearly 3 meters. He could arrange what he wanted to store in there. But living creatures and troops could not be stored inside. If it were possible to do so, using this feature for kidnapping would be very convenient. My lord, the defense has been arranged, and 100,000 troops will be left here under Terry's command, Demetria walked over and said. Terry followed behind her and promised at the same time, rest assured, my lord, I will definitely guard the fortress well. Well, I believe in you, Terry, said Fang Hao. Having assigned all tasks, Fang Hao and the others began to return to their territory. The sky was not yet dark, but it was about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Considering the journey back, it would probably be dinner time. When they returned to the main city, Era had already prepared dinner. As they sat together eating, Angia was still passionately recounting the scenes of their epic battle with the mud monster. The scene was magnificent, almost like a battle between immortals. Fang Hao widened his eyes. If he hadn't been there at the time, he would have almost believed that she battled the mud monster for so many rounds. Demetria, on the other hand, was silent. She didn't expose Angia, instead, she seemed to enjoy listening. Ding. At this moment, a private chat notification sounded from the Book of Lords. When he opened it, it was a message from Zhang Bin. They now have a territory channel. Chatting within the channel does not consume chat counts. However, both Zhang Bin and Fu Lei still used private chat when discussing management matters of the city with Fang Hao. Of course, this was a good thing, it still maintained the secrecy of each city within the territory. Boss, I negotiated with 2 affiliated villages today, Zhang Bin said. The inclusion of the Frostwind Mountains had made the food supply in the territory suddenly tense. After enquiring Shaman Clyde, according to Clyde's words, each tribe had enough reserved food to last a month. If they did not provide them with food within a month, the Frostwind Mountains would revert back to its original state of infighting, with tribes robbing food from one another. Fang Hao had his eyes on the mineral resources of the Frostwind Mountains and had promised to provide them with food. So he would do his best to honor that. He had already asked the merchant Tavik to contact food traders, and at the same time, Zhang Bin was also scurrying around for food, doing his best to recruit affiliated villages. You did well, Fang Hao praised him, but he didn't have anything to reward him with. Hee, thank you, boss, continued Zhang Bin. Oh, by the way, boss, I promised to station troops in the village, but the number of troops in the city is not enough. This was the issue Zhang Bin was concerned about. They were short of troops, and Fang Hao had not given him the authority to recruit. Oh, all right, I'll go over tomorrow morning and recruit some troops for you, and also swap out the equipment, Fang Hao replied. The types of troops available in Zhang Bin's territory were quite singular. He could only recruit militia and heavy sword infantry. The city's co-defense could use the undead troops that Fang Hao had left for him. But those stationed in the affiliated villages couldn't use undead troops. That would easily cause panic. If you accepted a village as an affiliate today, then stationed some undead there, the next day the village might be empty. All the villagers had run away. That would be a problem. So, what was needed was for troops of the human faction to be stationed there. Fang Hao's blueprint transformed into an undead blueprint, making it impossible for Zhang Bin to unlock and construct. All right, I won't disturb your rest then, Zhang Bin politely said. You should rest early as well. Your health is the most valuable capital, replied Fang Hao. Understood, boss, Zhang Bin affirmed. Ending the chat with Zhang Bin, Fang Hao continued his meal. Listening to another one of Angia's stories, seemingly about her childhood fights with the children from the Orc clan. The next day, after breakfast, Fang Hao rode the Bone Dragon to recruit some heavy sword infantry for Zhang Bin. They were to be stationed in the affiliated village, to strengthen its defenses. Upon his return, Fang Hao continued his inspection throughout the land, looking to see whether there were any places that needed his attention. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, whether it was the skeleton craftsman or the skeleton merchant Dujin, each fulfilling their own duty. After his round, Fang Hao began to prepare his plan for the day. In his hand, he still held the map accepted from the tavern. It marked the location of a village. The Demon's Book fragment from yesterday gave Fang Hao a pleasant surprise. He hoped that today's village would provide another decent reward. Summoning Angia and Dimitria, they set off immediately. Upon stopping at the fortress, they enlisted 10 heavy sword infantry, and continued towards their destination. The village was located to the west of Cruel City. The road was somewhat indirect. Even without any burdens, it still took nearly an hour to reach. From a distance, the outline of the village was visible. Villagers were coming in and out of the village gate, and there were even guards standing watch on the city wall. It somewhat resembled a small mountain stronghold. The guards on duty became alert upon spotting Fang Hao's party. The village gate slammed shut immediately, and more guards climbed onto the city wall. "It seems like we're not very welcome," Fang Hao quietly remarked upon seeing the situation. "They've even set their arrows. It's more than just unwelcome." Angia glanced at the people on the wall. At this point, more and more people gathered on the defensive wall until a burly man wearing heavy armor stepped forward. His gaze swept over Fang Hao's party, which was out of their shooting range. "Who are you?" someone on the defensive wall shouted. "Tell them we received a reward notice in the village. Apparently, there's trouble here and we've come to help," Fang Hao instructed. A heavy sword infantry soldier stepped forward and loudly proclaimed, "There's no need to be tense, we received a reward notice from your village at the tavern. We've come to help." The infantryman's words caused a brief turmoil among the villagers on the wall. Although their discussion couldn't be heard, their anger was evident. Soon, someone from the village shouted back, "Oh, thank you for that, but we can handle our own troubles. Our village isn't in a condition to receive guests, so please, be on your way." Despite their words, the arrows remained drawn on their bows. They were on full alert of Fang Hao's party. "All right, tell them we're backing off." Fang Hao looked deeply at the people on the city wall and added. The infantryman shouted, "All right, we won't bother you any longer." Upon ending his words, the party turned and started heading back. Along the way, Angia voiced out, "Those people don't seem like villagers, they reek of banditry." Upon hearing this, Fang Hao felt the same about those people. "Dimitria, what do you think?" Fang Hao asked Dimitria. Dimitria, who seldom spoke, stated, "My lord, there were 3 individuals on the city wall clad in different types of heavy armor. They most likely belong to different factions. Their gathering in such a disarray aligns more with Miss Angia's description of bandits. Distinctively assorted protective gear gathered within a single party. This could only indicate that such a group were either robbers or bandits. It seems the trouble mentioned in the reward notice has already entered the village ahead of us." The large troops left directly along the main path. Only after they were out of sight of the village, did they, under Fang Hao's instruction, arrive at a small valley to set up camp. Under Dimitria's command, the team began to set up simple defensive measures to prevent any unexpected situations. Fang Hao took out a skeletal gray sparrow and directly performed the god's presence. As a soul fire appeared in the hollow pupils of the gray sparrow, it flapped its wings and flew back in the direction of the village. The village was still on alert, with guards standing on the wall and the gates tightly closed. Fang Hao controlled the gray sparrow to avoid the guards' line of sight on the left side of the village and flew into the village. On the village streets, in front of the wooden houses, a group of fierce men in different armors were gathered. They gathered together, treating the village like their own camp, laughing out loud. Not a single villager could be seen. An idea flashed through Fang Hao's mind. It seemed that Demetria and Angia were right in their guess. This place had been occupied by mountain bandits and robbers. Controlling the gray sparrow, Fang Hao continued to fly deeper into the village, and soon came upon the villagers. All were gathered in the open area in the center of the village, men and women, old and young, all being watched separately. In front of the crowd, the heavily armored man who had been on the city wall had a whip in his hand and was pacing back and forth. You guys really have a nerve, posting a bounty in the city and still daring to deny it. No worries, if you did it, confess and save the others from suffering with you, the man loudly said to those below him. The villagers remained silent, not a single one would stand out at this time. Very well. If you have the courage to do it but not to admit it, then hang everyone up and beat them until someone confesses. The man loudly declared. Immediately, the bandits behind him went forward to hang up all the people. I did it. A young man stood up at this moment, looking coldly at the bandits. You did it. Good youngster, aren't you afraid of death? The leader of the bandits curiously sized up the man in front of him. I am afraid of death. One man does the deed, one man takes the fall. You don't have to involve the others, the young man declared confidently. The villagers looked at the young man, cursing in their hearts at his recklessness. Fine, you have guts. Tie him up and whip him, just don't beat him to death, the leader loudly instructed. Yes, sir. The bandits laughed and immediately strung up the young man. The whip in their hand ruthlessly lashed at his body. In the square, the crisp sounds of the whip and the sound of agonizing screams filled the air. Boss, shouldn't we kill these people? If the army from Cruel City comes, it wouldn't be good, one bandit softly suggested. Why kill them? If we kill them, who will farm for us? Let's collect all the belongings, and move everyone to the mountain tonight. We can continue to have carefree and happy days, the bandit boss loudly declared, which caused cheers from the underlings below. I really don't know what's wrong with that woman, Rebecca. If not for her, we wouldn't need to run to this broken place. Exactly. I heard that Rebecca has an elf bloodline and is even claimed to be the most beautiful woman in List City. Once our forces grow, we should snatch this woman for the boss to marry. Upon hearing this, the bandit boss also laughed loudly. There will be an opportunity. Here it's not too bad, at least no one will disturb us. He spread out a leather map in his hand, explaining to a few underlings, this is our camp, and around here are 3 orc tribes. I've negotiated with these tribes, if there's any large merchant group, we will rob them together and distribute the loot based on contributions. Those orcs are very greedy, can it work? An underling questioned. Greed requires brains, do those guys have brains? In the end, isn't it all ours? The leader's gaze then fell on the villagers, saying, keep an eye on these people, we will need them for farming in the future. Boss, shall we continue to look for things that we can carry away? Go on, gather up all the goods and food, leave nothing behind. Okay. The bandits dispersed and started to search every house for anything valuable to take away. Fang Hao cancelled his god's presence state and sat up from his spot in the valley where he was camping. Angia asked directly, so, what kind of people are they? They are mountain bandits who were driven out of List City. They have caught all the villagers and plan to take them to a newly established camp after pillaging the village, Fang Hao explained. Why are they establishing a camp and bringing the villagers? Angia asked curiously. In the previous bandit camps they had wiped out, there were only bandits and very few villagers. I think they lack labor. From what they said, it seemed that they plan to stay in the camp for a long time and need people to farm and such, Fang Hao relayed the information he had heard. Bandits and robbers rarely have the habit of farming, most of them survive by looting. Even in the winter, their stored food is looted from nearby villages. Sometimes, bandits and villages form a sort of rule. Each year, they give the bandits 30% of their grain, and in return, they are not harassed. It's a sort of protection fee. From the talk of these people, Fang Hao also understood some of the bandits' situation. They had already fled here before and built a camp in the mountains. Today, they came down to plunder the nearby village. They didn't expect they would run into Fang Hao. So what do we do now? Just charge in. Angia spoke again. No, let's go to their camp and wait for them. Just as the words fell, skeleton gray sparrow flew down from the sky, holding a simple leather map in its beak. The map marked the location of the standard bandit camp and the surrounding small orc tribes. How do we get there? Return to our own camp, ride the bone dragon and swiftly wipe out their camp. Okay. The troops returned to their fortress. At the fortress, Fang Hao immediately changed the type of troops. 3 bone dragons were carrying the troops toward the bandit camp shown on the map. It was only about 20 minutes away and they had already arrived above the camp. The camp was not large and had dozens of bandits stationed there. Attack! The bone dragons swooped down, with every place where people gathered being a breath of death. The black energy beam swept over, instantly turning several bandits into white bones. The bandits were running around the camp, screaming loudly. The giant troll that has leapt off the back of the bone dragon began to clean up the small number of fish that slipped through the net. Close to dusk. The laughter of the bandits echoed on the mountain road leading to the bandit camp. Cart after cart formed a convoy, pulling the spoils of war plundered from the village. Accompanied by the creaking sound of the wheels, it was moving up the mountain. Behind the convoy, villagers whose hands were tied up like prisoners were being driven forward. The villagers were pale, the children and women were sobbing softly, biting their teeth, not letting themselves cry out loud to attract the attention of these bandits. Boss, there are a few good-looking women here. After you've had your fun, pass them to us. When have you ever been left out? Remember, be gentle this time, don't kill them. Yes, yes. The bandits were discussing without any reserve. The villagers who happened to overhear turned even paler. These people are just devils. The troops slowly moved forward. It arrived at the doorstep of the camp soon enough. Stop advancing. The leader shouted out loud. What's wrong, boss? But the words died halfway through, the sight before them made their mouths agape. Their new camp had become a wreck. At the entrance of the camp, the weak sunset light threaded through the gaps in the dense forest, casting a cicada wing-like glow. A skeleton, wearing leather armor, was sitting on the steps, studying everyone below. The bandits swallowed, their throats bobbed involuntarily. This is a real fucking ghost. You guys are really slow. If you didn't show up soon, I was about to go back for dinner. The skeleton slowly spoke. The bandits were startled. 2 of them even had weak knees and almost collapsed on the ground. Are you waiting for us? Half an hour ago, when Fang Hao and his team had cleaned up the bandit camp, a silver treasure chest was thrown by skeleton directly in front of Fang Hao. He chose to open it right away. Received. Fortress building blueprint, white steel dagger crafting blueprint, blue leopard herding flute, 4 soul crystals, and 22 warfire coins. The loot was average. A fortress building blueprint and white steel dagger crafting blueprint came out. He already had a fortress that he built and it had played a significant role in battle. What he got now, he could sell to others when he got back. He continued inspecting the white steel dagger. White stone dagger, blue 2 hardwood, 2 white stone ingots, 1 thick leather. It was nothing special. Moreover, in Fang Hao's territory, he still didn't have any soldiers proficient in using daggers. It could only count as an addition to his collection of blueprints. He put away the items he got, and Demetria walked over with big strides. My lord, all the bandits in the camp have been taken care of, not a single one escaped. Good, all we have to do now is wait for those bandits to return. According to the conversation Fang Hao had overheard earlier, the bandits would return to camp after they finished their raids, bringing loot and captives with them. All they had to do was wait here for them to return. My lord, I'll go arrange the men, in case their scouts arrive first. Good, you go arrange. Demetria took his orders and left, taking a group of soldiers with him. Meanwhile, Angia also came back with some men. They carried the spoils from their search. These bandits fled, but they brought quite a few nice things, in addition to some gold and silver jewelry and a small box of coins. There were over 3,000 in total. These guys are not as rich as Frostwind City, Angia said, somewhat unsatisfied. How can a small place like this compare with Frostwind Mountain Range? Fang Hao responded. Skullcrusher Shah had been raiding the Frostwind Mountain Range for many years to accumulate his wealth. How could these bandits compete with that? True, But look at this, it appears to be a map. Angia handed over an old map. Map. Mysterious stable. Type. Single-page map. Description. A single-page map marked with a special location. You can attempt an adventure. There might be unexpected gains. It was indeed a map. Where did you find it? Fang Hao asked. In that central room over there. It should be the bandit leader's bedroom. Angia pointed toward a location behind her. There was a 2-story wooden building there, the largest structure in the simple camp. It was also where the leader lived. It's a map. We can check this place out once we finish up here, Fang Hao said. Good. After the search of the camp was completed, Fang Hao's team waited at the camp for the bandits to return. Time slowly passed, and Fang Hao finally heard the boisterous laughter of the bandits coming from the bottom of the mountain. The forests were full of twisted roots and shady canopies. It made the skies appear even more gloomy as dusk fell. Looking down the mountain road, Fang Hao saw a long line of wagons approaching up the mountain. Among the wagons filled with goods, there were villagers, hands bound, walking like slaves. Standing in front of the camp entrance and looking at Fang Hao with surprise. You guys are really slow, any slower and I would have gone back for dinner, Fang Hao said slowly. Clang. 2 bandits were startled and stumbled, their weapons clashing against the wagon, creating a dull sound. You were waiting for us? The bandit leader asked incredulously. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that someone would be waiting for them after a successful raid. Awaiting him weren't women and wine, but a white-boned skeleton that could converse with him. Otherwise, I expect no one else would come here, Fang Hao replied. The bandit chief swallowed, his eyes sweeping subtly over his underlings. Plucking up courage, he asked, "What do you want with us?" "Nothing much, just killing," was the reply. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an uncanny transformation emerged in the hushed woodland. A swarm of undead arose like ghosts along the roadside, brandishing their weapons and pouncing on the bandits like wild beasts. Pick up your weapons and fight, now. Kill these undead or none of us will survive. Gather around me, quick. Gather around me. The undead charged ferociously, plunging directly into the bandit ranks. After only a brief encounter, tens of bandits lay sprawled in pools of blood. The bandit leader was shouting out orders loudly, but on the mountain road chaos reigned and more bandits fell into bloody heaps. Amidst the mournful wails, the undead stabbed them further. The bandits circling around their leader formed a small defense ring. They resisted the brutal assault, but judging from the situation, they were only stalling their inevitable death. The leader and his group were pressed hard by the undead, retreating with each step. They defended desperately, with people continuously falling. The leader, looking at Fang Hao who was spectating from the stairs, shouted, "What the hell do you want? If you want slaves, I can give you all these slaves. But don't push us too far, otherwise you won't benefit either." Although he'd never seen an undead before, he'd heard about them. If you were to ask what an undead wants, the first thing he thought of was that they needed living people as sacrifices for some evil rituals. Fang Hao cast a glance at the bandits but did not respond. The battle continued. Sparks occasionally flew between clashing weapons, jingling melodies ringing ceaselessly. The chaotic slaughter on the road didn't affect the villagers whose hands had been tied. Once they observed that the tall undead wielding giant swords only attacked those bearing weapons, they cautiously began to retreat downhill. After they retreated bit, they found that none of the battling parties paid them any mind. Thus, they broke into a run downhill. No one would wait here till the end of the fight, because regardless of who won, neither side would benefit them. In the blink of an eye, all the villagers had fled. As the villagers left, Demetria emerged from the dense woods, and again massacred a large number of bandits with a sweeping longsword. "You were the one who visited the village this morning, I saw you, lizard man." The bandit leader shouted. Demetria looked at the remaining bandits, speaking solemnly, "Come on, this is your last chance." Shock flashed through the bandit leader, his previously wavering eyes now radiating determination and sharpness. This was his last chance. "I'm going down fighting you." With a loud shout from the leader, he raised his longsword aiming for the lizardman's neck. That spot was not covered by armor. As long as he hit it, the lizardman would be killed by his hand. However, he had underestimated his opponent. The heavy long sword was as nimble as a one-handed sword in the lizardman's hand. With a bit of effort, he parried the bandit leader's stroke, his blade cutting across the bandit leader's throat. Piping hot blood spurted out, and the bandit leader slowly fell to his knees, his face reflecting his disbelief. "Sir, all the bandits have been completely wiped out," Demetria reported to Fang Hao. "Good, clean up the battlefield and bring all the spoils of war back." "Yes, sir." The soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. Apart from the dead bandits, there were many items looted from the village still scattered around. Since the villagers were all gone, they had no choice but to take away these items. "Sir, take a look at this." Demetria handed over the items in his hand. It was a small token found on the bandit leader. The token was made of an unknown material that somehow felt like metal but lacked the metallic texture. There were 5 pieces in total. Each piece was etched with the same character, a purple scale. Recruitment token, purple scale. Type. Item. Description. The wilderness spawns different astonishing points and facilities at random. They are filled with both risks and opportunities. A recruitment token can be used to recruit special troops at designated facilities. Fang Hao suddenly thought of the special map he had just obtained. Upon checking the recruitment token description, Fang Hao was immediately reminded of the map that Angia had just found. Mysterious stables. Could it be that this map is a recruitment facility? The possibility is quite high. The map was discovered in the bandit leader's room, and the recruitment token was also found on him. The two are very likely directly connected. "Sir, the cleanup is finished, we can go back now." Demetria came over again. "Yes, Demetria, you take the team back to the fortress first. Angia and I will go out for a bit." Fang Hao thought for a moment and said. Demetria hesitated. She felt that it could be dangerous for Fang Hao to go out with Angia. But she realized that Fang Hao was now under God's presence. Even if he died, it wouldn't threaten his life. So, she dismissed her worries. "All right, sir, please stay safe on the road." Demetria nodded. "Don't worry, we'll be in the area, you go first, we'll catch up soon." Fang Hao assured her. The location marked on the map is nearby. There is unlikely to be any danger here. Otherwise, these bandits wouldn't have made their camp here. The only thing needed now was to tone it and make it back to the domain before dark. "Okay." Demetria went back to the team, shouted, "Pack up, return to the fortress." Woo! The bone dragon rose to the sky carrying the goods. Down below, the barren tomb guards pushing the wagon, formed a long line, and head down the mountain. As the undead team gradually left, Fang Hao looked at the map in his hand and identified the direction. The location marked on the map was to the southeast of this bandit camp. No specific distance was given, but it certainly wasn't far. Fang Hao climbed on the bone dragon, and Angia sat in the back. "Where are we going? Aren't we going back to eat?" Angia rubbed her stomach, she was obviously hungry. "Don't worry, it's not far. We'll eat after we get back. Just hold on a little longer." Fang Hao patted the bone dragon and pointed in the direction marked on the map. The bone dragon took flight, flying over the dense forest. Fang Hao looked at the locations below, in search of those stables. On the second round of the bone dragon's circling, it was Angia who discovered a strange building beneath the trees. The bone dragon landed, and Fang Hao and Angia jumped off. Indeed, it was a stable, surrounded by vines of the dense forest, blending in with the environment. Stable among the trees. Category: outdoor building. Recruit: swift purple scaled horse. Swift purple scaled horse. Purple scaled recruitment token 5/5. Remaining time: 2 hours 42 minutes 33 seconds. Description: the stable among the trees allows you to recruit 5 maximum swift purple scaled horses. The recruited purple scaled horses cannot reproduce. As expected, the stable and the recruitment token in his hand are connected. Moreover, there's a countdown timer. Once the time is up, the building might disappear. Then, even if he has any more tokens, there would be no place for recruitment. The maximum number is 5. He wondered if he could trigger a hundredfold amplification here. Set the recruitment number to 5. Select Recruit. Hundredfold amplification triggered. 505 swift purple scaled horses recruited. With the appearance of the system notification, Fang Hao felt a surge of excitement. In the next second, a purple light appeared, and 505 purple horses emerged around the forest. Unlike regular horses, the purple scaled horses looked like blue glass, shining brightly in the afterglow of the sun, their forelimbs long and powerful, the long hairs on the hooves flying as they walked. Such beautiful horses! Angia exclaimed. A purple scaled horse seemed to understand Angia's praise. It came over on its own, lowering its raised head to let Angia pet it. I like this one. This one will be mine from now on. Angia stroked the horse. I'll give you a powerful name. Let's call you Skullcrusher. No, that's not right. That's not very respectful of you. Fang Hao quickly stopped her when he heard that. Skullcrusher was killed by Fang Hao, and Nelson was making it. In a couple of days, it would join the domain as a skeleton hero. Calling your horse Skullcrusher, what's the meaning of that? When you call out Skullcrusher, are you calling the hero or the horse? This is disrespectful too. So how about Fireblade? Can't you think of anything else besides these two words? Try not to hurt our teammates. If you look at it, I'm naming it and he's complaining. When we go back, I'll think of a nice name for you without him hearing it. Angia continued to pet the purple scaled horse in front of her. Nay. The purple scaled horse snorted, its big eyes staring at Fang Hao. These horses are quite smart. Fang Hao continued to check the attributes of the purple scaled horse. Swift purple scaled horse, tier 6. Faction. None. Race traits. Living creature, extra high stamina, unstoppable march. Skills. Evasion, purple lightning, iron hoof. Innate abilities. Advanced speed mastery. Extra high stamina, passive, this unit has extraordinary stamina and can run for a longer time. Unstoppable march, passive, this unit is immune to any form of slowing effects. Evasion passive plus 20% evade range while moving at high speed. Purple lightning passive, upon engaging high speed, running speed plus 50%. Iron hoof active, front and rear hooves attack power plus 10%. Description. The swift purple scaled horse possesses a speed and stamina that ordinary horses can't possess. When they run at full speed, they're like shooting stars. The swift purple scaled horse really does have good attributes. With boost in speed and stamina, along with a handsome appearance, it's quite splendid. Compared to the tier 1 horses they raise, it's several levels better. In future, whether it's for battle or caravanning, these horses will be of great use. Alright, Angia, stop playing. Weren't you hungry? Take them back. Fang Hao shouted. Okay. The bone dragon flew back first, while Fang Hao and Angia led the 505 swift purple scaled horses back to the fortress. When they finished all their tasks and returned to the main city, it was already getting dark. Crescent Heights, Blood Clan Castle. The Red Duke, dressed in a black suit and his eyes glowing bright red, was sitting on the throne at the center of the hall. On the side table, there was a cup of fresh blood freshly taken from the blood oven. Have the scouts brought back any news? So many days have passed, don't tell me they have not gotten any information. The Red Duke's tone was icy, revealing his displeasure and blame. The Blood Clan below swallowed saliva and said, Your Grace, the Pale Bloods we assigned have been gone for 5 days, but they have not sent back any news so far. According to the timeline, they should have returned. Pale Bloods are somewhat addictive, like they're unable to survive outside of a Blood Clan territory. Even if these scouts didn't get any news, they would return to report on time. But right now, there wasn't any news nor any sign of them. How many people did you send? The Red Duke asked. F5 people. His voice was slightly trembling. 5 people and none came back alive, yet you're here having a good time. The Duke's expression instantly became colder. It has been half a month since Giovanni's incident. From his initial disappearance, to the posting of missing person notices, word only arrived a few days ago from the No Faces hut. I sent 5 scouts to investigate the undead territory mentioned in the intel. Many days have passed, but not only have we not received any intel, but none of the scouts have returned either. The Red Duke's patience is wearing thin. Your Grace, there must have been some mishap. I will immediately dispatch additional personnel to gather information. The Blood Clan member in charge of intel started to panic. HMPH. Take some time to reflect on your mistakes. The Red Duke snorted coldly, then ordered his men, take him to the dungeon to reflect on his mistakes. Your Grace, give me another chance. I won't make another mistake, I swear. As the Blood Clan member pleaded loudly, 2 blood servants walked in. The silver hooks in their hands pierced his collarbone and they dragged him towards the dungeon. The dungeon was a place for Blood Clan criminals. The wound caused by the silver hook could not heal, forcing this Blood Clan member to endure agonizing pain and continuously bleed in the dungeon until the Red Duke remembered this person existed. The pitiful screams of the Blood Clan member grew distant and the grand hall fell into an eerie silence. Only the heavy scent of blood lingered in the air, causing the remaining Blood Clan members in the room to continually gulp nervously, their eyes glowing red. So, what's the plan? You're not as useless as him, are you? The Red Duke glanced around at the others. The Blood Clan, too, was under strict surveillance by the living creatures. The slightest movement from them would immediately attract attention from the surrounding living creatures. That's why he needed information. He needed to know exactly how many troops would be required to eliminate the undead and retrieve the book belonging to the Blood Clan ancestors. Alongside, he had to avenge his nephew's death too. Hearing the Red Duke's question, all the Blood Clan members fell silent, some unwilling to take on the responsibility. Your Grace, I have a few good scouts under my command. Why don't I take up the task and be sure to bring you the information? A Blood Clan member suggested. He still wanted to send out scouts. The Red Duke glanced at him but didn't give his approval. The undead have raised their guard, making scouts virtually useless. There's a high probability that they're waiting with a trap for more of his forces to walk into. Any other suggestions? The Red Duke continued to ask. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Then, a tall, thin man stepped forward. Your Grace, he began after a slight bow. Fielding, what are your thoughts? The Red Duke turned to the thin man, raising his eyebrows slightly. Fielding was acting as an official merchant in the Blood Clan. He was responsible for the purchasing and selling of commodities within the territory, hence holding a certain status among the Blood Clan. Moreover, the Red Duke wouldn't assign him troublesome tasks. Your Grace, I feel like the other party is already aware of something. Sending more scouts might not be very effective. Fielding suggested lightly. The Red Duke nodded, agreeing with Fielding's opinion. Right, go ahead and share your thoughts. If Fielding was speaking up now, it suggested that he had other ideas in mind. Moreover, these ideas seemed to be more reliable than sending out scouts. Fielding cleared his throat before seriously remarking, Your Grace, have you ever considered incorporating Proul City into the Blood Clan's rule? Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the room exploded into an uproar, even the Red Duke on his throne furrowed his brows. The implication behind this remark was clear to everyone. If word got out, it could instigate a war between the Human Clan and the Blood Clan. Explain your idea. The Red Duke did not reveal his stance but asked for further explanation. Fielding smiled faintly. Your Grace, the City Lord of Proul City, Cyril, reached out to me a while ago. Oh, interesting. This piqued the Red Duke's and everyone else's interests. Yes, Cyril has a son who was gravely injured 2 years ago and still has not recovered. He fears his son might not live much longer, and he has been searching for a cure these past few years. Fielding shared just enough but did not elaborate any further. But everyone in the room understood what Fielding meant. A father who had been searching for a cure for the past 2 years. The reason why he would reach out to Fielding was most likely related to his son's condition. What does this have to do with the undead? The Red Duke asked. Your Grace, the undead territory lies north of Proul City. If we can control Proul City, we can gather intel on the undead more effectively. Even if war breaks out, we can deploy troops from Proul City instead of Crescent Heights. Fielding continued to explain. The Red Duke leaned on his chin and went deep into his thoughts. Contacting Cruel City was a huge risk. If successful, the Blood Clan would reap immense benefits. However, if it failed or information leaked, it might instigate a new war between the two clans. Buddha, it was worth a shot. Fielding. The Red Duke spoke softly. Your Grace. Handle this matter. If the negotiations fail, kill this Cyril. Make sure this doesn't leak. The Red Duke ordered, his tone serious. Yes, Your Grace. The Red Duke continued to look at the people below, and reminded them coldly, whoever dares to leak this, you know the consequences. Yes, we understand. The next day, early morning. Fang Hao woke from his sleep. The golden morning light streamed through the window, a bit too dazzling. He sat up in bed and stretched out lazily. The weather today seemed pretty fine. After getting up, and quickly freshening up, he headed downstairs. Aira was preparing breakfast. Seeing Fang Hao, she greeted him, Master, why didn't you sleep a little longer? I'm already well rested, so I got up. By the way, Master, Scholar Nelson brought a skeletal hero this morning. He's waiting for you at the entrance of the Viscera Museum, said Aira. Nelson came out. Scholar Nelson asked me to relay this, and then he returned to continue his work, continued Aira. Okay, I will go and take a look. Exiting the city lord's mansion, he headed straight towards the Viscera Museum. Standing at the museum's entrance was an orc skeletal hero. The hero's skeleton was robust. Even as a skeleton, he resembled a formidable bear. Coming closer, Fang Hao saw the skeletal hero's name. Skullcrusher, Purple Tier 9 Hero. It seemed that Nelson's first creation was Skullcrusher, Shaw, the former great chief of Coldwind Mountain. Now, he could only be referred to as Skullcrusher. I greet the city lord. Skullcrusher kneeled on one knee and bowed his head. Welcome to join us, Skullcrusher. Fang Hao supported him to stand up. Thank you, my lord. All right, first, go to the warehouse and retrieve your equipment. Later, I'll take you to Coldwind Mountain and you'll manage that place on my behalf. Yes, my lord. Skullcrusher headed to the warehouse to retrieve his, in-life, gear. These equipment were stored in the weapons warehouse as long as they were not broken, with no one touching them. Skullcrusher's gear consisted of a set of purple heavy armor and a spiked long-handled war hammer. It was from this that he derived his name, Skullcrusher. Fang Hao used this time to inspect Skullcrusher's attributes. Skullcrusher, Purple 9th rank hero. Camp. Undead. Template. Purple. Racial traits. Undead. Hollow skeleton, weak to light magic. Legion talent. Berserk, Tyrant, Heavy Infantry Commander. Skills. Belief in Strength, Shatter, Frenzied Hammering, Fury of the Berserker. Innate abilities. Advanced Tactical Mastery, Advanced Command Mastery, Advanced Hammer Mastery. Berserk, the units led in battle. After killing or assisting in killing an enemy, their strength will increase by 1%, lasting for 5 seconds. This effect can stack up to 15 times. Heavy Infantry Commander, Infantry Defense plus 20%. Tyrant, the morale of the units led in battle, minus 20%, all attributes plus 5%. Belief in Strength, passive, all physical damage plus 20%, self-inflicted non-physical damage minus 5%. Shatter, passive, damage to inanimate armor, shields plus 15%. Frenzied Hammering, active, frenziedly swing the war hammer at the target, causing 100%, 120%, 140%, 160%, 200% of physical damage. Fury of the Berserker, active, enter a state of fury, all attributes plus 20%, ignore any diminishing effects, ignore pain. Description. The product of the corpse witch, not recognized by the god of Undead, this hero cannot be promoted or advanced. Skullcrusher's attributes are pretty decent. Overall, he is a military general who is adept at combat. However, during his previous stint managing Frostwind Range, he had turned it into a region ripe with internal strife. Despite having a unified system, he allowed mutually plundering practices. As long as one did not mess with the Skullcrusher tribe, regular tribute punctually every month sufficed. This led to chaos within Frostwind Range, with many mines unable to operate normally. Now that Skullcrusher's memory had been modified, he had 100% loyalty to Fang Hao and his domain. It likely wouldn't pose much of a problem when the time came to deploy him at Frostwind range. He was both acquainted with the place and had deterrence power. Master, Sister Aira asks you to come for breakfast, a maid walked over. Okay, Fang Hao agreed, and he set off for the Lord's mansion. After a quick breakfast, Fang Hao, along with Angia, Demetria and Skullcrusher, mounted the bone dragon. Once everything was ready, the bone dragon flew towards the sky, heading for Frostwind range. Within Frostwind City, when the bone dragon landed, Shaman Clyde led a group of orcs to welcome them. Upon spying Fang Hao's entourage and the skeletal hero, he quickly recognized Skullcrusher's identity. Chieftain Shaw. Clyde's face changed, while the others, stunned, fell to their knees in fear. It seemed that Shaw's terror had deeply infiltrated into the hearts of all here. Though it was a skeleton, the body size and gear it wore was exactly the same as what Skullcrusher Shaw had used. Everyone could ascertain that this was Skullcrusher Shaw after death. Skullcrusher looked indifferently at the people kneeling before him and said, "First, meet Lord Fang Hao." Although Skullcrusher's memory was modified, not all of it had been wiped clean. Oh. Everyone quickly turned to pay homage to Fang Hao, Lord. All right, how are the mines? Reopening coming along. Fang Hao strode into the chief's hall and took his seat directly at the head. The rest of them also sat down on their respective spots on both sides. This time, an orc stood up cautiously, his eyes sweeping over Fang Hao and Skullcrusher carefully. My lord, the mines are gradually resuming operations, but the tribes seem somewhat hesitant, they're not very proactive. Oh, what doubts? Fang Hao curiously looked at him. This, I boldly surmise, it should still be an issue of the treatment you promised, it's only my guess, just a guess. As the orc finished his sentence, sweat began to bead on his forehead. Fang Hao had promised them some special treatment. For instance, they did not need to provide monthly contributions and beauties, but just complete their monthly mining tasks. They would also provide some basic necessities and even food for the tribes in the future. The doubts he referred to were probably doubts about whether Fang Hao, a human controlling an undead army, would really honor his promises. Skullcrusher. Yes, my lord, both of them looked at Fang Hao in unison. You'll personally take care of this later. Arrange for people to open pubs in the villages where the mines are located, and depending on the need, provide free drinks. After some thinking, Fang Hao ordered. Giving out free drinks, combined with Skullcrusher's intimidation. These actions would serve as a reminder to these orcs. They had no rights to choose. They work and drink, and Fang Hao would be responsible for covering the essential needs. Or they could return to the rule of Skullcrusher a same tasks, no more ease. Yes, my lord, Skullcrusher replied. Fang Hao looked at the orc who spoke earlier. This should resolve the problem, right? Problem. There's no more problem. Fang Hao nodded and turned his attention to Clyde. Clyde, is the foundry progressing smoothly? It's going very smoothly. The factory is running normally, and the output is very steady. I've also arranged accommodations for the blacksmiths. Everything is normal, Clyde assured. Good, what about the fortress that Fireblade is guarding? Orcs have also been arranged to provide auxiliary work, my lord. Fang Hao continued looking at everyone. Are there any other issues to raise? No more. Fang Hao rose and walked toward the door. He brought Skullcrusher and a few others to the warehouse and made 101 troll fermenting barrels. Skullcrusher, these are troll fermenting barrels. Pour in clean water and fruits, and it will ferment into fruit wine. Deliver these to the cities where the mining pits are. Fang Hao explained. Understood, my lord. Now you stay here and manage these orcs properly. If you need anything, notify me. Fang Hao patted Skullcrusher's shoulder. Yes, my lord. I will bear the heavy responsibility authorized by my lord. Good. Having finished his instructions to Skullcrusher, Fang Hao mounted his bone dragon again to check on Frostwind Fortress. After exchanging a few words with the stationed Fireblade, he returned to the main city. It was gradually getting late when he returned from Frostwind Range. Riding the bone dragon had shortened the journey. Yet, the distance was exceedingly great, requiring several hours of travel back and forth. On returning to the Lord's mansion, Era brought up the prepared dinner. With 4 dishes and a soup, it was quite lavish. Just as Fang Hao began eating, he heard the system notification. Random event. Uninvited guests accepted. Task description. In 10 hours, all surviving lords' territories will welcome a group of uninvited guests. They bear either good or ill intentions. Please prepare yourself. Event countdown. 9 hours, 59 minutes. Wish you good luck. Upon hearing the system prompt, Fang Hao knit his eyebrows. A random event had appeared again. After the Lord Conflict and Heroism events, this was the 3rd type of random event, named Unexpected Visitor. According to the task description, it seemed that soon a group of outsiders would appear nearby his territory. Whether they come with hostile or friendly intentions, it wasn't certain. It might not necessarily lead to a battle. Just as Fang Hao was about to check out everyone's reactions in the regional channel, another prompt appeared. Event generated. Rebellion. Random enemies for the event have spawned. 30,000 rebel forces will appear near your territory. They are equipped with fine armor and have rigid discipline, planning to seize your city in one fell swoop. Good luck. Unfortunately, the enemy generated was rebels. Subordinate territory tasks generated. Bandits descending from the mountain, and passing travelers. You may choose to complete them from the main city or separately. Interesting, the tasks also appeared for him as well. For any normal force, it would be a safe method to divide their efforts. But it was not necessary for Fang Hao. Zhang Bin's and Fu Lei's areas were mainly focused on agriculture, their combat power was not strong. With his ample combat force, whether it was rebel forces or bandits, they could hardly pose a threat. Furthermore, passing travelers didn't seem like a combat event. There might be some special harvest. He made a direct choice for the main city to complete it. Event tasks confirmed. Rebellion, bandits descend from the mountain, and passing travelers. Event countdown. 9 hours 58 minutes 23 seconds. Good luck. Ding. At that moment, a message from Zhang Bin came through in the territory channel. Boss, did you really accept all these tasks yourself? Fu Lei also remarked, thank you, boss. These event tasks were dangerous. Even though the passing travelers didn't sound like a combat event, who could be certain whether they come with good intentions? No problem, these fights are easy. You guys just focus on managing your territories. Alright, boss. Thank you. After the two of them expressed their gratitude again, Fang Hao was essentially lifting the burden off their shoulders by taking all the fights on himself. He closed the territory channel and reopened the regional channel. As expected, everyone was discussing the same event. What do you guys think if I abandon my city and run away, then come back after the event time passes? Would it be considered a success or a failure? Success. Ahem. A friend of mine did so during a Nature's Revenge event. He waited till the event time ended, the enemies disappeared automatically. When he came back, although there were fewer resources inside the territory and some damage to the buildings, he succeeded. Oh, thanks pal, I got it. Image. What the heck is Undead patrolling? Are Undead coming to mine tomorrow? What should I do with Undead, talisman or cross, who knows? It should be a cross, right? Things like a talisman are to deal with hopping zombies, right? Maybe prepare some garlic too. I've encountered Undead before, the cross didn't work, speaking from personal experience. You up there have experience, can you share how to deal with them? How would I know? I ran off with my people, not having a direct confrontation with them. You can ask Fang Hao, his merchants are all skeletons, they should be kind of undead. Right. At Fang Hao, boss, my territory will have undead tomorrow, can you help me check if undead have any weaknesses? Good grief, they really added him. What unique features could undead have? There are many different kinds of undead. After thinking for a bit, Fang Hao decided to reply, undead fear light magic. If you were to get your hands on some, it should be very effective. What? I drink strength potions, and there's nowhere to get light magic. Do you have any other methods? Fang Hao continued, low-level undead aren't very intelligent. Setting up some traps or obstacles tonight could be very effective. Thank you. I'm impressed with you, boss. I'll dig some traps right away. I'm dealing with bandits. Boss Fang Hao, do you have any tips or methods? Boss, how should I deal with orc brutes? A lot of people started asking Fang Hao for advice. Even though they might have had their own plans, they wanted to hear ideas from Fang Hao. It seemed as if he had a guidebook to clear the stages. After briefly offering everyone some advice, he didn't say much else. The reason why he was able to develop to his current state was not because he had a powerful brain, but because of his unique characteristic that gave him a hundredfold increase in troop summoning. There are some things he didn't understand, and if he spoke about them, he might mislead others. He disconnected from the regional channel, devouring the last bite of his meal. Coming into the hall, he ordered the maid to summon the Blood Hunter. It wasn't long before the Blood Hunter walked in. Lord, you called me. Yes, later, you're going to patrol around the territory and see if any special buildings have appeared. Fang Hao instructed. All right, Lord, I'll set out now. Okay, be thorough, and report back to me if you find anything. Fang Hao reminded him again. Yes, Lord. Blood Hunter hurried out of the Lord's Hall and mounted the bone dragon to fly toward the exterior of the territory. 1 hour later, Blood Hunter, mounted on his bone dragon, landed in front of the Lord's Hall. He quickly walked into the hall and reported, Lord, I found 2 camps. They had complete sets of buildings but were completely empty. Just as expected, this was similar to the last, nature punishment, task. The buildings would appear at the release of the task. Once the task countdown ended, the enemies mentioned in the task would appear. Where are the camps located and how large are they? Fang Hao continued to ask. The camp on the north side is larger, it could accommodate an estimated 10,000 people. The camp on the east side is a bit smaller, looking more like a small village. Blood Hunter responded. Fang Hao nodded. It seemed the size of the camp was directly related to the number of people. The task notification mentioned 30,000 rebels, so they must be at the northern camp. The smaller one should comprise of bandits, with a likely smaller number. Fang Hao looked at a maid. Go and get Demetria and Angia for me. Yes, master. There were 4 heroes within the main city. Nelson, Blood Hunter, Angia, and Demetria. Since Nelson was engaged in making the remaining skeleton heroes, he was unable to participate in tomorrow's event task. Therefore, he had to assign some tasks to the remaining 3 heroes. When the maid came back, she was followed by Demetria, and Angia also came downstairs from upstairs. They sat down on the seats located on one side. Fang Hao began, 2 camps have appeared on the north and east of the territory. Tomorrow morning, enemies will appear and launch an attack on the territory. Lord, what do you suggest we do? Demetria, you're responsible for the larger camp on the north side. Arrange troops to surround them, and don't let a single one escape, Fang Hao instructed. Yes, Lord, Demetria nodded, indicating that he understood. Fang Hao then turned towards Angia. Angia, you are responsible for the camp on the east side, and Blood Hunter will guard the city. Okay. The 2 of them also nodded one after another. At night, Demetria and Angia, taking advantage of the darkness, went to observe the 2 abandoned territories, planning out their setups. The next morning. Angia, wake up, we have tasks to complete today. Fang Hao yelled from the doorway. After shouting several times, there were still no responses from the room. No one's here. That can't be, Fang Hao thought, bafflingly, and pushed the door open. Upon opening the door, he saw Angia laying sideways on the bed. Her white hair was spread out like clouds. She wore a loose vest on her upper body, and her firm buttocks were covered by tight shorts. Well, everyone had risen to action, but here she was still sleeping. Smack! A crisp sound echoed through the room. Startled awake, Angia clutched her bottom and gritted her teeth. What do you think you're doing? What am I doing? Do you know what time it is? Who promised me they would wake up early today? Fang Hao retorted. Angia suddenly remembered that she had been assigned a task for today. As she dressed herself, she said, "You could have just woken me up, why did you hit me?" "Well, I could have if you didn't sleep like a log. You wouldn't even know if the house collapsed." Fang Hao replied through gritted teeth. "Hee hee, I was wrong. What are we having for breakfast?" Angia stuck out her tongue, rubbing her bottom as she headed towards the door. By the time the two of them got downstairs, Era had already prepared breakfast. Fortunately, there was enough time to finish their meal. After breakfast, Demetria and Angia, leading 100,000 and 20,000 soldiers respectively, headed towards their assigned camps. Demetria was responsible for the Eastern Front, assigned to handle a 30,000-man rebel army. With his 100,000 soldiers and several bone dragons, they should easily overrun the rebels. The only problem was that this camp was not dismantlable, otherwise, the human wave tactic would be even more effective. As for the bandits that Angia was responsible for, though the prompt did not indicate the number of enemies, considering the size of the camp, it was probably just a few hundred men. With Angia's 20,000 soldiers, it should be more than enough. 20 minutes later, Fang Hao used his god's presence to follow Demetria to the camp. The close-range troops had surrounded the camp several times over, the long-range troops were perched on the wall, and the bone dragons were peeking into the camp, ready to unleash their death breath at any moment. The camp was like a giant bowl, waiting for the appearance of the rebels inside. As time ticked by, random event triggered. Rebel raid, bandit invasion, passing travelers reaching near your territory. With the announcement of the prompt, a large flash of light suddenly appeared on the empty ground within the camp. The rebels, wearing chainmail armor and triangular iron helmets, began to appear within the camp. On the platform, a general held up his knight's sword and immediately shouted out, "Our scouts have news, there's a territory to the south, as long as we seize." His passionate speech was cut short as his facial expression suddenly changed. The rebels present also went pale. Unbeknownst to them, the camp walls were already filled with fully armed undead, their hands holding bows and magic wands, as they watched them intently. Above the walls, several bone dragons peered down, curiously watching. What's going on? Why was their camp surrounded by the undead? They felt like rabbits trapped in a cage, being watched by a hunter. The undead didn't give the rebels much time to think or react. With the shout of, "Attack!" all of the undead commenced their assault. The bone dragons exhaled black energy beams, instantly turning the rebels they passed over into skeletons. The archers and mages on the wall also began their attacks. A rain of arrows and magic missiles poured down upon them. Like a giant black net, the camp was enveloped. "Quick! Find cover! Hurry! Don't just stand there!" The general immediately dove into a wooden hut, shouting orders. He didn't understand what was happening, but there was no time to think. The first thing was to get his soldiers to cover, to avoid the concentrated attacks. There were bodies scattered all around the camp, limbs flew under the bombardment of magic missiles. Blood dyed the ground dark red, forming streams that flowed outwards. The general gritted his teeth as he watched everything unfold. He couldn't wait any longer. If he allowed the undead to clear out most of the rebels, there would be even less chance of breaking out. He yelled to the remaining rebels hiding amongst the buildings, "Look for shields. Follow me out. This is our only chance, we can avenge our brothers later." "Okay." The rebels responded. Everyone began to look for shields, using anything that could be used as a shield. Tables, chairs, or even the armor of their fallen comrades. "Are you ready?" "We're ready." Shield formation. The people from nearby rooms quickly gathered together, bringing their shields to create a barrier against the arrows coming from all directions. The rebels, after all, had a better quality than bandits. At the leader's command, they could quickly form a formation. The arrows rattle against the shields as they make their way to the camp gate. More rebels join along the way, increasing the size of the turtle shell formation, trampling on the ground as they rush towards the camp gate. "Hang on, we're almost out," the leader encouraged the troops. All the rebels persevered and moved forward. When everyone finally stepped out of the camp gate, they stopped dead in their tracks, faces ashen. Outside the territory, Circles upon circles of undead armies surrounded them, densely packed and endless. The next second, a black light swept through the shield formation, turning everyone into white bones. Next, the melee soldiers entered, catching the rebels hidden in corners and houses and killing them. The battle lasted just over an hour before ending. The skeletons started to clean up the battlefield, collecting equipment, arrows, and wriggling spines. Thump thump. The door is gently knocked, followed by Era's calling voice ringing in the ears. Master. Master. Fang Hao dispelled his god's presence and sat up in bed. What's wrong, Era? Master. The Blood Hunter captured a few people who claimed to have only been passing through during the interrogation, Era said softly. Era's words reminded Fang Hao of the third random event. He had overlooked this. If they were just ordinary merchants or travelers, they would probably have been taken out by the undead as soon as they got close. If the Blood Hunter had not found them, these people would probably have avoided the undead area and left directly. Oh, take me to see. Yes, Master. Era led Fang Hao out of the Lord's mansion. In the middle of the courtyard, a few people were guarded by undead and knelt on the ground with their heads in their hands. Sir. The Blood Hunter saluted. Yes, what happened? While on patrol, I found these people acting suspiciously. It's a time of high alert, so we brought them back. The Blood Hunter glanced at the people kneeling on the ground. Sir, we were just passing through this place. We didn't have enough food and were looking for a nearby city to get some, a human man explained hastily. Fang Hao turned to look at the man. Human technician, tier 3. Technician. A male technician. Does this world also have a physical therapy industry? Not all of the technicians were human, there were also dwarves and elves. But they were all male, especially the dwarf technician, whose short stature was emphasized by a beard that seemed bushier than his hair. They all looked travel-worn, which did indeed support their claim of being travelers. Surrender all your weapons. You can rest in the city for a while. I will have someone prepare food for you, Fang Hao said. Thank you. After sharing a glance, they laid their weapons aside. Sit down and chat. Food will be prepared for you shortly, and then you can leave. They are my guards and won't harm you, Fang Hao explained. The technician stood up and sat down gingerly on a bench nearby. Fang Hao continued to ask, what's your name? My name is Ram, and these are my companions, the leading technician said. Oh, where are you headed, and how did you end up here? We were on our way back to our city. We didn't know there was a city here, and that's how we ended up wandering in. The maid served the technicians some fruit wine. They took large gulps of it with gratitude. From their reactions, food seemed even more scarce than they had initially let on. Prepare them some food first. We'll set off once they're full. Fang Hao instructed the maid. Yes, master. After acknowledging his order, the maid went to prepare food. We appreciate your kindness, sir, but we have not yet asked for your name. Ram leaned forward, a sign of respect. Fang Hao. Oh, Mr. Fang Hao, we will forever remember your kindness. There's no need to. It was just a small gesture, Fang Hao replied, displaying a modest smile to indicate they didn't need to fret over it. The group chatted casually. Gradually, the technicians, who initially had been quite reserved, struck up more conversations with Fang Hao. They asked why the skeletons would obey his commands. Fang Hao could only explain that it was a part of his abilities to make skeletons obey, instead of causing them to indiscriminately attack living creatures, like the rank-and-file undead. The maids came back with the food, the men thanked them and began to eat voraciously. From his conversations with Ram, Fang Hao gathered some information. The technicians had just come back from the underground mine in the south of the territory. They hadn't brought enough provisions for the return journey. They had traded for some food on their way through villages, but it was not sufficient for them to make it back to their own city. Luckily, they ran into Fang Hao, who provided them with food and was also willing to prepare supplies for the remaining part of their journey. After finishing the food in his bowl, Ram wiped his hands on his clothes. He thanked Fang Hao once again and then whispered something to his companions. Fang Hao did not interrupt them and quietly awaited their decision. The technicians took a long time to discuss. Eventually, Ram smiled at Fang Hao and after wiping his hands once more, reached into his worn-out leather bag to bring out large parchment. Once again, we thank you for your hospitality and assistance, Mr. Fang Hao. We spent all our money on food from the villagers. With this blueprint, we wish to show you our gratitude, Ram said, while reverently handing the blueprint to Fang Hao. From Ram's demeanor, it was clear that he valued the blueprint highly. Very well, I accept your gift, Fang Hao said, without any hesitation, as he took the parchment from Ram. The blueprint was huge, even when spread out, it still spanned more arm lengths. Received. Complete blueprint for Stone Monster Armors. Stone Monster Armor Blueprint. Basic Head Part Blueprint, Head Stone Armor Blueprint, Basic Torso Part Blueprint, Torso Stone Armor Blueprint, Basic Arm Part Blueprint, Arm Stone Armor Blueprint, Basic Leg Part Blueprint, Leg Stone Armor Blueprint. Impressive. The whole set is recorded on a single large blueprint. Now Fang Hao understood that Ram and his companions were not simply cobblers. He'd acquired the Stone Monster Armor Blueprint early on, and only now did he receive the blueprints for individual parts. In addition, each individual part came with its own separate blueprint. If he hadn't received the full set of blueprints from Ram, it could have taken ages to collect them all separately. Mr. Fang Hao, Ram continued, this blueprint records a lot of knowledge about built-in bodies. If you are not interested in it, it can still serve as a valuable collector's item. Constructing a built-in body involves knowledge from various fields and requires systematic learning. However, even more than that, it requires talent. Given Fang Hao's age, it would be too late for him to delve into it now. Regardless, the blueprint alone, as a collector's item, is quite valuable. Thank you, Mr. Ram. I like this item very much. Which direction is your city? I can arrange for my soldiers to escort you there, Fang Hao proposed, growing more curious about their identities. When Ram and the others caught sight of the undead out of the corner of their eyes, they were quick to wave off the offer with a hasty, no, we'll find our way. That works too. Era, prepare some extra food and water, said Fang Hao. Yes, Master, Era replied. They packed the food and water onto the technician's cart, enough for their remaining journey. Besides, they were just characters from a random event quest. Once the event timer ran out, they would disappear anyway. After their rest in the city, Ram and his companions bade Fang Hao farewell and left the territory. Mr. Fang Hao, thank you once again for your help. I hope we will have another chance to meet, said Ram in parting. We will, Mr. Ram, Fang Hao replied, waving goodbye. After sending off Ram and the others, Fang Hao returned to his territory. He recorded the blueprint in his Book of Lords. Of the 3 tasks, this was his biggest gain. Speaking of which, Fang Hao's brow furrowed in concern. Demetria had already returned with the soldiers after clearing up the battlefield. Why hadn't Angia returned yet? Hopefully, nothing went wrong. With this in mind, he hurriedly headed back to his room to manifest his presence onto the soldier Angia brought with her. After successfully casting God's presence, Fang Hao was stumped by the scene before him. Where on earth was this? Wasn't this the fortress between his territory and Prul City? Had Angia led the soldiers here? Looking around, he spotted Angia near the entrance of the fortress. He quickly approached her and asked, Angia, why did you lead the soldiers here? Is the bandit camp cleared already? Angia might be mischievous, but she always carried out the tasks assigned to her seriously. This was the first time she had acted like this. Cleared it up. And look, they're not still there. Angia pointed towards the ditch in front of them. Following her gesture, Fang Hao saw hundreds of robust men with various tools, dredging the river. You brought them here, to dig a river. Fang Hao was stunned. Increasing the depth and width of the river was a measure Fang Hao had formerly considered to make the wooden bridge in front of the fortress the only point of entry. Initially, he had planned to have the skeletons doing the digging, but he hadn't had time to supervise it due to his other commitments. Angia, however, had remembered this and even brought the bandits from the quest to serve as laborers. Murdering them seemed like a waste. Why not put them to work? Angia explained. Fang Hao was left speechless. Although he had brought the thousands of rebels to work, the quest was only for 12 hours. Once that time was up, they'd automatically disappear without needing to be fed, and the work would also be completed. It seemed like a win-win situation no matter how he looked at it. They appeared, and you just brought them over here? Fang Hao asked, intrigued. Angia sat down on a box beside the river, watching over the bandits as they worked diligently. Not exactly, she replied. They were more aggressive when they first appeared, shouting and yelling, saying they outnumbered me and wanted to fight me one-on-one. And then I just beat up their boss and their second in command. After that, they became more obedient, Angia explained casually. She pointed towards the burly man in sturdy iron armor, with a bruised face, in the distance. That seemed to be the boss she referred to. All right, just keep an eye on them. Make sure they don't cause any trouble. Understood. Fang Hao nodded and deactivated his god's presence. Now that he had confirmed Angia was safe, Fang Hao started to go through the blueprint he'd received. If the materials to build the armor are available, he could try building some stone monster armors to enhance his combat power. Stone monster basic head part. Iron 5, cast iron 2, metal parts 12, precision parts 8. Stone monster basic torso part. Iron 15, cast iron block 8, metal parts 42, precision parts 17. Stone monster basic arm part. Stone monster basic leg part. The requirements for the materials of the basic body parts of the stone monster are not particularly high. Fang Hao could provide the consumables required. However, when he looked at the stone monster's stone armor, he found materials he didn't have. It was called a fine carved stone plate. Head stone armor. Cast iron block 2, fine carved stone plate 1, mithril 2, essence of magic 1. Torso stone armor. Cast iron block 18, fine carved stone plate 8, mithril 10, essence of magic 5. The basic body of the stone monster also needs parts of the stone armor. Back in Little Yu's tomb, the stone armor of the stone monster had strong defenses. Even a tier 1 skeleton soldier, slashing with an iron sword would only emit sparks. Even Angia, a blue hero, needed a lot of effort to break the stone armor. This showed that the defense power of the stone monster's stone armor was quite substantial. It was even stronger than the defense power of common iron armor. Fang Hao attached great importance to this. Of course, there was another point that Fang Hao considered himself. If the production of arm parts, torso, and other parts each triggered a hundredfold amplification, and then these parts were combined into a stone monster again triggering a hundredfold amplification, wouldn't that be the hundredfold of a hundredfold? By then, the effect of bursting soldiers might not be inferior to that of the skeleton soldiers. The possibility of this was quite high. Should he go to the Alliance and fill this week's order with the blueprint of the fine carved stone plate? However, it was still uncertain whether the fine carved stone plate was a finished product or a blueprint. The possibility of it being a finished product from a stone processing factory was quite high. Tap tap tap. The sound of gradually approaching footsteps and the friction of armor came from outside the Lord's mansion. Then, Demetria walked in briskly with his helmet in his arms. Lord, the rebels have been cleared out, and we have obtained a large amount of weapons and equipment, and wriggling spines, Demetria reported. Good job, Demetria, Fang Hao praised. The addition of Demetria had noticeably increased the strength of the territory. My lord, we also found this, he said, handing a badge-like item to Fang Hao. It was a metal badge in the shape of a metal shield, with the pattern of a war horn engraved on the shield. Brave Horn Orange Emblem. Category. Emblem. Ability. Wear Emblem Human War Horn Attribute plus 100%. Description. During the Dark Ages of humankind, they united, wearing Brave Horn, Noble Belief, Sacred Rampart, Sharp Thorn, Justice Truth, uniting the human race to resist foreign races and defend the last dignity of humankind. In this continent, every race has its own advantages and characteristics. But the human clan seems exceptionally weak. In front of races like orcs or ogres, they are at a complete disadvantage. It seemed that the human clan had experienced a period of extreme darkness, Through unity and fighting, they had achieved their current living space. The brave horn, noble belief, sacred rampart, sharp thorn, justice truth, mentioned in the description should be different emblems, each capable of increasing different attributes. It could be said that these emblems meant a lot more to the human clan than the abilities they provided. It was just not clear why it was in the hands of the rebels. Could they be the subordinates of the emblem wearer? Or obtained through other channels? These were not important to Fang Hao. The abilities of the emblem were good, and only the human clan could wear it. To him, it was a very good piece of equipment. Time flowed bit by bit. The sky gradually dimmed. The system notification rang out again. Congratulations to all lords, the random event, unexpected visitor, task has ended. Next, we will verify the top 3 items acquired based on their evaluation scores and announce the winners. The random event has ended. The remaining enemies who were still attacking also sounded their retreat horn, disappearing after returning to their original camp. And those who emerged victorious had already received rewards from their enemies. Top 3 winners. First place Brave Horn Orange Quality, owned by Fang Hao. Second place Alliance Token Purple Quality, owned by Yu Tianpeng. Third place Stone Monster Full Blueprint Blue Quality, owned by Fang Hao. The system notification ended. Once again, the channel was filled with intense discussion. Damn, Fang Hao is awesome. His place at number 1 is unshakable. I can accept that Fang Hao is first, but why is he also third? I'm so jealous. I have a purple necklace, why didn't it even rank in the top 3? I'm not convinced, I will complain to customer service. I called customer service, but it was Fang Hao who picked up. He asked me where my territory is. Never heard of Lord Yu Tianpeng before. Is he a new lord? He almost surpassed Fang Hao. How can purple surpass orange? But Lord Yu Tianpeng is indeed amazing. Everyone was praising Fang Hao, and then praising Yu Tianpeng. Seeing that the two didn't say anything, the flattery gradually subsided. I'm not envious of the two lords anymore. I got a green hero summoning scroll, and summoned a green elf hero, the kind with pointed ears, round buttocks, and huge breasts, you know what I mean. Damn, I'm no longer jealous of them now, I also want a round butt. I envy you guys who got a woman, I can't even catch a horned ewe here. Next, the lord who summoned the female hero posted several photos from different angles in the channel. Everyone was extolling her, saying how great she was. Fang Hao watched the chat channel but did not participate in the discussion. However, he paid attention to Yu Tianpeng. Fang Hao had no impression of him, but there was one thing that bothered him. That is, this Yu Tianpeng was on his blacklist. Which means, this Yu Tianpeng either verbally attacked him in the channel or was once a member of the Qinglong Mutual Aid Alliance. Most likely the latter. This second-ranked person could very well be his potential enemy. Of course, this was just Fang Hao paying a bit of attention. Just to avoid being caught off guard. Clang. At this time, Angia had also returned. She had just stepped into the Lord's manor when she began to complain about how hungry she was and accused Fang Hao of mistreating her. Era smiled and brought up the prepared dinner, along with some pastries that Angia liked. In the territory, the best friends between the maids and the heroes were Era and Angia. Both being orcs, and both joining Fang Hao's forces one after the other. Angia's personality was carefree and simple-minded. Angia, did you get anything good from the bandits? Fang Hao moved closer to ask. Angia paused and exclaimed, how do you know? What is it? Let me see. Well, it's not impossible. Angia tossed a small leather coin purse directly to him. Fang Hao caught it and checked its attributes. Greedy coin purse. Category. Coin purse. Ability. Each gold coin inside increases the wearer's attack power by 1%, up to 5 coins. Description. Greed makes you stronger. This piece of equipment is not bad. It's called a coin purse, in fact, it's an enhancement item. If you put 5 gold coins in it, you can increase your attack power by 5%. Seeing Fang Hao staring at her coin purse, Angia pitifully said, I got it, and I've watched them work all day, it's really hard. Her tone and expression were like a child who had been robbed of candy. It's rare to see such an expression on Angie's face. Fang Hao took out 5 gold coins and put them directly into the coin purse, reminding her, "This is your New Year's gift, don't use it for gambling." Seeing Fang Hao giving her money, a smile instantly appeared on Angie's face. "I stopped playing that a long time ago, I'm learning to play chess with Nelson now." While eating, Angie asked, "By the way, what does New Year's gift mean?" She always hears some strange words from Fang Hao. "It means you can't spend this money, it's to ward off bad luck, and bring good fortune." Fang Hao casually explained. "Oh, then what should I do if I want to buy something? Didn't I give you pocket money?" Hee hee. Angie chuckled and continued to eat. The next day, early in the morning, Fang Hao got up early, left his room and began to wash up. Just as he stepped out of the Lord's mansion, maids flocked to greet him. Speaking of maids, with the development of the territory and the increase in buildings, and his later plans to open a shop in Lis City, he was starting to run short of maids. Whether they were rabbit maids or fox maids, Fang Hao was quite satisfied. They were attractive and obedient. Most importantly, they learned quickly. Whether it was learning to cook with air or helping at the tailor shop, they were able to learn quickly and apply it to their work. Similarly, the maids also liked Fang Hao's domain. No more hunger. No more living in greasy cages. Fang Hao had provided them with everything necessary for life, and he hadn't turned out to be as terrifying as the human nobles in the rumors. This place was better and more comfortable than any other place they had lived in. Even, Fang Hao had become the ideal choice for all the maids. They hoped that one day, they would be chosen by Fang Hao to become personal maids like Aira. Fang Hao took a simple tour around the territory. He started his daily aerobic exercises with running, push-ups, and practicing the combat techniques he had learned in the past few days. After training from start to finish, he was starting to break a sweat. After finishing his exercise, Aira was still preparing breakfast. Standing in front of the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao noticed that the materials needed to upgrade the Lord's mansion were already gathered. It was time to further upgrade the Lord's mansion. Level 7 stone tower. 5,200 hardwood, 7,000 stone bricks, 700 iron, 520 metal parts. The materials required for a level 7 stone tower are starting to be replaced with higher level materials. Upgrade. The Lord's stone tower was engulfed in light, gradually increasing its size bit by bit. After about 20 minutes, the light dissipated, and the upgrade was complete. Level 7 Lord's stone tower. Owned by Lord Fang Hao. Abilities. Production collection plus 3.5%, troop movement plus 3.5%, all attributes plus 2%. Existing buildings. Level 6 underground cemetery, level 6 stable. Closing square bracket. Note. Core building of the territory. Materials required for upgrade. 8,500 hardwood, 11,000 stone bricks, 950 iron, 750 metal parts, 1,200 roof tiles. The Great Hall of the Lord has expanded further based on the original design. It's starting to resemble a western stone castle. If I want to upgrade from level 7 to level 8, a new construction material called roof tiles is required. He had seen roof tiles in his original world, but he had not encountered them in this world. If he wanted to upgrade to level 8, acquiring roof tiles would be his next goal. After upgrading the Lord's stone tower, he continued to upgrade the other buildings in the territory to level 7. The aim is to maximize the overall strength of his territory. "Good morning, my lord." At this moment, Dujin came from behind and greeted politely. "Good morning, Dujin." Fang Hao greeted back with a smile. Now, his territory had undead, orcs, lizardmen, and of course, humans like Fang Hao himself. Everyone lived together in this city, which was unexpectedly harmonious. As the goblin clerk once said, it was unheard of for these different races to coexist in one city peacefully. "My lord, I have an order that requires your assistance," Dujin stated his purpose. "Oh, what order?" Fang Hao asked curiously. Dujin handed over the order in his hand. Specific order. Requirements. 1,000 troll heavy armor, 1,000 troll iron helmets, 1,000 troll combat boots, 3,000 hatchets. Trade exchange. 510,000 warfire coins, plus 10 troll influence. It was an order from the trolls. The same order had been made before, sold to the trolls once. When the specific order came up again, it was certain that it was the same troll tribe that bought the equipment the last time. There isn't enough equipment in the warehouse, do I need to make some? Fang Hao asked. Yes, my lord. Okay, let's go to the warehouse. The two went to the Trade Alliance building and accepted the order. Then they went to the warehouse to make the equipment ordered by the trolls. After they were done making them, a skeleton merchant took the troll equipment to deliver. After chatting with Dujin for a bit more and finding out there were no special matters, he left the Trade Alliance building. Master, Era is calling you for breakfast. A rabbit maid ran over, her ample bosom swaying significantly. Fang Hao was worried that the inertia of the up and down movement would trip her over. What's the rush? Don't run and fall, Fang Hao warned. Master, we've drank the potion. Era advised us to exercise more and enhance our physical strength so that we can help you better. The rabbit maid adjusted her breath as she explained. So she was running to exercise and just happened to notify Fang Hao on the way. Did you drink the stamina potion? Fang Hao asked curiously. In recent times, the Trade Alliance had taken 2 orders from alchemists. Some of the potions that were received were also gradually distributed to the maids. Fang Hao had some impression of the rabbit maid in front of him. She was a little over 1.5 meters tall. Even when she was a slave and poorly fed and clothed, she maintained a chubby face. She had a baby face. Her big ears were fluffy and white like those of a lop-eared rabbit. Yeah, how about that, master? Can you see how much stronger I've become? The maid brandished her fist at him. Fang Hao didn't see any noticeable difference. But he knew that Soy had to make undergarments for the maids. Just being bare like this, Fang Hao couldn't help but worry about whether it would affect their normal development. Orc Warrior Tier 3. Checking her attributes again, it turned out she had indeed reached Tier 3. In terms of rabbit maids, her progress was relatively fast. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Impressive, keep up the good work. Just don't overdo it, and take care of yourself. Fang Hao gently rubbed the rabbit maid's head as he headed towards the Lord's mansion. Breakfast has been eaten. Just after breakfast, Soy brought the sample costume she'd just finished crafting. The sample was a blank prototype made for fitting before the final product. Blank doesn't refer to the fabric necessarily being white, but to the initial style, which is checked for fitting. While fitting the sample, the fabric, lace, and buttons can still be adjusted. The sudden completion of Soy's costume forced Fang Hao to revise his plans for the day. He decided to lead his team directly to Lis City to have the city lord's wife try on the sample attire. Speeding up the costume-making process was also part of his plan to open a shop in Lis City soon. Having decided to head toward Lis City, Fang Hao summoned Era and Blood Hunter. After giving instructions about matters in his territory, he then left the area with Angia and Demetria. At the southern fortress, they mounted swift, purple-scaled horses with a company of 20 heavy sword infantry. At this time, the storage feature of the Book of Lords played an important role. All the equipment for the entire team was packed by Fang Hao into the storage space. This greatly minimized exhaustion on the journey. The main reason why Tavik's trade convoy took 2 days last time was due to the slow pace of the loaded cargo. Let's set off. With a wave from Fang Hao, the team quickly hit the road. Demetria and Fang Hao rode on a giant lizard, while Angia was on her own purple-scaled horse, whom she named Purple Thunder. She didn't know if it might share a name with some hero in the future. The speed of the convoy was extremely swift, with the sound of horses' hooves and the whistling wind in their ears. In just a few minutes, glancing back, the fortress was already out of sight. Demetria was controlling the giant lizard, while Fang Hao was seated at the back. He opened the Book of Lords, planning to kill time by checking the regional channel. As soon as he opened it, he noticed a new private message. He had been too busy before to see it. Mr. Fang Hao, the trolls have sent you a designated order. Kindly manufacture it when you see it. The speaker was Shu Yong, the city lord who had helped him connect with the trolls. The message was sent an hour ago. It should have been around the time when Dujin sent the order. After thinking for a moment, Fang Hao replied, "Just saw it. The order has already been completed." Shu Yang's response was quite prompt. "Mr. Fang Hao, we have received the goods. Do the trolls have such high consumption? They placed an order just recently, how are they ordering so many equipments again?" Fang Hao asked curiously. "Same type of equipment, the same quantity." "Ah, don't remind me. The trolls lost a battle a while ago and a lot of tribe members died. Now there's quite a bit of chaos among the troll tribes, all of them are stockpiling equipment. There seems to be a risk of internal strife." Shu Yong said a lot, full of worry. If the trolls start an internal war, he too would be at risk. He was already in a precarious position, depending on the troll tribe as their slave leader. If the situation gets out of hand, he would end up in trouble. Shu Yang's words reminded Fang Hao of the Bloodthroat Mountains. Last time, the Bloodthroat tribe had led an attack on him with the help of other troll tribes. They lost over 100,000 trolls there. This situation seemed similar to Shu Yang's description of the troll tribes. Of course, Fang Hao didn't directly ask if the trolls were the same ones from the Bloodthroat Mountains, as Shu Yang might not be reliable. After some thought, he decided to just say, "Well, be careful. Tell the trolls that I have many other supplies for sale. If they are willing, they can buy it from me." "Oh, alright, I'll pass your message to the trolls." After ending his chat with Shu Yang, Fang Hao kept this matter in mind. In the future, he could pay attention to Shu Yang's situation. If there indeed are problems within the Bloodthroat Mountains, he could take the opportunity to launch a counterattack. By doing so, he could remove this unstable element once and for all. On the road, a lord in a plaid shirt stroked his handsome steed. The gray mane was a bit scruffy, but he continued to caress it contentedly. He had bought it from a traveling merchant and spent 50 warfire coins on it. He knew the merchant had charged a high price, but he bought it nonetheless and was very pleased. Now, he was riding his horse, leading his soldiers to hunt in the woods ahead. The lord in the plaid shirt pulled out the Book of Lords, sending a photo he had just taken of his beautiful horse to a district channel. Seeing the admiration pouring in on the channel, the smile on his face grew wider. "Wait." The lord suddenly halted the advance of his troops. "My lord, what's the matter?" asked a curious soldier. "The scenery around the bend is nice, take a picture of me there. Just aim it at me and press there." He then situated his horse on the side of the road and struck a handsome pose. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves came from behind. As the group turned to look in surprise, several purple horses, followed by a whooshing sound of wind, rushed by. They were as beautiful as sapphires, tall and imposing, exceptionally beautiful when running. The lord in the plaid shirt was mesmerized, while his own horse was startled. With a whinny, it reared its front legs, throwing him off and causing him to tumble to the ground in an embarrassing heap. The soldiers quickly calmed the horse and helped him up. Snatching the Book of Lords, the lord in plaid took several photos of the retreating purple horses. Straightaway, he posted them on the district channel. Image purple horses, like a bolt of purple lightning, they're too fast. Within the district channel. Did you take these with a landline phone? Dare to make it blurrier. Is this a Kylan? Or some Warcraft? What kind of horse is this strong? It's a horse, it passed right by me, aside from being purple and huge, just like any other horse. The lord in plaid emphasized. Then why didn't you take a frontal shot? I can't catch up to them, they were already this far by the time I got to take a photo. Even if it's a horse, it's definitely a special breed. I also want such an attractive horse. Yeah, that's my second wish after a beautiful female companion, a purple horse. Has the person above considered a purple female horse? 2 wishes in 1. Damn, you're smart. I'd accept a centaur, but not a pure horse. You're really picky. Closing the district chat, the soldier led the scared horse over. My lord, it's already calmed down. We can take a photo now. The lord in plaid glanced at the direction where the purple cavalry had left, and shook his head slightly. No need, nothing interesting here to take. Fang Hao paid no attention to the chat in the channel. By dusk, Fang Hao and his group finally arrived at Lis City. The purple-scaled horses were heaving heavily, their bodies drenched in sweat. They had traveled non-stop, and even the endurance-strong purple-scaled horses were starting to get tired. After showing their travel documents to the city guards, they went directly into the city. After checking into a hotel, Fang Hao and Angia hurried straight to the Lord's mansion. It was not late yet, much earlier than when Rebecca had summoned all the merchants last time. She shouldn't be asleep yet. Mr. Fang Hao, the lady is attending an important banquet tonight, I will convey your message to her. At the front of the Lord's residence, a servant announced. Standing in front of the city lord's mansion, Fang Hao looked at the respectful servant. His timing couldn't have been worse, Rebecca had actually gone to a banquet. Well, people in this era didn't have mobile phones to keep them occupied, and there wasn't much else to entertain them at night. Nobles tended to host a lot of banquets and dances. Will she be back tonight? Fang Hao asked again. If everything could be settled tonight, he could return to his own territory in the morning, making full use of his time. Sir, I'm not sure when the lady will return. You might want to stay the night in the city. Maybe the lady will send someone to notify you tomorrow. The servant maintained a polite smile. It seemed impossible to see Rebecca tonight. Even if she returned, it would be late at night, and the chances of her seeing him would be slim. All right. Please pass along a message when the city lord's wife returns, Fang Hao courteously said. Yes, sir. With Angia, he left the city lord's mansion. The sky had already turned dark. A few residents were returning home, making the streets somewhat desolate. So, where are we headed next? Angia curiously asked. The journey had been quite taxing. We'll sit for a while at the tavern. All right. The two came to the tavern and walked straight in. A wave of alcohol and noise hit them in the face. Here again, what'll you have? The tavern owner came over. It seemed that he had some impression of the two. Beer, meatballs, and a plate of smoked meat, Fang Hao casually ordered. All right, just a moment. Wiping his hands, the tavern owner went to the kitchen to prepare the food. Fang Hao's gaze fell on the notice board nearby. On the notice board, besides the typical residence's bounties, there was a map hanging. The last time he came, there were no maps because the Lis City army was hunting down bandits along the road. He seemed to be in luck today. Map. Mountain Fortress. Category. Single-page map. Description. Map drawn by an adventurer, recording the mountain fortress's route and terrain. Interested in the map? It's 3 gold coins. You can take your team and test your luck, the tavern owner said, bringing the beer to them. The snacks they ordered from the kitchen also slowly arrived. Only one map. This one was brought in yesterday. Maps of some bandit hideouts were cleaned out by the Lis army, the tavern owner replied. That's good. With the bandits cleared, it'll be safer for the residents and traveling merchants. Lis City's management was far stricter than that of Pruel City. Pruel City did not have much of a solution for the bandits and wasn't keen on dealing with them. They tended to leave the matter to mercenaries. On the other hand, Lis would do a clean sweep each year, controlling the number of bandits. This was beneficial for the residents in the nearby subsidiary villages. The tavern owner gave a faint smile and said, bandits are like rats. They run when you chase them and bite when you turn your back. That's just how it is. That's true. I'll take the map, and I'll pay you when I settle the bill. No rush. Enjoy your meal. After the tavern owner handed the map to Fang Hao, he went off to attend to other customers. Fang Hao and Angia chatted quietly while eating their dinner. Based on this scar alone, doesn't it deserve a drink on your part? Not far from their table, a shabby drunkard was speaking loudly. Give it up, Hodge. Last time you said it was a vampire bite, now it's turned into a scar from a knife wound, a co-drinker sarcastically asked, while others watched the fun. Hodge came every day, telling strange and peculiar stories or bragging about himself. Everyone knew these were all fabrications, but it was just the cost of a drink, so they usually played along. But today, Hodge had been sitting in the tavern for too long, and no one was willing to keep buying drinks for him anymore. It's because I had too much to drink. I have contributed to mankind. Without us, the vampires would have wreaked havoc, sucked the blood of the living by now, Hodge grumbled, as if he was the one who was wronged. Oh, stop. Look at you. Fang Hao watched the bickering men in front of him and recognized the bedraggled old Hodge. The last time he came with Angia, this bleary-eyed old drunk was boasting about how he had killed vampires and created a type of arrow that was extremely useful for killing vampires. However, judging from the attitudes of others, it seemed that old Hodge was merely an old drunk who was good at boasting. Unexpectedly, he met him again this time, still tipsy and staggering, shouting loudly. "Get him a drink, put it on my tab," said Fang Hao. Following Fang Hao's gaze, the innkeeper handed a beer to Hodge and brought it over. Not far away, Hodge took the beer and looked at the young man who bought him a drink. He staggered over. "Kid, have we met before?" Hodge reeked of alcohol, which even masked his body odor. "We met once before when you were telling your story about getting bitten by a vampire," said Fang Hao with a smile. Right. Are you interested in my story? I can show you my wound." Hodge unbuttoned his collar and exposed his shoulder. Fang Hao gave a wry smile. "Last time you said it was your arm." Right, it was my arm." "Your left arm." Right, left arm." Hodge rolled up his left sleeve again, paused for a moment and said, "Kid, do you doubt what I said? It doesn't matter, it's just a story, the truth doesn't really matter." "But it's not a story. Those monsters who have abandoned their beliefs have already forgotten that they were humans once, who knows how many they have killed," said Hodge, sitting next to Fang Hao and drinking heavily. "They once were humans. Who knows, I've never seen the real Blood Clan. Those who we kill and those that kill us, are all transformed monsters." This reminded Fang Hao of the Twilight Reveler he learned from the stories. They themselves were humans, but treated becoming part of the Blood Clan as their goal. "So, it's true that you kill vampires?" "Of course it's true. How do you think I got this wound?" "You modified arrows that can effectively kill vampires." "Yes, the blood of those guys has changed, and they are extraordinarily sensitive to silver, just like those." Cough. "You two are still young, you shouldn't listen to this stuff." Hodge stopped speaking. "Do you have a blueprint?" "Let me see." Hearing Fang Hao asking for the blueprint, old Hodge was stunned once again. He had not expected that this kid knew his stuff and knew how to use blueprints to verify the authenticity of his stories. He patted his chest and said, "I do have it, I designed and improved it myself. I just worry you won't recognize its value." "Where is the blueprint?" "I didn't bring it. I'll give it to you next time." Hodge pushed his beer glass towards the innkeeper. "Bring another round, put it on his tab." The two argued about the blueprint for quite some time. Burp. "Kid, you're all right. Next time you come, I'll bring the blueprint for you so you can learn something." Then, belching, he staggered away. Fang Hao watched him walk away. It seemed that he had indeed met a fraudster who had conned several rounds out of him. "Should I go out and beat him up?" Angia glanced at the empty street through the window. If she went out now and found a quiet place, no one would know who was beating whom. "Forget it. It's just a few drinks." After settling the bill with the innkeeper, Fang Hao ordered some smoked meat to put in his storage space and returned to his inn room to rest. The following morning, the sunlight streamed in through the window, waking Fang Hao up. He used his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight and sat up. Knock. From outside the door came the voice of an inn attendant. "Mr. Fang Hao, we received a message from the city lord's mansion. They request your presence." It seemed Rebecca wanted to see him. "All right, I got it." The servant relayed the message and then left immediately. Fang Hao got up and did quick grooming. He took out the prepared clothes from the Book of Lords. After all, he was going to the city lord's mansion. He had to dress up decently. After grooming, he went to the next room, woke up the sleepy Angia, had dinner in the first-floor hall, and then headed to the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion, the back courtyard. "Sir, it's just ahead." The city lord's mansion servant led the way in front. The two went along the flower-lined path, gradually entering deep into the courtyard. Past the path, there was a beautiful pond in front of them, with beautiful flowers clustering around the pool, butterflies and birds circling and fluttering around, and they wouldn't be frightened even if someone passed by. Rebecca was sitting on a white rocking chair next to the mirror-like pool, reading a book in the sunshine. The rocking chair was rocking, the white gauzy skirt, and fair bare feet, gently following the ripples. Who could resist such a woman? Madam, Mr. Fang Hao has arrived. The servant spoke softly. Rebecca put the book aside and looked at Fang Hao. Did you arrive last night? Yes, Mrs. Rebecca. Fang Hao answered with a smile. Rebecca stood up, bare feet touching the grass, and said, the sample dress has been completed. Let me see, I hope your design has perfectly come to life. Of course. Fang Hao took out the sample dress and stood aside. A maid came forward and undressed Rebecca. The fair and full-bodied figure was exposed, full of charm. Fang Hao smiled, looking openly and uprightly, took in the sight with great pleasure. She put on the sample dress. Rebecca walked to the edge of the pool, looking at her reflection in the water, carefully observing. The blue gown, tightly wrapped around her body, showed off the beautiful lines of a woman's body. Her beautiful neck, full, tender arms like lotus roots, were bare from the sleeveless dress. Even though there was not any jewelry, it was already amazingly beautiful. The tight gown raised her full breasts, extraordinarily full. The round buttocks made the slight tightness at the waist stand out, showing off the curvy waist to hip lines. Especially the daring miniskirt design in front, matched with white stockings, added a few sexy points to the dignified and elegant lady of the city. She had originally intended to make some suggestions, but seeing the dress reflected in the water, she was afraid that her lack of expertise would affect the effect of the dress. This was only a sample dress, and she was already very satisfied with it. She noticed that Fang Hao was also looking at her, and she turned around with a smile and asked, how about it? Are there any needed modifications? Compared to herself, she trusted Fang Hao's opinion more at this time. It's perfect, Mrs. Rebecca. It makes you even more enchanting. Fang Hao praised. Rebecca's usually reserved face turned a little red. She rolled her eyes at the young man with black hair in front of her and laughed again. I have to be careful then. Don't let your preferences change, or I'll be in trouble. There was a cloth merchant in town with a great design concept. This merchant had a man's body but a woman's heart. He loved everything about women, including handsome men. The previous times, the dresses were designed by this merchant for Rebecca. Fang Hao just smiled and did not offer further explanation. At this time, a servant holding a large mirror came over and stood it on the grass. Rebecca was looking at herself in the mirror while casually saying, I heard that you opened a restaurant in Pearl City. Fang Hao was slightly baffled. It looked like Rebecca had arranged for someone to investigate him. At the same time, he also started to feel nervous, wondering if his effeminate act would be exposed. But soon this worry was dismissed, as if he was exposed, Rebecca would have shown some reaction. She probably just asked some merchants or someone about him and did not conduct a detailed investigation. Acting as a cloth merchant, he wouldn't have been investigated by a spy. Yes. How's business? Rebecca was asking casually, just like chatting about everyday matters. Not bad, there are quite a few customers. You are quite an imaginative young man, Rebecca praised. Fang Hao, being so young, not only designs clothing that is novel and bold, but also runs a successful restaurant. Thank you for your praise, Mrs. Rebecca. If I open a shop in Lis in the future, I hope you will give me your advice, Fang Hao replied politely. Of course. I can see that you are a capable young man, and Lis welcomes capable people, Rebecca continued. Thank you, ma'am. I was wondering if there are any shops for sale on the business street. If there are, I would like to take a look today, Fang Hao said directly. The sooner he could open a shop, the better. He didn't want to continue to delay. Rebecca looked at Fang Hao with curiosity, taking her gaze away from the mirror. She had not expected him to be in such a rush, wanting to look at shops today. Someone, Rebecca called out softly. A maid hurried over. Madam. Yes, Check if there are any shops for sale on the business street. Yes, madam, the maid agreed and quickly left. As the lady of the city lord of Liss, Rebecca had conveniences that Fang Hao did not have. No matter how cunning the merchants were, even if they had great courage, they would not dare to provoke the city lord's mansion, especially a woman. Seeing the maid leave, Fang Hao thanked her again. Thank you, Mrs. Rebecca. No problem, it's just a small matter. I also hope that you can open a shop in Liss City as it will be more convenient, Rebecca said with a smile. The two continued to chat about fashion design. Before long, the maid returned. After bowing again, she said, Madam, there is a shop on the business street that has registered the sale with the city lord's mansion. Well, take him to see it later, Rebecca said. She was very satisfied with Fang Hao's sample clothes, which put her in a good mood. She naturally wanted to help Fang Hao with this small favor. The maid helped her take off the sample dress, folded it gently, and handed it to Fang Hao. Goodbye, Mrs. Rebecca. The finished dress will be delivered to you as soon as it is made, Fang Hao said softly. Rebecca nodded and smiled, then lazily sat back in her rocking chair. The maid led Fang Hao out of the city lord's mansion. Outside, Angia, who had been waiting all along, was eating a pastry she had bought from a street vendor. When she saw Fang Hao, she quickly followed. Where are we going now? To look at the shop. What's wrong with your throat? It sounds so strange, Angia asked curiously. Fang Hao glanced at the maid who was averting her gaze, made a few hand signals to Angia, urging her to stop talking. The maid led them to a carriage and headed to the business street. They passed many streets. There were many people coming and going on the business street, and there were many shops lined up, as well as numerous street vendors. The carriage stopped in the central area, and the three of them got off. Mr. Fang Hao, this is the registered shop. It used to be a very successful tavern, said the maid. The building in front of them was a 3-story stone building. All the shops on this street had a unified design and structure. Then why didn't it continue to operate? Because of some special reasons, the owner of the shop was arrested, and the shop is now being sold by the city lord's mansion. The maid took out a key and opened the door to the shop. Both Fang Hao and Angia entered the shop for inspection. The items in the shop had been cleared out, and the floor was littered with stuffs. He pulled out a poster-like sheet of paper from the cluttered counter. On it was a colorful image of a naked woman. She was posing in a provocative style. It seems that the business that this shop was running previously was quite diverse. I will take this shop.